who have the right to be here. Sir.
I don't know if you saw, but there's a poll from Marquette University that came out earlier today. It shows a virtual tie between former President Trump and Vice President Harris. There's an old saying in politics that what can swing undecided voters in a place like Wisconsin is whether you seem like somebody they would like to have a beer with.
Yeah.
Why would people in Wisconsin want to have a beer with you?
Well, I guess they'd want to have a beer with me because I actually do like to drink beer, and I probably like to drink beer a little bit too much, but that's okay. I'm sure the media won't give me too much crap over that. But look, I mean, the reason I'm doing this, and the reason I think Donald Trump is doing this, and I think the media often slanders him, but I've never met a guy who likes normal people more than Donald Trump. I've never met a guy who, when he's got a big decision to make, he will solicit feedback from every single person all over the country. It's funny, when he was actually thinking about who was going to be his vice presidential running mate, I met with him actually the morning of the attempted assassination. It was Saturday morning. And he said, you know, JD, everybody's asking me what I am going to do for VP, and I'm asking everybody. He said, in fact, this morning, I talked to the gardener at Mar-a-Lago. And I said, well, sir, what did the Mar-a-Lago gardener say? Right? This bears directly on my life. I'm very curious here. And look, I'm very much the same way. I mean, I like the people of this country. I like people who work hard and play by the rules. I like people who just want to take their kids to a ball game or invest in their community, or spend a little time watching TV and making the things that actually make this country work. They do it, and they do it right here in this factory, and the people behind me do it every single day. And I think that to lead this country, you should feel some gratitude for it, and you should feel some admiration for the people who actually make the country run. And I will say it, sometimes I hear Kamala Harris, and she talks about the history of this country, and she likes to put it down a little bit. I don't know that she actually admires the people who work in this factory. I hope that she does, but I don't really see that gratitude. I don't really hear that gratitude when she speaks. I certainly do, and I think that that's one of the reasons why I'd make a good vice president, is because I actually care about the people standing behind me, and I think they feel like I care for them, and I think they care for me too. We're going to do some interviews with some real news and some fake news. So I think we have some reporters up here in the front, and what I'd ask is that if you're a local reporter from Michigan, raise your hand first. I'd like to take your questions first, and then I'll go on down the line. So everybody, get ready, because we're going to have some fun with the American media. Question in the air, especially if you're from Michigan. Anybody, any local reporters from Michigan? I guess maybe we got them all back here. Okay, they're on camera. Well, you'll catch on camera what I say. So we'll start with the person who's from Michigan but represents the national press. Well, look, the question, I'm not going to repeat that question because it's kind of insulting to our president. So I'll repeat the ones that aren't insulting to our president. Look, here's the answer. To the people who say that Donald Trump should do something different, they had an opportunity to make Donald Trump do something different by challenging him over 3 separate primaries, every single one of which he won. So I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to run the campaign that he wants to run. And look, if you listen to what Donald J. Trump says, if you look at what I say, we are prosecuting the case against Kamala Harris on policy. We're reminding people that Donald Trump delivered peace and prosperity, and Kamala Harris has delivered war all over the world and unaffordable groceries and housing here at home. That is the message we're going to take forward. But of course, President Trump, the reason people love him is because he's his own man, he's unfiltered, and he lets the American people see who he is. And I will say that as his running mate, I obviously can't always speak for the president, but I think I speak for the president. I think I speak for the American people in saying this, that we'd much rather have an American president who is who he is, who's willing to offend us, who's willing to tell us the truth, who isn't a fake who hides behind a teleprompter, but lets the American people see exactly who he is. So that's my view. Ma'am.
Hi, I'm from Ohio.
Oh, that's not a good thing in this crowd. She's from Ohio, ladies and gentlemen. But I will say,
I have Michigan friends.
We love our country enough that you guys are willing to give this Buckeye a nice warm welcome. So thank you guys, and God bless you. Ma'am.
Senator Vance, thanks for taking my question. I'm Janice Heisel with the Epoch Times. And my question is, we do hear about costs of energy relating directly to grocery costs being up. What other steps besides drilling can the Trump-Vance administration take to lower those grocery prices for people?
That's right. Well, the first is we're going to fire the agriculture secretary, right? She's not doing a very good job. But look, a couple of things. First of all, drill baby drill is a big part of lowering the cost of the cost of food, because if you think about the farmers, their tractors run on diesel fuel. To ship the food, they got to get it to go somewhere, and that requires fuel. The fertilizer, a lot of times, comes from natural gas. If we drill baby drill and take advantage of the incredible bounty of this nation, we are going to lower food prices in a very big way for American consumers. That's just a matter of fact. But the other thing that we ought to do is stop printing trillions of dollars that we don't have and sending it to China. We should keep our money right here at home. Build in America, buy in America, manufacture in America, and that gives Americans the wages necessary, but it also means that you're not printing a bunch of money, which makes our dollar more and more worthless. You do those two things, you can make food affordable again in this country. It's very simple. Great. Ma'am.
What do you have to say when people say Kamala has an advantage over the young people's vote because she is popular on social media and TikTok?
Well, look, I'd say the reason that Kamala Harris does a lot of social media, but we do a lot of social media too, but she doesn't have any ability to be unscripted. Right? What is she going to do other than play around on TikTok? She sure as hell isn't giving interviews. She's not standing before the American people answering questions, right? Now, at least from what I've seen, President Trump and I have great presence all across social media. He just did an interview with Elon Musk on X that had hundreds of millions of American listeners. It sounds like a lot of people in the audience. So I think we're doing great on social media. But my message to young people, I mean, look, I'm the only millennial, the first millennial in the history of a national ticket. And my message to young people is we want you to be able to build a life in this country. If you work hard and play by the rules, we want you to be able to afford a house. We want to bring mortgage interest rates down so that you can actually get a loan to buy that house. We want you to be able to raise a family if you so choose without having it destroy your checking account. And we have got the policies to make that happen. So I think that Kamala Harris, assuming that she can run this filtered campaign hiding behind a teleprompter, young people are smart. And they know that life has gotten more unaffordable under Kamala Harris. And the final point that I'll make is Donald Trump and I believe that America ought to be tough and America ought to have a strong foreign policy. But when people like Kamala Harris send our sons and daughters, our young people, to fight in stupid wars, it is the young generation that carries the burden of that. We're going to stop sending our young people to faraway lands. We are not the policemen of the world. We need to use our young people here at home as the resources that they are and not send them all over the world. And I think that hopefully is a message that's going to appeal. We're going to carry it forward and we're going to see how the chips fall. But look, I feel very confident we're going to win young people. We're going to win the whole country. Sir.
The New York Times, I wanted to ask you about the latest economic news from this morning with inflation now being under 3%, the lowest rate since mid-2021. What is your sort of reaction to that news?
Well, I think the crowd reaction says it all. Look, when they say that inflation is down, they mean from a baseline where groceries are already 30% more expensive than they were when Donald Trump was president. And they're not saying it's coming down. They're just saying it's not going up as fast as it was 3 years ago. That is not a reputation or a record to brag on. That's a record to be ashamed of. Why did it take them so long to get inflation to where it is, and why are prices so high? It's because Kamala Harris failed to do her job. So if they want to go around, and this is, it's funny. Kamala Harris, on the one hand, will say, on day one, we're going to tackle the affordability crisis. And like I said earlier, Kamala Harris has been the vice president for 3.5 years. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, she's in effect been the acting president because we all know Joe Biden isn't home. So she's been the one controlling government policy for 3.5 years. She says she wants to tackle the affordability crisis on day one. And then on the other hand, she'll say, well, we've already got inflation under control. Well, which is it, Kamala? Which is it? The simple truth is America's credit card debt is getting higher. Americans are finding the basic necessities of middle-class life less affordable. Americans are becoming, especially young people, are becoming paupers in their own country. If we don't do better, our young generation, they're not going to own anything. They're not going to have anything. They're going to be renters in the country that their parents and grandparents built. Inflation is a disaster. Kamala Harris does not have a leg to stand on. Sir.
Thank you, Senator. Josh Albertus with WZZM here in Grand Rapids. You know, in the last few cycles, you know, we've seen a lot of people, based on the results of the election here in Kent County, describe Kent County as a lot more of a battleground than it used to be when it came to the era of Jerry Ford, for example. Contextualize, you know, to what extent you believe the campaign is trying to put resources into Kent County specifically. What kind of narrowed that down?
Well, look, we love Kent County, and we think that it's going to be an important part of the election. But we think, look, a lot, I mean, the entire state of Michigan is important, right? There are areas in Michigan like Detroit where we're not going to do quite as well as we want to, but we're going to put as much resources as possible because we believe there are a lot of voters in Detroit who want to vote for Donald Trump and JD Vance. We just got to get them to the polls, and we're going to work hard for every vote. We believe there are rural parts of Michigan where we're going to win by 85%, but why not make it 90%? So we're going to work hard for every single vote all across the state of Michigan. I wouldn't say any one county is more or less important. The whole state is important because, look, there is no state that perfectly exemplifies what is broken about American policy in Washington. This was one of the wealthiest states in the entire country for pretty much the entirety of the post-World War II era. This is a state that had a proud manufacturing tradition where whether you went to college or graduated from high school or did something in the middle, you could build a middle-class life so long as you worked hard and played by the rules. And then thanks to a generation of failed leadership, Michigan has seen thousands of manufacturing jobs disappear. We have got to do better. And I think the reason you see Michigan, people used to call it a blue wall state. I think Michigan is a red wall state now because people are sick of losing their livelihoods and losing their jobs, and they know Donald J. Trump is going to be good for both. And I'll take two more questions here.
Yeah. Senator, yesterday on America Decides, and with CBS News, by the way, the UAW president said that Donald Trump and Elon Musk sneered at labor workers when talking about how Elon Musk fired folks looking to organize. The Teamster president, who also spoke at the RNC, called this economic terrorism. What's your reaction to the backlash that Donald Trump's getting from that interview?
Well, look, I like the Teamsters president. I think he's a good guy, but I think he's wrong about this because Donald Trump was not talking about firing Michigan auto workers. He was talking about firing the employees of Twitter who use their power to censor American citizens. Those people ought to be fired. If you censor Americans from exercising their First Amendment rights, you absolutely should be fired. Donald Trump's exactly right. Now, what Donald Trump has also done more than any president in my lifetime, again, 60,000 factories closed in the 16 years before Trump became president. In just the 4 years that he was president, he reversed that trend and opened 12,000 factories. This is a guy who's fighting for American jobs. And my message to Sean Fain, who's the head of the UAW and stands up next to Kamala Harris and sounds like a communist, is, trust me, I talk to a lot of UAW workers. They want a president who fights for their jobs. They want a president who will shut down this garbage at the border. They want a president who will stop sending American money to buy Chinese-made cars. American money ought to buy American cars. And UAW workers and non-union workers, we all believe in that message. That's why Donald J. Trump is going to win Michigan, and he's going to win the whole industrial Midwest. And then we'll do one more question. Any other Michigan people, Taylor? Yes, sir.
Josh Berry, Fox 17.
Hey, Josh.
WXMI Grand Rapids.
All right, so we've got at least two good reporters here. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm rounding out the local journalists here. Look, this is a unique showing right here, taking questions from local journalists. Not necessarily, it's been unorthodox for a local rally like this. What are you hoping to show or say to voters, or is this a message to the Harris campaign, taking questions at a rally in front of people here?
Look, it's a message to everybody that if you want to be the American people's vice president, you ought to answer their questions and try to earn their vote. It's really that simple. You know, you think about this, and I'm only 40 years old, but I've been in public life long enough to know that sometimes you need to explain certain things, or sometimes new things come up and you've got to answer people's questions. How are you going to address that issue, or how are you going to address this issue? You have got to stand before the American people and answer tough questions if you want to do this job. And it is scandalous that Kamala Harris is running from the media, but more importantly, she's running from the American people. That's a disgrace. I've never seen a presidential campaign in the history of my life where a person is asking to be the president of the United States, but she's afraid of you guys. Now, look, I'd say that some of you, I think, are perfectly fine journalists. Some of you, no offense, are fake news. But whatever your background in journalism, if you can't answer questions from the media, do you think you're going to be able to take on Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping? If you're afraid of answering before the American people, how can we possibly trust you to sit in a room with world leaders and represent the American people? What? And I think what it shows is fundamentally Kamala Harris has no vision. She has no policies. Go to her website. Ask yourself, what is it that Kamala Harris wants to do for this country? And the answer is, she has no idea. None of us have any idea. What Kamala Harris is going to do for the American people is exactly what she's done for the last 3.5 years, which is fail. So we cannot give her a promotion. We've got to say, you are fired. God bless you all. Thank you so much for being here. Michigan, get out and vote. Get your friends and family to vote. Volunteer if you're able. I love you guys. I'll see you soon. We'll be back in Michigan quite a bit. God bless y'all. Part of our festivities here. We're going to take some questions from the media. And let me just say this. What I would like to do is start out with local reporters. We'll take a few questions from the local folks, and then if we have time afterwards, we'll take some questions from the national pool as well. So if you're a local Arizona reporter, let's start with you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Rachel Alexander with the Arizona Sun-Times, and I also used to work as the Maricopa County elections attorney when it was under some better leadership. And my question for you is, I know that we've got people going to the polls as observers en masse, and we've got Republican attorneys en masse to stop any possible election fraud. Is there anything else that you know of that is being done?
Well, actually, yes. And not just in Arizona, by the way, but all across the country. The Republican National Committee has filed over 100 lawsuits for the basic principle that we want every legal vote to count and we want every illegal vote to be thrown out. It's very simple. If you shouldn't be voting in our elections, you should not have your ballots counted. If you should be voting in our elections, we should make it easier for you to vote and not harder. And unfortunately, the Democrats seem to want to turn this on their head. We've got a bill right now in the U.S. Congress, the SAVE Act, that would make it so that only legal American citizens can vote in our elections. And the Democrats are fighting it, and it occurred to me that there is a logic to what the Democrats are trying to do. It's disgusting, but there's a logic to it. They want illegal aliens to steal everybody's job, and now they want illegal aliens to steal everybody's vote. And if the Democrats have their way, American citizens aren't going to have a stake in the future of this country. We're not going to allow it. President Trump and I are going to fight for people who deserve to be here and have the right to be here. But here's what I know that we're doing in Arizona. I know that we're doing a lot to try to get poll workers to the polls and poll watchers to the polls. And all of you, if you're able to volunteer, please go out and do it. Because we know that sunlight is the best disinfectant, and if we've got people there observing what's going on, that's the best way to secure elections in Arizona. The other thing I know the Republican Party is working hard on is making sure that you don't have a bunch of broken machines on the day of the election. Wouldn't that be nice to have the machines? Wouldn't it be nice to have the machines actually work on Election Day? We're going to do everything that we can to make sure that happens. But if you see something, go out and say something. Talk to your local Republican Party officials. Talk to the RNC. Send a note to me and to the campaign. We want to make sure that every legal ballot counts in this country. And if you're seeing something that's broken, let us know, because we want to fight for that. Next question.
Hi, Ballin Overstoles, KTR News. Why do you think that polls show such a close race between your campaign and the Harris-Walz campaign, even with high frustration regarding the border? Thank you.
You know, I don't put much stock in polls. The only poll that really matters to me is the one on Election Day. You know, and I was actually talking to President Trump just before I came out here, and he reminded me, remember when he won the presidency back in 2016, one of the closest states was Wisconsin, and there were polls out there that said he was going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points, okay? And he won Wisconsin. So I think a lot of times the polls are out there. Most people aren't talking to the polls. And look, right now, we're at a stage in the campaign where there are a lot of good polls for the Trump campaign. Ignore them. Well, if you see a bad poll for the Trump campaign, ignore them. The good polls, the bad polls, who cares? Let's get out there and work our hind ends off, and let's win this race. Sir.
Dennis Welch, CBS 5 News. Recently, John McCain's son endorsed the other side on the other campaign over there. I wanted to get your take.
Well, look,
I do have a question. I recently read that in a college newspaper, you were quoted as praising John McCain. So it's kind of a two-part. Get your thoughts on McCain's son endorsing the other team, and what do you think about John McCain and his legacy? Because as you know, Donald Trump and McCain's legacy is complicated at best.
Well, look, one of the things I love about Donald Trump, and I never knew John McCain, but I suspect that one of the things that I would have loved about John McCain is that they didn't let their personal grievances get in the way of serving the country. Okay, so John McCain, I'm sure, disagreed with Donald Trump on a whole host of issues, and yes, Donald Trump disagreed with John McCain on a whole host of issues. I do not believe for a second that if John McCain were alive today and he sees what's going on at the American southern border, that he would support Kamala Harris in all of the destruction that she's wrought. I really don't believe that. Now, look, I think, look, who cares what somebody's family thinks about a presidential race? I care about what these people care about the presidential race. I really couldn't. John McCain has been, John McCain died, 5, 6, 7 years ago? And the media is turning into a story what John McCain's family says about Donald Trump. I don't know if anybody noticed, but pretty much every single member of Tim Walz's family came out and endorsed Donald Trump. Is that a bigger story than what John McCain's son said? I think so. So, sir, whatever John McCain's family thinks, whatever John McCain would have ultimately thought about Kamala Harris's policies, my goal here is to persuade every single person in this room and every single person in the state of Arizona that their lives will be better if they elect Donald J. Trump. I believe that in my heart, and I'm going to keep on fighting for that basic idea. Next question.
Hi, Senator. Stephanie Murray with the Arizona Republic. My question is, what should...
It's okay. It's okay. I'm sure she's one of the good ones, right?
My question is, what should Arizonans expect to hear from Trump and Harris in the debate next week?
Well, I think that what you're going to hear from Kamala Harris is that despite all evidence to the contrary, she agrees with Donald Trump on everything now. We have to remember she's on video saying she wanted to defund the police, and now she says, well, she didn't mean it. She's on video saying that she wanted to open the southern border. Now she says she didn't mean it. She's on video saying she wanted to end fracking in this country. Now she says she doesn't believe it. She cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act that made houses and groceries unaffordable, and now she says that she wants to lower prices for American citizens. Kamala Harris, if you want to do all these things, you ought to drop out and endorse Donald J. Trump because he's already done them. It's that simple. Now, I joked with the president a few days ago, and I said, sir, I think I figured it out. I think I figured out why Kamala Harris is running from every single position that she once held. It's because she realizes that we're going to win and she wants my job. She must really like living in the Naval Observatory And now she wants Trump to switch me out for Kamala Harris. I don't think that he's going to do that, by the way. But look, I really hope that Kamala Harris actually just answers some questions about why she allegedly is running away from every single position that she had. And most importantly, if she wants to close down the border, and she wants to lower the cost of energy, and she wants to make housing more affordable, why doesn't she do it now? She's the vice president today. She doesn't need... It's so funny to hear Democrat politicians talk about Donald Trump, and they say, well, we want to close the border. Well, Donald Trump already did it. Well, we want to get inflation below 2%. Well, Donald Trump already did it. Well, we want rising take-home pay for the middle class. Donald Trump already did it. These guys, I hope in the debate that Kamala Harris answers for her record, because I sure as hell know Donald Trump will proudly answer for his, because it's a record that we can all be proud of. And I gotta say one more thing on Kamala Harris. You know, they agreed to this debate. They agreed to this debate months ago. And over the last few weeks, and I've seen this from the inside of the campaign, over the last few weeks, Kamala Harris has been trying to change the rules on the debate. She wants to change everything because she knows that unless she gets the rules that she wants, unless she has a biased setup, the American people are going to reject her. But you know what she really wants to do? And look out for this on September the 10th. She really wants a moment where she can interrupt Donald Trump and say, I'm speaking. Because, you know, Kamala Harris, sometimes I think she doesn't want to be the vice president. She wants to be the vice principal. She really likes to just tell people what to do, and she really wants that moment where she says, I'm speaking, right? And that's exactly what she'll watch for it on September the 10th, and then you can come back and say you heard it here first, that Kamala Harris, what I'd like her to actually do again is just explain her record, because I think the American people deserve to have a president who explains their record and doesn't run from it. Next question.
Hi, Senator Kit Maher, CNN. I wanted to ask, in the wake... Thank you.
Now, Kit, I honestly, she's going to hate me saying this. Kit's one of the good ones. But she won't be able to go back to CNN after I just said that. So take it or leave it, Kit. Ask your question, please.
Thanks, Senator, for taking my question. I appreciate it. In the wake of the Georgia school shooting yesterday, I wanted to ask you what specific policies do you support to end school shootings like this? And if you allow it, a second one, specifically on the debate, has Trump consulted you for any advice? Have you participated in the policy discussions that he has held with Tulsi Gabbard? And what advice have you offered him?
Yeah, so just on the debate, I mean, look, the president and I talk every day, and, you know, we're constantly talking about what are we seeing out there, what are people that we're talking to saying to us, because we do, unlike the Kamala Harris campaign, get out there and talk to people. We don't just stand in front of a teleprompter and try to talk at them. We often let them say things too. And so we're constantly trading ideas and trading, you know, war stories from the campaign trail about what we're hearing and what we're seeing. But no, you know, we're not going to have some formal debate prep session because Donald Trump doesn't need it. Donald Trump actually knows what he believes, and he knows his record, and that's all he really has to talk about. So whether it's with Tulsi or with RFK or with Nikki Haley or with anybody else, I think the president will keep on doing what he does, which is talk to people, hear what they're seeing, actually go out there and try to understand what they're seeing on the campaign trail, and just try to incorporate that into a message that works for the American people. That's what he's done. That's what he'll continue to do. Now, on the first question, look, first of all, what happened in Georgia is just an awful tragedy. And I know we've got a lot of parents and a lot of grandparents in this room. I mean, I cannot imagine, you know, little kids so excited to go back to school. God love them. And they're at their first week back from the summer, and an absolute barbarian decides to open fire and take their lives and also a couple teachers. We got to think about these people. If you're the praying type, and I know I am, we got to hold them up in prayer. We got to be hoping for the best for this incredible community, because no parent should have to deal with this. No child should have to deal with this. And yes, after holding these folks up in prayer and giving them our sympathies, because that's what people deserve in a time of tragedy, then we have to think about how to make this less common. Now look, the Kamala Harris answer to this is to take law-abiding American citizens' guns away from them. That is what Kamala Harris wants to do. But we have to ask ourselves, we actually have been able to run an experiment on this because you've got some states with very strict gun laws, and you've got some states that don't have strict gun laws at all. And the states with strict gun laws, they have a lot of school shootings. And the states without strict gun laws, some of them have school shootings too. So clearly strict gun laws is not the thing that is going to solve this problem. What is going to solve this problem, and I really do believe this, is look, I don't like this. I don't like to admit this. I don't like that this is a fact of life. But if you are a psycho and you want to make headlines, you realize that our schools are soft targets. And we have got to bolster security at our schools so that a person who walks through the front door we've got to bolster security so that if a psycho wants to walk through the front door and kill a bunch of children, they're not able to. And again, as a parent, do I want my kids' school to have additional security? No, of course I don't. I don't want my kids to go to school in a place where they feel like you've got to have additional security, but that is increasingly the reality that we live in. And a bunch of my colleagues in the Senate, we actually worked on legislation that would give schools more resources to bolster their security, because if these psychos are going to have to go after our kids, we've got to be prepared for it. We don't have to like the reality that we live in, but it is the reality that we live in, and we've got to deal with it. Next question.
Hi, Senator Vance. Thank you for coming back to Arizona. My name is Christy Kelly, and I'm with the Arizona Sun-Times. We are your conservative newspaper, just about it here.
Thank you.
I was speaking with an older woman. She was very sweet. She was gushing over you, gushing over your book. She was saying how great you were. And then she was like, but I heard he doesn't respect women. In Arizona, you're going to have to reach the independents that are believing the lies of mainstream media. So what would you say directly to independents that are buying into that?
Well, I guess the first thing that I'd say is I was raised by strong women. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for a strong grandmother. And thank you. And a strong mother who, despite her struggles, made sure every single day that I had what I needed and fought for me, even when sometimes she couldn't fight for herself. I wouldn't be here. And there are a lot of kids in this country who wouldn't be here without strong women. So first of all, what I think we got to say is that anybody who believes the lies of the media is, this is a kid who loves strong women because he wouldn't be here without them, and he knows this country wouldn't be here without them. So we got to fight for them and make their lives easier. Now, look, there of course are comments that I made sometimes even before I was running for Senate that were sarcastic, where the mainstream media has repeated them instead of repeating the policy failures of the Kamala Harris campaign and the Kamala Harris presidency. And I just ask all independents, all Democrats, all Republican, whether you're a man or a woman or just whatever your political station, whatever your background is, what do you think is more important, a sarcastic comment that I made 4 years ago or the fact that Kamala Harris has opened the southern border? A sarcastic comment that I made 4 years ago, or the fact that Kamala Harris has made it hard for strong women to send their kids to schools that actually teach them instead of indoctrinate them. I think that the reason the media and the Harris campaign are lying about me is because they can't tell the truth about their own record. And I happen to think that we ought to be led by somebody who believes in the American people enough to level with them, to tell them the truth, and to run on their record instead of on lies. And Kamala Harris ought to be ashamed of herself. And if you're an independent, a Democrat, or a Republican voter, I just ask you, look at the real record, look at the real context, and what you'd find, I think, is that Donald Trump and I are the only ticket for strong women and strong families in this country.
Senator Vance, Torian Small with CBS News. Donald Trump last week announced that he wanted either private insurance companies or the federal government to cover the cost of IVF for families. How would a Trump-Vance administration pay for that?
Well, look, there are a lot of things that we could pay for in this country if we focused on American citizens instead of on illegal aliens, right? This is not... I think it's so funny when the Democrats say, well, you're not going to be able to pay for that. Well, we're not going to be able to pay for anything if you keep on giving $500 billion to illegal aliens every single year instead of booting them out of this country and focusing on our own citizens. I mean, we have to think about this. Kamala Harris wants to give Medicare to illegal aliens, which would bankrupt that program and throw a generation of our elderly Americans into poverty. Think about all the housing benefits. Think about the fact that we are jailing thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens in this country right now. Think about the fact that municipal budgets have to pay for the health care costs and the schooling expenses of millions and millions of people who shouldn't be in this country in the first place. We have got the richest and most bountiful country in the world. What we need is a leadership that puts American citizens first instead of putting the interests of illegal aliens first. And if we do that, there's a whole lot we can do and do a lot better. So I want to be mindful of time. Let me take one more question, and then we're going to have to get out of here.
Hi, Senator. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
My question is, RFK Jr. is working right now to get his name off several ballots, including a lot of the battleground states. Could we see the Trump campaign join him in that effort, especially given how Kennedy and Trump have shared values? And do you think he dropped out too late, given everything that's happening right now?
Well, look, I'm not going to make RFK's decisions for him. I'm glad that RFK is on the team, and I think it sends a great signal to Americans, and especially I think it sends a great message, especially to Kennedy Democrats who feel left behind by the Democrat Party. You are welcome in Donald J. Trump's Republican Party, and RFK is, I think, leading the vanguard there. It's a great thing. But yeah, I mean, look, if RFK took more from Kamala Harris than from Donald Trump, do I think a lot of these Democratic officials would be rushing to get him off the ballot? Yes, I do. But we don't choose the deck of cards that we're playing with here. We can only control how we're actually playing the hand that was dealt. We are going to do everything that we can to persuade voters. We're going to do everything that we can to get RFK off the ballot in states where he wants to come off the ballot. And we're going to win this race regardless because the American people need better leadership. Donald J. Trump is going to give it to them. So, on that note, thanks to the reporters for the questions, but most of all, thank you all for being here. I want to make one request of you, and it's very simple. Look, we lost Arizona. 10,000 votes was the difference between Arizona going for Donald Trump and 10,000 going for Joe Biden. Yeah, there were a lot of problems. But 10,000 votes stand between us and getting those Arizona electoral votes. And we got a lot of people just in this room today. And so I'm going to make a very special request, and that request is this. I want you to all get out there and vote 10 times. Now, no. I know you're all a little uncomfortable. To the media, yeah, that will be the headline in the New York Times. JD Vance promotes voter fraud in Arizona. But I want us to vote 10 times the legal way. And you know what that means? That means take yourself and take 9 of your friends and family and get them to the polls by November the 5th. We had over 2,000 people at a church in Mesa last night. We've got a great crowd here today. If just the people in that crowd and this crowd get 10 people to the polls, we are going to win the state of Arizona. We're going to take back the White House, and we're going to give this country a president it deserves. God bless you all. Let's get Donald Trump over the finish line, and let's do it together. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Arizona. We're going to go red in November. So now we're going to take a few questions from the media, and then unfortunately I have to hit the road. But what I'd ask is that we start with the local reporters first. We'll take some questions from the local folks, and then we'll go to the national folks if we got time. First question. Love you, ma'am. Thank you. God bless you.
Can you talk to us about why you are prioritizing coming to Western Wisconsin? This is your second time here. Why is this area so important to your campaign?
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear the question. Could you just repeat it and maybe hold the microphone a little bit closer?
Yeah. Can you talk to us about why this area is so important to your campaign? As you said, this is your second time here in Eau Claire.
Well, first of all, I just think it's a beautiful area, and I love spending time here. So I'm going to come back as much as these fine people will have me. Thank you, sir. But look, there's no need to beat around the bush here. Wisconsin is one of the most important states in the country, and this is one of the most important parts of the state of Wisconsin. Because we know that we're going to win a lot of voters here, but only if people actually turn out and show up to vote. I mean, politics, I've learned this. I've been in politics all of 2 years, but this is not rocket science. You do two things in a political campaign. You try to persuade swing voters, and then you try to get out the people that are going to vote for you. You try to make sure they get to the polls. And we're doing both things here today. We're trying to take a message to swing voters that it could be so much better. Our country could be doing so much better so long as we get leadership that's fit to serve this great nation. That's number one. That's the message to swing voters. We could have lower grocery prices. We could have a housing market where young people can afford to buy the American dream of homeownership. We can have a country with a secure southern border. We can have neighborhoods that are safe for our children to walk down. These things are all possible. We just need better leadership. That's our message to everybody, but particularly to people who haven't made up their mind yet. And then our message to everybody else is get out there, make sure you vote, and get your friends and family to vote too. And those two messages, I think, are why we're here in Eau Claire, and it's why we're going to win the state of Wisconsin. Next question.
Hi, Senator. My name is Allison Fergit. I'm a reporter at WKBT News 8 in La Crosse, Wisconsin. So access to childcare is an ongoing issue in western Wisconsin, and you've previously said grandparents and other family members should help out more. Unfortunately, that is not a reality for every Wisconsin family. So what policies do you and former President Trump support that would make childcare more accessible for our hardworking Wisconsin families?
Yeah. So, one, I didn't say that grandparents should help out more. I said that our government should make it easier for grandparents to help out more. And that's a very important distinction, because if you look at the public policies we have in this country, we spend a lot of money on child care, and rightfully so. There are a lot of families out there who are struggling with child care, and we want to make it easier for them. Look, the way I think about it is we want options, right? If you're a young mom or you're a young dad, you want to spend more time at home with the kids, we should make that easier. If you want to go back to the work after a couple years, we should make that easier. If you want to go to work right away, we just want people to be able to fulfill their dreams as they see them. That's what's great about this wonderful country of ours, is everybody's got something a little bit different. But here's the issue right now. Right now, government policy prioritizes one model of business-provided daycare. And there's nothing wrong, by the way, with that one model. But we ought to be promoting other access options for a lot of families. Like, for example, maybe you want to send your kid to a daycare, but maybe you want to send your kid to a church daycare. Or maybe you'd like to be able to get together with other families in your neighborhood to try to do something where each of you is taking care of the kids in your own way. Maybe one person takes one day off, one person takes Tuesday off, one person takes Wednesday off. Maybe that means that grandparents would actually like to be able to help out a little bit more, but they can't financially because they can't afford to take off from their own jobs to help out with mom and dad and the kids. There are so many different options out there, but what does the government subsidize? Just one. We only subsidize, we only support one model in this country. And what President Trump and I believe is that we ought to support every model. We ought to let people make their own choices in family care, not try to force one government-size-fits-all approach on everybody. But look, we have got to get this right. And, we talk a lot about inflation. We talk a lot about groceries being more expensive. We talk a lot about housing being more expensive. But I meet families every single day out on the campaign trail. And some of the stories they're telling me, you get two kids in daycare paying $25,000 a year in child care. I actually heard from somebody just yesterday who has two children in daycare and actually is losing money by going to work because of how expensive daycare is. And again, we got to just give people options. We got to give people choice. And, there are two programs here, the Child Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant where the federal government sends a lot of money to the states. We ought to be using that money in a way that benefits all families, not just the one-size-government-fits-all method. And that'll promote options in child care. That'll make our kids happier. That'll make our moms and dads happier, too. Thank you.
James Kelly with Civic Media. Right now in the Chippewa Valley, we're facing a healthcare crisis with the abrupt closure of 2 hospitals earlier this year, as well as a number of clinics. I'm glad you mentioned providing actual concrete answers to questions. What concrete plans would your administration have to protect rural health care access?
So there are a couple things here. So first of all, this goes back to the immigration issue. And why does it go back to the immigration issue? Because a lot of our rural hospitals are bearing the burden of providing health care to millions of people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with. And so those hospitals go bankrupt, and then a lot of American citizens can't afford health care. Now, you might not think that rural health care access is an immigration issue. I guarantee it is an immigration issue because we're bankrupting a lot of hospitals by forcing these hospitals to provide care for people who don't have the legal right to be in our country. We've got to stop that. Kick these illegal aliens out, focus on American citizens, and we will do a lot to make the business of rural health care much more affordable. Now, there are a couple of other things that we can do, too. So one option, and this is something that President Trump is very proud of, and rightfully so, he provided a lot of choice to veterans in health care because, look, a lot of folks in rural areas, they live maybe 15 minutes away from a viable clinic, but 2 hours away, an hour-and-a-half drive from a VA medical center. So why does it make sense to make a Vietnam veteran drive 3 hours or 4 hours round trip to get health care when it would actually be cheaper for the government and also better access for that veteran to get it 15 minutes away from his home? So give more choice to people, and then that veteran's going to a local service provider, which again makes that business model a little bit more viable. And here's the problem. The reason why all these rural health systems are going out of business is we're sending everybody to get health care services 2 hours away. And if there aren't enough patients for those rural health systems, then they are going to go out of business. So we've got to promote access. We've got to make it easier for folks to get to those hospital systems in the first place. I just gave you a couple answers: cut down on illegal immigration, promote veteran choice. But there's a lot more that we could do beyond that. And I think when Donald Trump and I are president, we will.
Hi again. I'm Kim with WEAU. I didn't see that before. My bad. The Senate today blocked an IVF bill. Do you have any comments you want to share about that, especially considering last time Trump was in western Wisconsin, he shared his support for that?
So I think we have to be careful here because the Senate did not block an IVF bill. The Senate blocked a ridiculous show vote bill that had no chance of passing. And I think it highlights one of the problems that I really have with Kamala Harris's entire approach to government. We have to remember, Kamala Harris is the Vice President of the United States. Chuck Schumer, her ally in Congress, is the Senate Majority Leader. You have in the U.S. Senate right now probably 100 votes or maybe 99 votes that support fertility treatment and want to make it easier for young women to get access to fertility treatment. Now, did Kamala Harris and Chuck Schumer come together and produce a bipartisan bill? No. They shoved through a vote today knowing it would have no chance of passing because they wanted to be able to say, we support IVF and the other guys don't. But that's not a real support of IVF. That's political showmanship, and I think Wisconsinites are sick of it. Let's do real legislation and real policy in this country, not these ridiculous show votes. By the way, I take this a little personally because the most significant bipartisan legislation to get out of any committee the last 2 years in the United States Senate was a railway safety bill that I authored with some of my Democratic colleagues, okay? And the basic idea of this bill, by the way, is trains shouldn't be able to crash into rural communities or urban communities without any consequences. So we want to make those train companies operate a little bit more safely. That bill right now could pass the United States Senate. Chuck Schumer's not bringing it up because he's not interested in making policy. And Kamala Harris, she's not interested in making policy. They're interested in ridiculous show votes so that they can win elections. The American people deserve more. They deserve competent government. They deserve people who do things, who don't just talk about doing stuff. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. This is Veronica from CNN. If I could ask a follow-up question on the IVF bill. How can voters trust lawmakers' sincerity to protect IVF if both parties keep blocking every proposal from moving forward? Thank you.
Well, look, I just answered that question. And what I said is it is not an IVF bill. It's a Democrat show bill to say that they support IVF when if they really supported access to fertility treatments, they would pass legislation that did exactly that, and they would get every single person in the United States Senate to vote for it. It's really not that complicated here. The problem that Republicans have, just substantively, the problem Republicans have with the bill that they're pushing in the Senate right now is that it would be a huge infringement on religious liberty. I want to protect people's access to fertility treatments. I'd also like to protect Christian hospitals' right to conduct their hospitals as they see fit. And you can do both of those things. We're a big enough country. And again, I think it highlights something where Kamala Harris's record is so different from her actual, what she says on the campaign trail. Her record's totally different from what she talks about. Because look, this is a person who says that she wants to turn the page on the culture wars. Well, we have a piece of legislation that could get 99 or 100 senators right now that would protect fertility treatments and promote access to fertility treatments. She's not working on that. She's not working on that legislation. She would rather use fertility treatments as a weapon politically instead of get something done for the American people. Donald Trump and I think totally differently about government. Let's get things done for the American people, even if you have to take political costs to do it. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Senator Vance. Katrina Kaufman, CBS News. So a woman who was behind an early Facebook post about the Haitian migrants in Springfield has now apologized for spreading false rumors. You say that you have a responsibility to share what your constituents tell you, but don't you also have a responsibility to fact-check them first?
Well, I think the media has a responsibility to fact-check the residents of Springfield, not lie about them. I mean, And look, I think this is really interesting. I actually think this is really interesting, and I've learned a lot about the American media over the last week, and none of it's good, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But look, what I've learned here is, first of all, I've got residents of Springfield who are coming to me with a dozen different problems. They've been talking about it for months or in some cases years. The American media totally ignored it until they showed up to fact-check what some people were saying about pets. Well, why weren't you in Springfield, Ohio 6 months ago talking about the housing crisis? Why wasn't the American media in Springfield, Ohio 6 months ago talking about skyrocketing rates of accidents, of car insurance? Why weren't they talking about the rural health care problem? Why weren't they talking about the rural health care problem because the hospitals have been overwhelmed? Why aren't they talking about the fact that in a small town, you've got a school district that now has 1,000, that's not an exaggeration, 1,000 children who don't even speak English? How are the American children supposed to get a good education when everybody's focused on the other kids, who, by the way, are innocent children, but that doesn't mean they should be at 1,000 in every single American school? So here's the issue. So there's one story out there from multiple people, by the way. Multiple people have come to my office, have said on video, they talk about the pet story. And that's all the American media wants to talk about. And of course, the American media goes into Springfield, dives in, harasses everybody who dares to complain about the condition of the town. That is not journalism, and that's not seeking the truth. That is bullying on an industrial scale. And I think the media ought to be ashamed of itself. And let me just highlight this in a very real way. Yesterday, we got a call from a constituent in my office, a person who's very worried about a lot of the problems in Springfield and has direct eyewitness evidence bearing on a lot of them. And you know what this person said? Please do not share my name with anybody, because the minute somebody in Springfield speaks out, a dozen camera crews show up on their front door trying to destroy their lives. That is disgraceful. That is a disgraceful way to think about journalism and seeking of truth in this country. You ought to go in and listen to everybody. By all means, listen to local officials. By all means, listen to the people who say everything's fine, but listen to the people who say this town has been overwhelmed by 20,000 migrants and they can't take it anymore. And by the way, that story of a small town overwhelmed by Kamala Harris's open border, it is coming to every state in this union under Kamala Harris's policies. We've got to stop it.
Hi, Senator. Taylor Poplars with Spectrum News. Thank you for the time. Last night, you spoke at the Faith and Freedom Coalition dinner in Georgia. The coalition says on its website that it, quote, supports public policies that strengthen traditional marriage. As voters are learning about you as a vice presidential nominee, they'll learn that you were baptized as Catholic in 2019 and that you speak at events like this. Can you clarify where you stand on same-sex marriage?
Look, Taylor, I think this issue has long sailed in this country. The Supreme Court ruled that same-sex marriage is the law of the land, and nobody is trying to change that. That is not an issue that we're focused on at all in this country. And I mean not at all. Whether you're pro or anti, most people recognize that ship has sailed. And certainly President Trump, you know what we're focused on? We're focused on making groceries more affordable for American citizens. We're focused on making housing more affordable. We're focused on bringing peace back to the world. We're focused on solving the problems that a national government ought to solve. Whether you're gay or straight, you are welcome in Donald Trump's Republican Party, so long as you believe in common sense. So long as you believe in common sense, you're welcome in Donald Trump's Republican Party. And I got to say, we should ask ourselves, how is it that Donald Trump managed to assemble a coalition that is Brian Kemp, Nikki Haley, Donald Trump, Robert F. Kennedy, and Tulsi Gabbard? What could that possibly mean other than the Democrats have gone loony and we're the party of common sense?
Hi, Senator. Thank you for taking our questions. My questions for you is, do you plan to visit Springfield at any time soon? And Governor DeWine said at a press conference today that you guys haven't spoken since the events in Springfield have played out. Do you plan to reach out to him?
Well, first of all, our office has been in constant contact with the governor's office. In Springfield, Ohio, I mean, I've probably been to Springfield 100 times in my life. It's a town about 45 minutes away from where I grew up. It's got like a very famous ice cream place, and if you know anything about me, I love my ice cream. And so I've taken my kids there any number of times. We probably have some pretty good ice cream in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, I imagine, right? But look, I do want to go to Springfield, and I do want to talk with folks on the ground. We also have to be honest that they've got a local law enforcement agencies that are stressed out by what's going on, including the influx of 20,000 migrants. Is it the best interest of Springfield for me to show up with a 40-person strong Secret Service detail right now? Maybe not. So we're going to do what's in the best interest of the citizens of Springfield, but we're going to keep in contact. I mean, every single day we are hearing from multiple people on the ground in Springfield trying to understand what's going on and trying to help where we can, and that's what we're going to keep on doing. And certainly we're going to visit, but we're going to visit in a way that's consistent with the best interest of the resident of the town. And finally, let me just remind, just while we're on the topic of Springfield, we have to remember here, Springfield is a microcosm of what Kamala Harris's open border is going to do in every town and every city in this country. Now, the promise, these guys actually say the promise is that if we bring in millions and millions of illegal, low-wage migrants, we are going to make America more prosperous. That's what they say. Well, check the tape on what's going on in Springfield. You get people getting evicted, thrown out of their houses to make way for migrants who are on housing benefits, paid for by your tax dollars, evicting American citizens. We've got an overwhelmed hospital system, an overwhelmed school system. We've got residents, black and white, by the way, who talk about not even driving on certain sides of town because the car accident rates are so bad. And, of course, that's jacked up car insurance rates for all the people in this town. It is an unbelievable tragedy, totally unforced, invited by Kamala Harris's open border, and it must stop.
Hi, Senator. Caitlin Corelli with the Daily
Mail. And we'll do two more questions, and then I'll leave you with some final thoughts, and we'll hit the road. Ma'am.
Okay, Senator, thank you. Caitlin Corelli with the Daily Mail. Vice President Harris said again today that the, quote, hateful rhetoric over migrants eating pets is what has caused the bomb threats in Springfield. Can you just respond to her latest, please, on this?
I think that's basically my response. Just put that in the paper, loud boos and 2 thumbs down. That's my response to what Kamala Harris said. Look, here's, you guys are going to get me all fired up again. I was ready to leave. Here's the thing about this. It's what happened in Springfield is not just disgraceful because it's made people's lives worse. What's happened is disgraceful because the way that Kamala Harris and her media allies have tried to silence the people from daring to complain that life has gotten worse in their own community, in their own country. Think about this. Think about this. The argument was that because Donald Trump and I and the many, many hundreds of residents of Springfield that we've talked to in the last few weeks, because we dared to point out that life has gotten worse for those citizens, we are somehow to blame because a psychopath called in a bomb threat. Now, that story actually got a little bit more complicated in the last 24 hours because you know who was calling in the bomb threats? People who were living in foreign countries. Mike DeWine, the governor of Ohio, came out and said the bomb threats are coming from foreign countries. And he actually said primarily one country. I'd like to know what country that is. But look, the media is laundering literal foreign disinformation in an effort to silence the citizens of their own country from participating in an American election. It is despicable, and it has to stop. We cannot... Think about it. Let's just say, God forbid, these bomb threats were being called in from America and not from a foreign country. It actually doesn't change it that much because, look, bomb threats are despicable. We condemn violence, and, of course, we condemn threats of violence. But we do not believe in a heckler's veto in this country. The fact that some psychopath is calling in bomb threats, does that mean the residents of Springfield are not allowed to be annoyed about housing prices? Does that mean that they're not allowed to complain about 20,000 migrants being dropped on their doorstep? Does that mean a mom is not allowed to be frustrated that hospital wait times have gotten so long that her kids can't get treatment for basic medical conditions? That is a ridiculous principle. And the principle, actually, if you think about it, it's all about censorship. It's moral blackmail in the favor of censorship, and I reject it, whoever's doing it.
Hi, Senator Jake Traylor, NBC News. Given your remarks on Sunday that you don't speak on behalf of former President Trump before you've spoken to him about an issue, I know you said the likelihood of a federal abortion ban coming to a president's desk is very unlikely, but given the topicality of the issue of abortion, don't you think that's something running mates should have discussed before?
Well, we have discussed the topic of abortion many, many times. What we hadn't discussed is a ridiculous hypothetical of a federal abortion ban coming to his desk. Because, look, President Trump, and to be fair, I think he's right about this, we shouldn't take the media bait. We shouldn't discuss things that aren't actually going to become law in this country. So when he says, I think that abortion should be a state's issue, and he says that I'm not backing a national abortion ban, then that should be enough to end the discussion. You take him for his word or you don't, but the idea... you could ask a million different pieces of legislation, would you veto that piece of legislation? And I wouldn't have talked to Donald Trump about it unless he actually supports the substance of those legislation. So let's not engage in stupid hypotheticals. Let's not engage in something that's never actually going to happen. The president thinks abortion should be decided by the states. He's been as consistent as he could about that issue. Thank you. You know, Mike, I'll give you a question just to be nice. This will be our last question. And this is the New York Times, so don't hold it against them.
The paper of record, New York Times. I appreciate you inviting the tough questions and your crowd welcoming the tough questions here. The question is
I'm sure you're going to ask me an easy one, though, Mike, just to make up for it.
The question is about Springfield, not about the situation, but the style, which I think is something new that we're seeing on the campaign trail. You've said, regardless of what the exact precise facts are here, it's worth it to make the larger point of in town overrun by immigration.
Well, I'd say, Mike, you ask your question, yes, but no, I didn't say regardless of the precise facts. I said you have to listen to what people are saying. Right? The media has tried to say now for days that I've made up this story. I haven't made up anything. I've just listened to people who were telling me these things. And when I said, and the media always does this, they're very dishonest, when I say that I created a story, I'm talking about the media story. By focusing the press's attention on what's going on in Springfield, I'm not making anything up. I'm just telling you what my own constituents are telling me. But ask your question.
That's the point. Your willingness to shine a light on issues you see as important.
Sure.
And I'm wondering if you can describe, if you know where your line is on that. Something, at what point what's something you're willing not to say in order to make a point that is important to you?
Well, I mean, come on.
If you know.
Mike. Well,
it was
Mike,
a question for him,
Mike,
not the crowd.
What I wouldn't say is that the New York Times is a respectable paper. That's one thing I wouldn't be willing to say. But all kidding aside, if one person had called me and said, I'm seeing this in Springfield, we maybe let that pass. When 4, 5, 6, 7 people are telling me they see something in Springfield, and on top of it, that there are certain people who refuse to listen to them, who refuse to take their concerns seriously, that's when it's my job as a United States Senator to listen to my constituents. That's really, it's very simple. Now, I mean, look, there's a lot of crazy stuff you read about. I mean, one of these things, I don't know if you saw this story from a couple of years ago that, like, the Defense Department had declassified the UFO stuff. Did you see that? That was a crazy story. I don't talk about that because I have no idea what's going on. So my standard for whether I talk about something, Mike, is whether enough people that I trust bring it to me, at least to the point where I feel like I've got to investigate it myself, not just trust the media to do their job, because a lot of times they don't. So, thank you. Please, please. I think that American political candidates ought to talk to the media, unlike Kamala Harris. But what I like to do is to start with the local Michigan reporters. We'll have some folks back there pointing them out, and then if we've got time afterwards, we'll take some questions from the national pool as well. So I think I've got one question right there in the back.
Beth LeBlanc with the Detroit News. Quick question. I know you've mentioned that we're too reliant on Chinese-made electric vehicles. What do you think about bringing some of that manufacturing back to Michigan? Some of the incentives recently for Goshen or for the Ford Marshall project, they're saying they're trying to accomplish that. I guess, how do you address that or respond to it?
Well, I think the most important thing that we want to do is we want to manufacture in the United States of America, but we want American workers and American companies to do it, right? That's part of the problem with the Goshen facility. But look, the Inflation Explosion Act, which is really a green energy scam act, what Kamala Harris did in that legislation is they put hundreds of billions of dollars of subsidies for electric vehicles, but they didn't do anything to really guarantee those electric vehicles would be made in the United States of America. So think about how little sense this makes. We're going to tax American citizens and give a bunch of money away to rich people to buy electric cars made in China. It's the dumbest economic policy in the history of this country, and we've done a lot of stupid things over the last 40 years. But the crazy thing here is you could have a totally different approach to economic policy, and that's what Donald Trump did. That's why his economic policies worked so well, and that is his plan for what to do again. Now, Kamala Harris, it's so funny to me. She keeps on talking about how she's got a plan to fix all these problems. And like I said, the obvious question is, well, if you've got this great plan, why don't you do it right now? You're the vice president right now. Go do something with all that power the American people gave you. The second point I make is she says she has all these great plans. Well, what are they? Because every time she talks with any detail, which is very rarely, about her policy, she just sounds like Donald Trump. She copies it's like she went on President Trump's website and copied every single one of his viewpoints, even though she's governed the exact opposite. And this is a person who said she wanted to ban fracking. And now she says she supports fracking. This is a person who said that she wants a secure border even though her policies opened up the American southern border. She wants to support American energy even though her policies, she's gone to war against American energy. You know, Kamala Harris and what she says and how she's governed are two totally different people. We've never had a faker, more fraudulent person run for President of the United States, and we got to remind people of that every single day. So to put it simply, we want to cut taxes on American workers. We want to reward companies that are making things in the United States of America. And if you want to make something in China using Chinese slave labor, you're going to have to pay a big fat tariff before your products come back into the United States of America. Next question.
Hi, JD. This is Autumn Pitcher with News Channel 3 out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. With the former assassination attempt on former President Trump, are you and Trump considering having campaign events inside moving forward? And then also, was this event inside today because of that?
So I believe this event, that you'd have to ask the organizers, we'll follow up with you afterwards. I believe this event was already planned to be inside, so I don't think there's any change in security. By the way, with close to 500 patriots in the state of Michigan in this building right now and outside, I'd like to see an assassin try to come in this room. They come to the wrong place if you try to walk into this place right now. And while we're on that topic, by the way, I know we've got a couple hundred people outside. I want to give them a shout out. I'm sorry you couldn't make it. I'm sorry we hit capacity, but God bless you guys. I know you can hear me. You can't see me, but I'm grateful to you. But look, fundamentally, there's some risk inherent in this. I think the president has showed this, and I think that I'm trying to follow his example, which is when an assassin tried to take him down in Butler, PA, just about 6 weeks ago. He didn't hide in the basement. He didn't run away from the American people. He said, you know what? I want to be the people's president, so I got to get out there and talk to them. And that's what I'm going to keep on doing. And yes, there are some risks related to the Secret Service detail. I thank these guys every day for what they do. God bless you. But we're going to keep on getting out there talking to the American people because that's what they deserve. If you are too afraid to talk to a friendly media reporter, then you shouldn't be the people's president of the United States. It's the story of Kamala Harris's campaign. She wants to lead the United States of America. She wants to be in a private room with Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, but she's terrified of the friendly American press corps. It's a total disgrace, and I'm never going to follow her example. I'm going to follow Donald J. Trump's example. Get out there and talk to people. Now, since you asked the question, I do want to say just one other thing about that, which is, number one, there have been 2 attempts on his life in just a couple of months. Donald Trump ought to have the same detail as Joe Biden. That is a policy choice that our federal government has decided that Donald Trump deserves a lesser level of protection. Maybe with any normal, formal president, that makes sense. It clearly doesn't meet the challenge of what Donald J. Trump is dealing with. So we ought to bump up his security. We, of course, want to be as careful as possible, and we want to make it so that we cut out the ridiculous rhetoric that I think has put a giant target on Donald Trump's back. Now, I have to say this because, look, whether Republicans do a better job at showing respect, at trying to debate our differences without, going into personal attacks. But the media trying to both sides this issue after 2 people have taken a swing at Donald J. Trump's life is ridiculous. Don't lecture Donald Trump about softening his rhetoric after 2 people tried to kill him. It's ridiculous. Tell Kamala Harris, tell Joe Biden, tell all of her surrogates who are saying things like Donald Trump needs to be eliminated, they need to cut that crap out or they're going to get somebody hurt. In fact, they already did get somebody hurt. Corey Compertori lost his life. 2 other people nearly lost their lives in Butler, PA, because these guys have let the rhetoric in this country get totally out of control. I don't believe in censorship. I don't believe in trying to shut people up. I believe in debating people. But what these guys have tried to do, every single time they get an opportunity, they want to throw them in prison. They want to kick him off social media. They want to do everything that they can to silence Donald Trump, and they send that signal with every action that they take. Well, if you're trying to silence Donald Trump and you're sending the message, we have to do everything that we can to silence Donald Trump, a crazy person is eventually going to take that message to heart. Thank God nothing truly tragic has happened to Donald Trump. Democrats have got to cut this crap out, respect their fellow Americans, debate our differences. Don't try to get your... Don't try to censor your political opponents, because censorship will eventually lead to political violence. We've seen that now twice in the last couple of months, and I hope Democrats learn the lesson. Next question.
Hi, Senator. Riley Connell with WILX News 10 in Lansing. You spoke a few moments ago about some of those day one tax cut plans for the American people. Can you talk a little bit more about what that plan might look like, what it might look like for folks in Michigan, some of those plans to cut costs for folks maybe right here in the audience?
Yeah. Well, first of all, Kamala Harris has said explicitly that she wants to raise your taxes because she wants to let the Trump tax cuts expire, and we know that the people who benefited the most from those tax cuts were working and middle-class Michiganders, people in this room. So Kamala Harris is actually promising a massive tax increase. I talk to the president about this all the time. It's funny, normally politicians, even if they don't mean it, they'll go around and Kamala Harris will say, well, I'm going to cut your taxes. Well, she's actually saying we're going to let the Donald Trump tax cuts expire. She's explicitly running on a promise to raise taxes. It's the dumbest political move, but it will tank this economy and will make life even more unaffordable for Michiganders. It's a disaster, and that's why we've got to renew those tax cuts. But when we talk about prices, this is very, very important. The Kamala Harris administration has implemented about $900 billion worth of regulations in this country. And who do we think that falls on? The people in this room, people all across the state of Michigan. They're the ones who suffer when you create $900 billion worth of regulations. Who suffers when you jack up the cost of energy to a level it's never been before in this country? It's everybody, because everything requires energy, right? So when you increase the cost of energy, you increase the cost of housing, you increase the cost of food, and you, of course, increase the cost of people's utility bills. And all those things have, as everybody in this room will attest, all those things have gone up because of Kamala Harris's policies. We could lower prices on day one if we just unleashed American energy. It's the most important thing that we can do to make life more affordable in this country. Donald J. Trump and I are going to do it, and it's actually simple. Because sometimes public policy is complicated, but sometimes all we have to do is undo the regulations on American energy started by Kamala Harris. We do that, life will become more affordable for the people in this room and all across the state. We've got to do it. Thank you all. Next question. Sir.
Good afternoon, Senator Vance. Arpan Lobo with the Detroit Free Press. You mentioned about the need for border security. States that have lost population or experienced slow population growth, like Michigan, have turned to immigrants in a way to kind of maintain economic competitiveness. I wanted to ask you, is there a plan, if President Trump were to be reelected under your administration, to balance the border security, but also address like economic viability in places like Michigan, which have made efforts to attract legal immigrants to bolster economic competitiveness?
Well, look, I reject the idea. I reject the idea that there is some sort of tension between securing your border and having economic growth. If you look at the history of this country, we had a very, very strong border and a rapidly growing economy. It's only in the last 20, 30 years where American leaders decided we should open the floodgates. And what have we seen over the last 20 to 30 years? Declining standards of living. If the solution to our economic growth problems was to import millions and millions of illegal immigrants, then every country in Europe would be doing a lot better than they are right now. And frankly, the United States would be doing better today than it was 4 years ago. We're doing worse today than 4 years ago because we allowed this flood of migration. Now, the other thing that I think the question betrays a certain misunderstanding on, sir, is look, why have people left Michigan? I talk to this all the time. Two reasons. When I talk to people, you just heard a bunch of people shouted out the answer. It's consistent with everything that I've heard. Why have people left Michigan in the last 15, 20 years? Two things: high taxes and a lack of good jobs. So the idea that the solution to a lack of jobs is to import a lot more people who are going to compete with Michiganders for the jobs that are here. No, create more jobs. That's how you bring people back to Michigan. And most importantly, thank you. I thought that was a pretty good answer. I didn't think it was a very good answer. That was a hell of a response to that one. But one other just point on that question, sir, is look, we in this country have run an experiment of importing millions and millions of people instead of building economic development right here at home. And I think it's a huge mistake, and we've got to go in the other direction. There are a lot, I'm sure, of parents and grandparents in here who love this community, who would like their children to be able to get a good job and start a family in this community, not to have to move either to Detroit or more likely completely outside the state just to have a good opportunity and a good life. The only way to do that is to promote economic development in our rural areas, let our farmers do what they need to do, and build more manufacturing in the United States of America. We just are not going to create prosperity with more and more cheap labor. We're going to create prosperity with more and more jobs for more and more American workers. Next question.
Hi, Danielle James with MLive. I'm curious, and I want to touch back on the multiple assassination attempts against the former president. You talked about rhetoric contributing to these assassination attempts. Do you believe this rhetoric from Democrats is one-sided, and is there anything that can be done to combat it and promote civility within your party?
Well, look, do I think the rhetoric is all one-sided? Of course not. Right? There are absolutely people on our side who say things that I think are ridiculous that they shouldn't say. But what is one-sided is that our guy is the one who keeps getting shot at. That's what's one-sided. And I think that, you know, for all the Democrats, and I understand where this impulse comes from. I understand where this desire to say, well, everybody needs to do better. Look, I'm running as vice president. I agree. I can sometimes do better, but we have to remember Donald Trump is the one getting shot at. So if you are running, look, if people had taken an attempt on Kamala Harris's life, I would be looking in the mirror and saying, how could we do a lot better? But here we are. Two people have now tried to assassinate Donald Trump, and all the media can talk about is we need more censorship, and they're still talking about Donald Trump as if he's a threat that needs to be eliminated. They haven't learned a damn thing, and they're going to get somebody killed. They've got to stop this. They've got to stop it. Sir.
My name is Josh Berry, WXMI Fox 17. Each one of the candidates at the top of the two tickets have made their way to West Michigan. We're going to see you all likely again before the election. Having talked to people at both of these rallies, I'm wondering, do you gauge support based on these competing rallies in this area? And do you see a disconnect as the candidate between supporters who would go to a Tim Walz rally at a museum in downtown Grand Rapids versus supporters here to rally for you in a barn in rural Sparta?
Well, no, I don't see a disconnect. I think there's nothing wrong with having a rally in a barn, right? But look, there's nothing wrong with having a rally in a museum. And if you look at what we've been doing, I've been to downtown Grand Rapids, I think twice now in this campaign, just in the last few weeks. And we've been in rural parts of Michigan. We've been in urban parts of Michigan, suburban parts. We're going to go everywhere because I think you ought to try to earn every person's vote. And that's how Donald Trump and I think about this race. Now, look, I'm a realist about politics. Any campaign, there's two things you're trying to do. You're trying to persuade swing voters, right? People who haven't yet decided. And my argument to swing voters is simple. You've got two very different records. Donald Trump's record was peace and prosperity, no wars, lower inflation, rising wages, and Kamala Harris has been chaos all over the world. She can't answer a single question without sounding like a whatever. And she's had policies that have made it impossible for people to afford housing and food in the country that all of us love. So the records are totally different. That's my argument to swing voters. My argument to voters who are already going to vote for us, but of course this is the second part of any political campaign, is we got to get out there and actually vote. And I know every single person in this room, every single one of us knows at least one person who's going to vote for Donald J. Trump, but only if they actually go to the polls, okay? Every single one of us has a responsibility to call that person, to offer to drive that person, and make sure that every single one of us gets out there and makes our voice heard on November 5th. That's what we have to do. Or before November 5th, right? Because we know that Democrats have beaten us in early voting for a long time. I don't like the idea that we have election season. I think we ought to have election day in this country. But whether we like it or not, we've got election season, so we might as well take advantage of it, or the Democrats are ultimately going to win this race. Now, think about this. I've seen this play out in every race that I've ever been involved in, where I've got friends of mine who are running. It's like you take 100 people, and 95 of them, 100 people are going to vote for Donald Trump, or 100 people who are going to vote for, whatever candidate that I think they should vote for. 95 of them eventually do it. And then 5 of them wait until Election Day, and then what happens? Well, mom gets sick, so you got to go and take her to the hospital. Or the kid, you got to go pick him up from school. Or maybe something comes up at work unexpected, and you're there too late, and you don't get an opportunity to make your voice heard. We've got to take advantage of every single thing that we have, and I know Pete Hoekstra will talk about this, has talked about this. We have got to get out there and make our voices heard. Now, I'll tell you, a Senate colleague, one of my favorite lines from any other political figure is he'll go in front of audiences and say, look, I want every single one of you to get out there and vote 10 times. And people get kind of uncomfortable. They sit and sort of shuffle their chairs a little bit. They laugh a little bit. Well, we're Republicans. We don't vote 10 times. We only vote once. Well, here's the way to legally vote 10 times. Take yourself to the polls, but take 9 other people to the polls too. And that's what all of us, I encourage you, all of us to do. Maybe we'll take just a couple more questions, then we'll have to get on the road. Ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. I wanted to ask you about abortion. There was a story this week from ProPublica about 2 women in Georgia who died. They were trying to get abortions. You might have seen the story. And I wanted to ask you, firstly, the Harris campaign put out a statement about it this morning. I wanted to get your thoughts about the women. And then I also wanted to ask you, policy-wise, if you see a role that the Trump administration can play in instances where states have abortion bans that limit or allow women who have medical reasons to get abortions, in this instance, what the federal government can do in this instance.
Well, I haven't seen the story about 2 women. I saw a story about 1 woman in Georgia, and maybe it's the same story. I assume that that's at least half of the story. And I mean, look, my initial reaction to it is what an unbelievable and terrible human tragedy. I mean, you get this beautiful young girl, beautiful young child, and this boy's mom has been taken from him. And I don't know that any person in this country would say that's anything other than a terrible tragedy. She should be with her son. She should be still with us. And it's a terrible, terrible thing that she isn't. Now, I will also say that we have to remember that these things are extremely complicated. And I don't know the full details of exactly what happened, but one of the reasons why every single person, whether they're pro-life or pro-choice in this country, I've never spoken to a single pro-life person who doesn't believe in exceptions to cover this exact scenario. Where you have a pregnancy that is endangering a woman's life, it is a terrible, terrible tragedy, but you've got to let that woman make the decision that makes the most sense for her. It's called the life of the mother exception. Every single pro-life person, even people who are very, very hardcore on the pro-life issue, they believe in a life of the mother exception. So I'd like to learn a little bit more about this case and understand the details a little bit better, but it's an unspeakable tragedy. It should never happen in this country, and that's why we believe on the pro-life side in the life of the mother exception.
Hi, Senator. It's Kit again. Thanks for taking my question. I want to go back to what you said about believing that Trump needs the same security detail as Biden. Do you know if there's efforts underway to make that happen? And have you specifically requested more Secret Service protection?
So, Kit, I have not requested more Secret Service protection. I think that we have what we need. And again, I think these guys are doing a great job, and I'm thankful for them, and I'm proud of them. And Now, sometimes I wish they would drive a little bit faster. I mean, these Secret Service agents, they drive like Miss Daisy, and I'm trying to see, well, I got Matt to laugh a little bit here. But they do not go faster than 68 miles per hour on the highway. I'd like to change that, Kid. But otherwise, no changes to my Secret Service detail. But in terms of what's going on with President Trump, I do not know, to be clear, whether the president, meaning President Trump, has requested additional protection. I've talked to some of my friends on Capitol Hill where they're trying to find ways to appropriate money so that he has a security detail that maps up with President Biden's security detail. That's as much as I know. I don't know how likely those things are to be successful. But look, my pitch to my Democratic friends who, a lot of them, by the way, I think will vote for Donald Trump in November, but even let's say Democratic leadership that has made hating Donald Trump the whole reason of their existence in politics, what I'd say is assassinations destroy the social fabric of this country. I mean, we're very proud on our side to have the support of Bobby Kennedy Jr., and he's a great guy. I've gotten to know him very well over the last few weeks. But I think in many ways this country never healed from the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And yeah, there were a lot of people who didn't like Bobby Kennedy. There were a lot of people who loved him. But whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, if an assassin takes out a presidential candidate in the midst of this election, it is going to cause a rift and a wound in this country that will be so deep it will never heal. So we cannot let this happen. We cannot let another person take a credible shot at Donald Trump's life. It's disgraceful, and we can do more to protect him, and I think that we have to do more to protect him, not just for his sake, but for the sake of the American people and our shared project as American citizens. So let me leave you with just this final thought here. And again, thank you all for being here. But there was a story that dominated headlines last week. It was actually a story in southwestern Ohio, about 45 minutes from where I grew up, a town called Springfield, Ohio. And what happened in Springfield, I think, is an example of what Kamala Harris's open border, what she wants to do to every small town and big city in this country, which is over the last few years, 20,000 migrants, primarily from Haiti, have been dropped into Springfield, Ohio. And it's caused an incredible stress on nearly every local service. You've got public schools where there are 1,000 kids in a small town, 1,000 kids who don't speak English. You've got local hospitals and clinics that are totally overwhelmed. You've got 8,000 people on the Medicaid rolls that weren't even in the community just 3 short years ago. And you've got a lot of people getting evicted from their homes to make way for people who are receiving government benefits. The idea of kicking American citizens out of their homes for non-citizens who are receiving a welfare check is disgraceful, and it shouldn't happen. It is an absolute disgrace. But President Trump and I have been talking about this issue. We're going to keep on talking about this issue because all over the country, I just saw a story about a small town in Pennsylvania where something else similar is happening. You've got a massive influx of migrants. You've got people who now can't afford housing. And in the name of Kamala Harris's open border, it is a disgrace. But I want to tell you what's even more disgraceful. What's even more disgraceful than the policy is the effort to silence the residents of Springfield. I've seen this from the American media, a lot of people who pretend to be fair journalists. You know what they've been saying? For the last few days, Springfield has been experiencing an unbelievable number, something like 35, 40 bomb threats in Springfield in just the last few days. And you know what the governor of Ohio came out yesterday and said? Every single one of those bomb threats was a hoax. And all of those bomb threats came from foreign countries. So the American media, for 3 days has been lying and saying that Donald Trump and I are inciting bomb threats, when in reality, the American media has been laundering foreign disinformation. It is disgusting. And every single one of them owes the residents of Springfield an apology. But I think it illustrates something, my friends, that is so sick from the American press in 2024. And it's that instead of talking about the crises in our country, they try to silence the people who are experiencing them. Because their message in talking about these bomb threats and in lying to the American people and saying they came from me and Donald Trump, what they're doing is trying to shut all of us up. They're inflow because now these bomb threats are happening. How dare you complain about the fact that you can't afford housing? How dare you complain about Kamala's open border? The media conspired to shut American citizens up. They owe every single American an apology, and they ought to... And after giving every single American an apology, why don't they think about covering the real crisis, which is Kamala's open border and its many, many victims? Focus on the real story, American media. Stop trying to shut up the people who are telling the real story. Do your job. Cover what's going on in this race, and the American people will be better off for it. At least 5-10 minutes to take some questions from the reporters in the back. I would ask that we start out with local reporters, and then if we've got time afterwards, we'll go to the national folks. Sir.
Hey, Jeff Moore, Carolina Journal. Thanks for being here. I saw you at a football game this weekend. I'm wondering, as you work your way across the country, what your impression is about your interactions with voters in North Carolina and the policy successes of North Carolina over these last 10 or 15 years. Do you draw any inspiration there that you would like to take up to D.C.?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I guess my takeaway from North Carolina voters is, look, you guys have a great spirit here in North Carolina. You go to I went to the ECU App State game, what do they call it? The cross-state rivalry, is that what? So I went there and people were fired up, they were excited, and unlike an Ohio State-Michigan game, nobody was fighting each other at the ECU App State game. So what I took away from that is that people here, they love their state, they love their football teams, but they can disagree with one another. They can argue about a football game or argue about politics and still be on the same American family. And I think that's a very unique and great thing about North Carolina. This is a state on the move. Right? This is a state with ambitious people. A lot of the folks that I meet, another takeaway from some of the folks I talked to in North Carolina is a lot of folks came here from other states. Right, there are a lot of North Carolina natives, but there are a lot of people who've transplanted here because of the great job opportunities. So this is a state where we're optimistic about the future, and I think people here recognize better than anybody that we are ready to unleash a great period of American spirit and American innovation. We just got to fire the current occupants of the White House and get somebody better in there. But a thing that I'll take from North Carolina, because I've invested in companies in North Carolina before, and I care a lot about, and I've focused a lot on what's going on in innovation and technology here. I think North Carolina has shown that if you have common sense economic policies and you've got common sense energy policies, you can build an economy that is rapid, growing, and really, really exciting for all the residents here. But we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that if we've got broken federal policies in Washington, D.C. I mean, one way of thinking about the fundamental difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's economic policies is that Kamala Harris wants to do the same old things that we've been doing. She just wants to bring in a lot of cheap labor to do it. Think about that. What is 25 million illegal aliens about? That's about cheap labor. And why does she want to subsidize shipping American jobs overseas? Because a Chinese slave will work for cheaper than an American middle-class worker. What does Donald Trump and I want to do? We want to build the economy of the future with American workers, American innovation, and American manufacturing. I think North Carolina is primed to be at the lead of that if we get the leadership we need. Yes, ma'am.
Hi,
Hi, Sydney McCoy with Spectrum News 1. So North Carolina has a lot of businesses, but we also have a lot of retirees, and
Sure.
that's expected to grow as well. So do you guys have a plan to increase or decrease taxes on 401ks, especially for retirees?
Well, one of the things the president just came out with last week, actually, is eliminating taxes on Social Security income, which of course would be huge for a lot of our retirees. And I think that, look, we have to recognize that as much as everybody has suffered under Kamala Harris's affordability crisis, the people who've often suffered the most, it's very often our grandparents, right? Because they're living on a fixed income. They can't just go out at 72 and get another job when times get really tight. They're not able to work as easily anymore, and we've got to respect that, and we've got to recognize that. We've also, because of the fentanyl that Kamala Harris has allowed to come across the southern border, we've got a lot of retirees who are taking care of kids who have been orphaned by this drug epidemic, taking care of kids they weren't planning to take care of. And we love them for it, and we're grateful to them for it, but we've got to do a better job of supporting our grandparents, especially those who are taking care of families they weren't expecting to take care of. And you think about what it means to take care of a family on a fixed income when Kamala Harris's policies have led to groceries being 25% higher. That is a disaster for retirees across the state of North Carolina. Or let's say you want to take a vacation, you want to drive down to Florida, drive down to Alabama, to Gulf Shores, where I know a lot of people from North Carolina and Ohio, or you want to go out to the Outer Banks, but now gasoline is 35% higher than it was 3 years ago. There are a lot of people canceling vacations, canceling family meals, and canceling plans for the future because of this inflation. That is the best thing that we can do for our retirees, is to cut it out, get back to common sense economic policies, and make America affordable again, especially for our retirees.
Senator Vance, AP Dillon,
Yes,
North
ma'am.
State Journal. Thank you for taking my question. You had talked earlier about energy independence. Could you expand on that just a little bit more? Are we talking opening up gas leases, or what does that have an impact for North Carolina, and how will that impact basically the eastern coast?
Well, there are a few different things that we have to do. Number one, the Harris campaign, or the Harris vice presidency, has imposed a number of power plant regulations that are absolutely nonsensical and raise the cost of energy for North Carolina consumers. The second thing is we've got a lot of natural gas capacity all across our country. We don't have the pipelines to get this stuff where it needs to go. And Kamala Harris has got to stop shutting down pipelines. We need to be opening up pipelines, lowering costs for American consumers and everybody else. I want to make one more point just very specifically, because people very often don't realize the connection between energy and food prices. And it's connected in a whole host of ways. But you know one other way it's connected is, you know what the main fertilizer that we're using in our farms is derived from natural gas. So if you jack up the cost of natural gas, you're going to make farming more expensive. You're going to make food more expensive. And you want to know something really crazy and should scare all of us? As much as we've got going on in this country, we've got some very serious crises, and this is maybe the biggest. You know when the very first time, I believe in the history of this country, that we became a net food importer? And you know what that means? That means that we're eating more food than we're growing. We've always grown more food than we've eaten in this country. You know the first full year that we became a country where we eat more than we grow? 2023, under the policies of Kamala Harris. So it's bad for our farmers, it's bad for anybody who goes to the grocery store, but this is a massive national security issue. The dumbest decision, I'm 40 years old, the dumbest decision made by American leadership in my lifetime was they decided that we didn't need to make our own stuff anymore. So a lot of things, from the ibuprofen to the antibiotics, to the manufactured goods, a lot of this stuff is made in China or somewhere else. It's a disgrace, and we've got to stop it. But if it was a mistake to ship our industrial base off to China, then isn't it an even bigger mistake to ship our food supply to countries that very often hate us? This is craziness. So our plan is very simply manufacture more in the United States of America, grow more food in the United States of America, self-reliance, American jobs for American workers. That is the path to prosperity and also to national security. Thank you. Ma'am.
Hi, Senator. Lucille Sherman with Axios Raleigh. You mentioned food and manufacturing industries. Deporting migrant workers could have a significant impact on a state like North Carolina, which relies on migrant workers for hog farming, crop harvesting, construction, and more. How would your administration address that?
Well, first of all, if you talk to farmers, farmers are as upset about the open border as almost anybody else. So I think farmers, and certainly I reject the idea that the only way to have a productive farm economy is to allow 25 million illegal aliens into this country. It doesn't make an ounce of sense. Again, we cannot import cheap labor. We cannot import 25 million illegal aliens and expect that that is going to be the path to prosperity. It doesn't work like that, and we've now tried this for 3.5 years. Think about it. The Kamala Harris argument is that if you let in millions upon millions of low-wage illegal laborers, that is going to make everybody better off. Well, she's been running that experiment for the last 3.5 years, and I don't think many of us feel better off, do we? So let's try a different approach, lean into the future, but do it with American workers and American products. Thank you all. Ma'am.
Hi, Senator. Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal. Thanks for bringing us along. I have a quick big picture and then one on news of the day, if that's okay.
Sure.
Just in terms of you joining the ticket with Donald Trump, with President Trump, before you were a senator and you had your own independent views, some of which were a little bit different than his, maybe even a bit more conservative. Similarly, Vice President Harris was a senator and she joined the ticket. She was a candidate briefly. She had a bit more left-leaning views than President Biden, and when she joined the ticket, she also moderated to be in line with him. So how do you distinguish between the two? Obviously, there is some daylight between what you were saying before and now that you're on the ticket, what you're saying as part of the Trump-Vance team, similar to the vice president. So how do you distinguish that?
So that's the first question. The second question is?
Really quickly, just on the Fed cutting. It's a very Wall Street Journal-y question, but the Fed cut the interest rate today by 0.5 percentage point. Going to alleviate inflation for a lot of people, and so if you have any reaction to that, we'd love it.
Well, look, my reaction is my reaction is a 0.5 point is nothing compared to what American families have been dealing with for the last 3 years. You know, when Donald Trump left office, a lot of Americans were getting 3-4% mortgages. Now they're getting 8% mortgages. A 0.5 point is not going to help those families a whole lot. It's better than nothing. But again, the reason why we have sky-high inflation, the reason why we have high interest rates is because Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act, and then she tried to do everything she could to shut down American energy. So Americans are suffering from this stuff, and the fact that the Fed is going to give them a little relief in the midst of an election, by the way, is nothing compared to the disaster that Kamala Harris's policies have caused in this country. So, on your first question about, look, daylight between me and President Trump and Kamala Harris's daylight between Biden. First of all, there's one big difference on this account. And look, yes, I have changed my mind on things over the years. You know the difference between me and Kamala Harris is I actually stand in front of the American people and explain why. There's nothing wrong with changing your mind in this country, but when you change your mind, you ought to explain to the American people why. It's that simple, and that is the big difference. Now, look, of course, do I agree with President Trump on every single issue? Of course, nobody agrees with any person on every single issue. You know what the difference is between me and President Trump? Number one, he got millions and millions of Republican primary voters. He is the leader of this party, and he sets the agenda. So, of course... So look, of course, the difference, and it's funny that Democrats want to focus on this, the big difference between President Trump and Kamala Harris is votes. He actually got the votes of Republican primary voters, and Kamala Harris never did. And again, the problem with Kamala Harris, if she wants to say she changed her mind, then she is entitled to do that, but only if she stands before the American people and explains why. Stop running from the media, Kamala. They won't bite. Answer some questions. Ma'am.
Hi, Senator. Christine Zhu from NC Newsline. So over the weekend, you went on Meet the Press to talk about what a proposed healthcare plan would look like under the Trump administration.
Sure.
Could you go into more detail about this specifically for North Carolinians and how it helped lower costs?
Yeah, well, step back for a little bit. And the problem with American healthcare is actually that it works really well for most Americans and it works really poorly for a lot, right? So if you don't have major health problems, if you just go to the doctor a few times a year to check in, maybe if you got, the flu or something like that, American healthcare actually works okay. But if you've got a serious condition, if you've got a chronic condition, that's where American healthcare is a complete disaster. And whether you're getting healthcare at the Veterans Administration, whether you're on Medicare, or whether you have private insurance, healthcare, if you've got a chronic condition, is a really, really significant problem. And we have got to fix healthcare for everybody, right? And look, the problem with what we've seen over the last few years is I talk to a lot of people, and the biggest complaint they have is they are paying more and more for health insurance premiums, and they're getting less and less out of it. Now again, if you only go to the doctor once a year for a physical, maybe that doesn't bother you as much. But if you're going to the doctor 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times a year, our healthcare system is a disaster and we have got to fix it. We really do. Now, in terms of specific plans, look, the biggest problem with our healthcare system right now is that you have a lot of federal regulations that don't make sense for the healthcare system that we actually have. That's number one. Number two, and so we're gonna actually implement some regulatory reform in the healthcare system that allows people to choose a health care plan that works for them. If you only go to the doctor once a year, you're going to need a different health care plan than somebody who goes to the doctor 14 times a year because they've got chronic pain or they've got some other chronic condition. That's the biggest and most important thing that we have to change. Now, what that will also do is allow people with similar health situations to be in the same risk pools, so that makes our healthcare system work better. It makes it work better for the people with chronic issues. It also makes it work better for everybody else. Now, we also have to remember Donald Trump doesn't just have a plan on this stuff. Donald Trump has a record. And actually, when Donald Trump, even though Kamala Harris likes to take credit for this, it was Donald Trump who got the $35 insulin that made insulin affordable for American consumers. And the final point I make on this, one of the most expensive, significant healthcare costs in our country is, of course, prescription drugs. And remember what President Trump has said repeatedly, something that for some reason, the Harris talks a lot about lowering the cost of drugs, but she never goes here, and the reason she doesn't go here is because she is in the pocket of Big Pharma. And what Donald Trump has said is that Europeans are paying way less for prescription drugs than Americans are. We should let companies bring in drugs from Europe, lower the cost of prescriptions for American consumers, and make everybody better off and healthier in the process. Ma'am.
Hi, Senator. Meena McCarthy with Politico. Question for you about the Haitian migrants in Springfield. So I know you talked a lot about how we need to deport illegal aliens, but I wanted to ask you, the majority of the Haitians in Springfield came under TPS, so they are here legally. And I know you've expressed a lot of your issues with the TPS program and wanting to change that under a Trump-Vance administration. But I guess my question for you is, if you become the vice president under a Trump administration, what will you guys do about the migrants that are already there, since they did arrive legally? And a follow-up to that, if you plan to deport them, how would you do that legally?
Well, look, this is a media and Kamala Harris fact check that I want to clarify and clear up right now. And here's. Now, the media loves to say that the Haitian migrants, hundreds of thousands of them, by the way, 20,000 in Springfield, but hundreds of thousands of them all across our country, they are here legally. And what they mean is that Kamala Harris used two separate programs, mass parole and temporary protective status. She used two programs to wave a wand and to say, we're not going to deport those people here. Well, if Kamala Harris waves the wand illegally and says these people are now here legally, I'm still going to call them an illegal alien. And illegal action from Kamala Harris does not make an alien legal. That is not how this works. And again, I don't want to focus our attention, my friends, on how much the media is gaslighting us and lying to us about this. Parole. We have, let's get into the weeds a little bit, we have a parole power in our immigration laws. And what that means is the president or the vice president can use the power to basically say, this one person, we are going to parole them from complying with our immigration laws on a case-by-case basis. Now, maybe there's some reason. Maybe it's somebody helped us overseas and their life is in imminent danger. You can parole that person. What is fundamentally illegal is for Kamala Harris to say, we're going to grant parole, not on a case-by-case basis, but to millions of illegal aliens who are coming into this country. That does not magically make them legal because Kamala Harris waved the amnesty wand. That makes her border policy a disgrace, and I'm still going to call people illegal aliens. And just think about the shamelessness required from Kamala Harris. Temporary protective status. That is Kamala Harris through a government edict saying you're not allowed to deport people anymore. Those Border Patrol agents who want to do their job, that's Kamala Harris saying you are not allowed to deport people anymore. So Kamala Harris says you can't deport people, and then she says you're also now legal instead of illegal. That is completely bogus. That is straight out of George Orwell. None of us buy it. And here's the final point that I'll make on this. Who consented? Who in this room, who in this country consented to allowing millions of aliens to come into this country unchecked, unvetted? None of us did. None of us did. And the game the media has played here, again, this two-step that Kamala Harris does, I think it's the most disgraceful thing that she has done in her entire campaign. She's going to say, on the one hand, we're going to let in millions of illegal aliens to make your housing costs higher, to make your hospitals overwhelmed, to make your local schools impossible for your children to learn in. She's going to do that, and on the other hand, if you dare complain about it, you are a racist. Kamala Harris, I think that's disgraceful. You ought to have respect enough for your own people to enforce their border laws and listen to them. Listen to them when they complain about it. Don't pretend they're bad people. And look, I think I speak for every person in here, and I think I speak for a lot of people, a lot of undecided voters, but certainly a lot of Republicans, independents, and Democrats who are voting for Donald Trump. We are allowed, under the First Amendment to this country, to tell our leaders that they're doing a bad job. We are allowed, Kamala Harris, to tell you got to stop importing millions of low-wage foreigners into our country. We are allowed, Kamala Harris, to tell you can't jack up the cost of housing by giving foreigners homes instead of American citizens. We're not bad people for loving this country. You're a bad person for doing this to the country in the first place.
Thank you all, please. So we're going to try to take a few questions here, but what I'd like to do is start with local reporters, and then if we've got time afterwards, we'll take some questions from the national folks too. First question, the lights are too bright for me to see you, but I'll hope that you got a microphone back there. Just shout your question at me. Sir, could you repeat the question, please? Just be loud if you could speak directly into the microphone, because it's hard to hear you up here. Well, look, first of all, somebody just gave me an answer. One thing we're going to do to lower the cost of goods, but also to reduce that deficit, is drill, baby, drill. And Pennsylvania's going to benefit as much as anybody. Well, look, I'm glad you asked a question about taxes, and I'll talk about revenue in a second. But the tax issue really does illustrate the difference between Kamala Harris's policies and Donald Trump's policies. Kamala Harris is going around every single day promising that working Americans are going to get a tax increase, and also promising that she's going to reward corporations that ship American jobs overseas. That is the sum total of her tax policy. You know what Donald Trump's tax policy is? He wants to give hardworking Americans a tax cut, and he wants to penalize corporations that are shipping our jobs overseas. Let's build and make things right here in America and reward the companies that do that. Now, when you do that, when you reward American businesses for creating American jobs as opposed to Chinese jobs in China, you'll lower the deficit because that means you have fewer people collecting and more people working and paying into the system. The other thing you're going to do to lower the deficit is to cut out the Medicare, Social Security fraud that we see coming from illegal aliens every single day in this country. We believe that we need to preserve and protect Social Security and Medicare. Kamala Harris wants to bankrupt Medicare and Social Security by giving it to illegal aliens. Is that a good idea, Pennsylvania? And it's not just Social Security and Medicare that the illegal aliens are taking advantage of. We've got housing. We've got numerous types of welfare. We've got numerous types of cash assistance that people who shouldn't even be here are taking advantage of. So I absolutely believe that we can cut taxes on hardworking Americans. The way that we do it is stop paying out hundreds of billions of dollars to illegal aliens who shouldn't even be here, and that's what Donald Trump and I are going to do. Next question. Could you start at the beginning and then repeat the question a little louder? Look, what? That's my first response to the question is boo. That's exactly what we're doing here. But look, the media has lied and misrepresented this, and so, of course, is the Kamala Harris campaign, because Kamala Harris, notice, she's not running on substance, she's just running on dishonesty, because she doesn't have a record she can defend herself. What I said is that we create media stories. In other words, we focus the people's attention on what's already going on. Does anybody really think, I challenge you, go to Springfield, Ohio, which has been overwhelmed by 20,000 Haitian immigrants. Go to any community that's been overwhelmed by Kamala Harris's illegal alien policies and tell me that these are stories made up by politicians. These are stories that people have been living for months or in some cases years. The only thing that Donald Trump and I did is highlighted and focused on them so that you guys would stop ignoring the American people. And by the way, I think it's a little bit rich that the media wants to aggressively fact check every single thing that the residents of Springfield are talking about. These people have been suffering for months or even years. In Springfield, Ohio, people are getting evicted from their apartments and from their homes to make way for people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with. That is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. And it's happening because of Kamala Harris's policies, and a lot of the media and Kamala Harris were ignoring it until we started talking about it. You know what my job is as the future Vice President of the United States, and my current job is as the United States Senator representing the people of Ohio, is to listen to American citizens and fight for them, and that's what I'm going to keep on doing every single day. Next question. So very, very good. That's a very important question, actually. Here's how much weight I put in those polls, and I want to be as precise as I possibly can, 0. That is how much weight I put in those polls. And look, we have, I believe, in our campaign, the very best pollsters working for us, and trust me, we feel extremely good about Pennsylvania and the whole country. Just let me give you a very precise example. I remember the fake media polls in my Ohio Senate race that told us that we were going to lose, and this wasn't in September, this was October, that I was going to lose my Ohio Senate race. And then I had a pollster who said, you know what, we're going to win, and we're going to win by 7 points. And then I won by 7 points. I trust that pollster more than I trust the fake media pollsters. But I think it's important. Look, we shouldn't trust any poll, whether they're good or bad for us. And trust me, there are a lot of good polls for Donald Trump right now. The reason is simple. The polling doesn't matter. Your voice matters. And we got to get out there and make sure you show your voice. And I really do believe that there are, let me take it back to 2020. I remember there was a poll that said that Donald Trump was going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. You may not remember that, but I pay attention to this stuff very closely. They said that Wisconsin was going to be lost by 17 points. It's not just wrong. The purpose of that poll is so that people who support Donald Trump in Wisconsin don't get out there and vote. So whether you're a swing voter or whether you're pro-Trump or whether you're maybe leaning Trump, I don't care how you fall in this election. Don't let the polls convince you not to show up and have your voice heard. Go and vote. It's the only way we're going to fire Kamala Harris. Next question. I think that's right. Well, the first thing that I would do to help Pennsylvania farmers is to cut out the anti-energy policies and make it impossible to operate a farm in the state of Pennsylvania. When I talk to Pennsylvania farmers, what they always tell me is one of the most important, maybe the most significant costs in their business and their farm is energy. Because you can't run a farm without diesel fuel. And a lot of us may not know this, but some of the most important fertilizers that our farmers use actually come from natural gas, good Pennsylvania natural gas. So if you have a president like Kamala Harris, who is actually making energy more expensive, she is waging war on Pennsylvania farmers, and that is, in fact, what she's doing every single day. That's why we got to get her out of there and replace her with Donald J. Trump, who loves our farmers and loves our energy workers. But look, I also think that we absolutely have to invest in Pennsylvania farmers and invest in innovation in our farms. We've got the most innovative farming sector anywhere in the world, but it's not going to stay that way unless we stay ahead of the curve. So it's good to invest in our farmers, but the most important thing is to cut down on energy costs. Here's one more thing I'll say about farming. Kamala Harris came out with this policy that a lot of people didn't pay attention to, but what she talked about is taxing people's land and taxing people's business, not when they sell them, but before they sell them. If you want to destroy the family farm in the United States of America, you will do exactly what Kamala Harris's tax proposal is. And if you want to save family farms in this state and everywhere across the country, we need Donald Trump's tax policies, which are good for workers, good for farmers, and good for everybody else. Next question. Well, first of all, I'd love to have a second debate. We've actually offered Tim Walz a second debate, and they've totally rejected it. But look, I actually think that you should have to earn this job. Like, think about this. I'm asking all of you and everybody watching on TV, the whole country, to do something that really should put a person in awe. I'm asking you to make me the Vice President of the United States. And to do that, that is an awesome and frankly a very humbling thing. But the only way to go and do that is to earn people's vote, not to hide from them in a basement, which is what Kamala Harris is doing. I cannot imagine running the campaign that she's run. She wants to be the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military in the world, and she hides from the people that she wants to lead. I think it's disgraceful. Me and Donald Trump, we get out there as much as possible. We talk to everybody we possibly can because we respect the American people enough to earn their vote. And look, I'm looking forward to the debate. I'm sure Governor Walz is looking forward to the debate, but maybe not. But look, we're going to get out there and we're going to talk to the American people about policy. What do I want to talk about? I want to talk about how can Kamala Harris run away from her record. She pretends that she's been nowhere near the White House for the last 3.5 years. She's the sitting Vice President of the United States. She says that she wants to do a lot of things on day one. She's the sitting Vice President of the United States. And I happen to think that, we should think of an election like a job interview. A person who refuses to do interviews and a person who refuses to acknowledge her own failures and a person who refuses to run on her record, we're not going to give that person a promotion. We're going to get her out of Washington, send her back to San Francisco where she belongs. And I hate to say it, we're running short on time, but I'll do one more question and leave you with a final thought, and then we'll have to hit the road. But one more question. Well, look, first of all, Mike DeWine has endorsed the Trump-Vance ticket, and we are a big tent party, and we're going to have people who have disagreements, and that's okay. You know what the difference is between Kamala Harris's Democrats and Donald Trump's Republican Party is we're okay with disagreement. We're okay with it so long as you've got common sense. We're the party of common sense. Kamala Harris, if you don't support her policies that want to destroy the Pennsylvania energy sector, or if you don't support her policies that want to open the border, she'll try to censor you, she'll try to shut you up. That's not what Donald Trump and I are doing. So let's have the conversation. We're big enough for it. Think about this. Think about our party. And I'm sure there's a diversity of opinions, even just in this room, about the people I'm going to name. But look, we've got Nikki Haley, Brian Kemp, Donald Trump, Bobby Kennedy, and Tulsi Gabbard because we're the party of common sense. That's it. in that spirit, I'm thrilled to have Governor DeWine's support, but there is one thing that he is just wrong about in that argument. The 20,000 Haitian migrants who come to Springfield are part of hundreds of thousands of Haitian migrants, part of 25 million illegal aliens in this country. Now here, when the media says that people are here legally, here's what they mean. That Kamala Harris has granted mass amnesty to millions of illegal aliens. Now, I happen to think that what Kamala Harris has done is not just wrong, it is illegal. So when Kamala Harris uses an illegal action to give amnesty to aliens, that does not make them legal immigrants, that makes them illegal immigrants unless you've lost all common sense. So, I'm going to keep on talking about illegal immigration. I'm going to keep on talking about how Kamala Harris doesn't have the authority to grant mass amnesty. And I'm going to keep on talking about the fact that we need to close down that border and send Kamala Harris back to San Francisco where she belongs. Now, let me... Now, my friends, I want to leave you with one final thought. One of my favorite Senate colleagues, he will, I've only been in politics for 2 years, but I've seen him give a speech where he says, I want you, meaning everybody in the audience, to get out there and vote 10 times. And people get a little uncomfortable. They say, well, we're Republicans, we only vote once. Here's how you can legally vote 10 times. You take yourself to the polls and you make sure 9 other people go right along with you. And that... So, I want everybody right now, get out your phones, right now, take out your phones, and take a photo of me sitting up here, and go on social media, and post the photo, whether you use Facebook or Instagram or X or Twitter, whatever you use. Get out there and post it, and here's what I want you to do. I want you to post the photo, and I want you to talk about why. Tell people why you're voting for Donald Trump. That's number one. And number two, I want you to find at least 9 of your friends, make sure they make a plan to vote, make sure you find a way to help them get to the polls, and do it however makes the most sense for you. Because we've got early voting, we've got mail-in balloting, and of course we've got election day voting. But here's the thing, and we've got to be honest about this because the Democrats have done better at this than us, is they get so many votes by mail, and they get so many early votes that they start out with a massive advantage. And by the way, in Pennsylvania, we're doing a hell of a lot better in 2024 than we did in 2020. I'm telling you, the numbers look good. But we got to keep it up because, look, every single person that I know has a story where they plan to go vote on Election Day, and maybe it's a big presidential election, maybe it's a city council election, whatever the election is, and then something comes up, right? Mom gets sick, and you got to take her to the doctor. One of your kids has to come home from school. You have a later night at work than you expected to do, so we gotta deal with all the unanticipated things that come up. And the best way to do it is to get out there, bank those votes, and here's the message. If we do it, we are going to win. We're going to win, and I want the message from Pennsylvania to be, we're going red, the country is going red, and we are bringing back the common sense leadership of Donald J. Trump. God bless you guys, God bless your families, and God bless Pennsylvania. It's great to be with you.
So, I want to, again, thank you all for being here, and I know that we're a little behind on time, so I won't take as many questions as I normally do, but if we can, let's start with the local reporters. I unfortunately can't see it because the lights are so bright, so if you've got a microphone, just shout a question and I'll answer it.
Hey, Senator Vance. Nick Oxner at WBTV. I want to ask you about Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. The Lieutenant Governor was with you on stage, trying to ask the question, if you'll let me ask it. The Lieutenant Governor was on...
I know I'd get this.
Senator, the Lieutenant Governor was on stage with you and the former president at your August 21st rally in Asheboro, but he's not here with you today. He wasn't with the former president in Wilmington in the wake of the CNN investigation. Is there something disqualifying about the comments uncovered by CNN that wasn't disqualifying about any of the previous comments he made? Is that the question?
Look, here's my view on the lieutenant governor. First of all, what he said or didn't say is ultimately between him and the people of North Carolina. The people of North Carolina are going to make that decision. Now, look, I've seen some of the statements. I haven't seen them all. Some of them are pretty gross, to put it mildly. Mark Robinson says that those statements are false, that he didn't actually speak them. So I think it's up to Mark Robinson to make his case to the people of North Carolina that those weren't his statements, and I'm going to let him make that case. But look, I got to say, this entire episode illustrates something that is fundamentally broken about the American media. You've got in this country right now a record number of Americans who are dying of fentanyl overdoses thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. You've got a record number of young Americans who can't afford to buy a home thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. And you've got a record number of Americans who are struggling to buy groceries thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. The media ought to focus on Kamala Harris and her failure. More interested in pursuing policies that correct the problems of Kamala Harris. A sex scandal in North Carolina is between the lieutenant governor and the people of North Carolina. They're going to make their decision, and we support them.
Senator Vance, Julie with WCNC Charlotte. I'm curious about the debate, how you're feeling ahead of it, how you're preparing, and should this be the last debate of the election cycle?
Well, look, I think one thing that's true about the debates, and whether it should be the last debate of the election cycle, is that Donald Trump accepted a debate on Fox News and Kamala Harris ran from it. And if you think about the difference, between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump did a hostile debate with CNN, a network that's not friendly to him. He did a hostile debate with ABC where, remember, the moderators fact-checked him multiple times and didn't fact-check Kamala Harris when she said outrageous things. Remember, Kamala Harris, just a few weeks ago, you had American troops who were nearly killed in an attack by Iranian militias, and Kamala Harris had the audacity to say there are no troops in active combat. Where was the fact check from ABC for that? And look, if Kamala Harris wants to go on Fox News or wants to do some hostile interviews, we welcome her to do that. But what me and Donald Trump are going to keep on doing is going everywhere and talking to everybody. We talk to the hostile media, we talk to the friendly media, we talk to the national media, we talk to the local media, and we do it because we think the American people deserve leaders who try to earn their vote instead of expecting it to be given to them. Next one.
Senator Vance, thank you so much for answering questions. I'm Stacey Jones with WCCB. I want to ask you, you're talking about hostility, so looking at how things are going in Springfield, Ohio right now, where you made claims that Haitian migrants were eating pets that have since been debunked, there are threats to the community, things are hostile. Knowing that America's so divided right now, would you change anything about the way you spread those now debunked false claims?
Well, what I have a responsibility to do in Springfield, Ohio, or any constituency in the state of Ohio, and if, God willing, the American people honor me by making me their next vice president, this will be my responsibility for the whole country. My responsibility is to listen to the people that I serve and not a biased media. And that's what I'll keep on doing in Springfield, Ohio, or anywhere else. One thing I've learned, and I really do think it's a difference between me and President Trump, and the Kamala Harris campaign is that we listen to people and we try to understand where they're coming from. And think about this, that I've learned this in just 2 years in the United States Senate. When there was a train disaster in East Palestine, Ohio, a lot of residents came to me and told me a lot of things. And some of those things it ended up being not totally true. They were based on rumors. But most of those things ended up being based on reality. And they were treated like enemies by the American media for daring to complain about what's going on in their country. And I'll tell you, I promise that as your next vice president, to the American people, to the people of this great state of North Carolina, I will always listen to you. Even when the media attacks me, I will listen to you about what's going on in your communities, because that's what a leader ought to do. And the final point that I'll make there is that everything that's going on in Springfield, Ohio, first of all, it comes from Kamala Harris's wide open borders. A small town in Ohio, 20,000 migrants into that community. It has stressed every local service. I wish the American media was half as interested in the stress on the local schools, the stress on the hospitals, and unaffordable housing as they are in debunking a story that comes from the residents of Springfield. And you know, the final point that I make on this is it is interesting to me to listen to the American media where they will descend on a town. I've had constituent inbound from inquiries from Springfield, Ohio, just in the last couple of weeks where, you know what they'll say to us? They'll say, hey, this thing's going on in our community. Could you help us investigate it? But please don't put my name out there publicly, because every person who speaks up has 15 news media reporters show up at their doorstep. And to all of the reporters who are listening to these words, whether they're national reporters or local reporters, did you ever think about listening to people instead of harassing them? Did you ever think about telling the truth instead of accepting the word? Did you ever think about listening to people speak their truth instead of listening to some bureaucrat and assuming that everything that they tell you is true? Journalism in this country is increasingly a disgrace. It's about investigating the truth, and unfortunately, far too few reporters do that today. Next question.
Senator Vance,
Yeah.
thank you for taking our question. This is Kelly Kendall from WXII. You just called North Carolina a second home to you, but you also said that you want to leave this situation between voters and Mark Robinson. So I just want to give you one more chance here. Will you continue to support Mark Robinson in this campaign?
Look, I'll continue to support the people of North Carolina. That's what my job is as their next vice president. It's not to tell them. Look, I have spent so much time in this state, and I love this state. It is beautiful. You guys have one of the rare, thank you, we have one of the rare combinations of beautiful mountains and beautiful beaches right here in the state of North Carolina. You ought to be proud of it. I joke with my wife that Ohio also has mountains and beaches, and she says, well, the hills of southeastern Ohio don't count, and Lake Erie doesn't count as a beach. So you guys kind of have us beat on the beachfront. But look, the people in North Carolina, when I'm here, and this is the second event I've done today, you know what I hear about? I hear about concerns regarding inflation. I hear about affordability. I hear from young people who want to be able to afford a home and worried they're never going to be able to. I hear heartbreaking stories from people who say, you know, my parents, they got married and they worked and they were able to afford a home to raise a family in, and I'm worried that's never going to be true for me and my children. Those are the people whose problems I am focused on, not a sex scandal and not something that I think is fundamentally, the voters of North Carolina are focused on the right issues, and that's what our campaign is going to focus on too. All right. And let's do one more question before we hit the road.
Hi, Senator Kit Maher. I just want to clear up, does a Trump campaign still endorse Mark Robinson? And number two, It's reported today that
Go ahead, Kit. Go ahead.
Yeah. Second question is about your debate prep. It's reported that you are enlisting the help of Tom Emmer to sit in for Tim Walz. Could you talk about that choice and how you're preparing for the debate?
Yeah, well, look, Tom Emmer is a great representative from the state of Minnesota. He has not helped us out yet, but I think that we are going to try to call on him in the next couple of weeks as we really start to, think about how to make our best case during this debate. But look, on the Mark Robinson question, Kit, you've heard me answer it now 2 times. I've been asked, I think, 5 questions. Now, three of those questions have been about what Mark Robinson did or did not say 20 years ago on a message board. As I've said, that is Mark Robinson's case to make to the people of North Carolina. I'm not going to make it for him. And the people of North Carolina, they get to be the judges of whether they believe him or not. It's really that simple. Now, but I really cannot believe that the American media is so much more focused on this than on the struggles of their fellow citizens. What happened? What happened to speaking truth to power? What happened to investigating the truth? If the American media wants to focus on a sex scandal, there are plenty of supermarket tabloids that are welcome, that would love to have you. Let's focus on the real issues that affect North Carolina. And final point I'll make on this. Look, people have found, somebody just behind me said Bill Clinton. That's a good point. Bill Clinton spoke at the Democratic National Convention. How many questions have been asked about his very interesting history? But what I'm focused on is not Bill Clinton or Mark Robinson's history. It's how to make the lives of the people of this state better. One thing I wish that I could do for every single person in this room, even the journalists, is I wish that I could take you on our campaign plane and give you the perspective that I've gotten of this country in the past 7 weeks. This is the coolest, other than being a wife to this beautiful lady here and a father to our 3 kids, the greatest honor of my life has been running for this office of Vice President of the United States. And I'll tell you, you see this country through an incredible perspective when you run to be its next vice president. I mean, from the beautiful deserts of Arizona to the mountains of western North Carolina, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world, and we ought to be proud of it. I believe we've got natural resources that the Chinese and the Russians would literally kill for. We have an incredible, bountiful land in addition to having the most beautiful country in the world. And I believe we've got the best people and the best workers anywhere on the face of the earth. The only thing that is broken about this country is the failed leadership of Kamala Harris. Let's fire her and send Donald Trump to the White House, and let's do it together. God bless you guys. Thank you all for having me. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Now, we'll take a few questions from the media, and then we'll have to hit the road. But I can't, unfortunately, the lights are a little bright, so I can't see you. But if you got a microphone, just shout out a question.
Hey, Senator. You came here to talk about the auto industry in Michigan. What do you see as Michigan's role in the future of the industry, whether that is predominantly gas or electric?
Well, look, I think Michigan's role in the industry is going to be the leader of the American auto industry, because it always has been, but only if we get leadership that's going to fight for Michigan auto workers instead of a person who fights to ship their jobs to China. And I think that's the most important thing. Look, we're going to have EVs, and this is the thing. Donald Trump and I are not anti-electric vehicle. We're anti-telling Americans what car they have to drive. That's what we are. But here's what's so crazy about Kamala Harris's EV policies is, on the one hand, she's taxing Americans to send a lot of their money to foreign-made electric vehicles, while on the other hand, she refuses to allow America to dominate not just the manufacture of the electric vehicles, but everything that comes before it. The mining of the minerals, the manufacture of the batteries, they have made making things in the United States practically illegal. And so when they subsidize electric vehicles, they are necessarily subsidizing electric vehicles that are primarily made in China. So here's what Donald Trump and I believe. Number one, let's unshackle the industry and stop these crazy regulations that make it impossible to build things and make things in the United States of America. And number two, let's invest in Michigan and American auto workers and the products they're building. And you do that, and I really believe you're going to unleash a renaissance in manufacturing in this country, and it's going to start right here in the great state of Michigan, because you all know how to make things with your hands. We're proud of that, but we want to keep it going and build upon it. So I think Michigan's role is going to be leading this industry, but only if we stop the stupid policies of Kamala Harris and get Donald Trump back in the White House. Next question.
Senator Vance, Senator Vance, this is Peter Cobes from the Traverse City Record Eagle, our hometown newspaper. Yay and boo.
That's all right.
That's okay. We're used to it.
We're having fun. You're allowed to ask your question. They're allowed to tell you how they think about it, right?
So
that's okay. This is America.
We have a very serious shortage of affordable housing in this area.
Yes, we do.
Not just Grand Traverse County, but all over northern Michigan. Families with their kids can't stay here because they can't afford to buy a house. We can't get service workers up here because the rental is too expensive. Homes that 10 years ago cost $100,000 are selling for $800,000. What can those people do now to address this problem, and how will you help them?
Yeah. Well, let me look there. Let me just say, one, I appreciate and I agree with the basic premise of the question, which is housing is way too expensive in this area and all over the country. And this is something that has really changed from even when I was a little kid. And look, I did not grow up in a family with a lot of money. I think a lot of you know that. A lot of you have heard my story. But look, a lot of American middle class and working class people could afford to buy a home. I had a member of my family actually said something to me very recently, and it was really sad. It kind of hit me how just unbelievably sad it is for American young people. You know, she was talking about buying a home herself, and she said, isn't it kind of crazy that when our parents were young, they could just go and work a job and raise a family and afford to buy a home? And I thought to myself, what a terrible job we're doing for our young people, that they feel like they cannot access the American dream of homeownership. But look, the answer is most immediately, it goes back to the border. And why does it go back to the border? Because every economist and every person with an ounce of common sense will tell you that if you bring in millions upon millions of people who are competing with Americans for scarce homes, it's going to shoot the price of housing through the roof. So the first thing that you've got to do to make it more affordable to buy a home in this country is to get people who shouldn't be here out of the country in the first place. And that'll create a lot of space. Now, look, that to be clear, that is not the whole solution to the problem, because you've also got to build a lot of houses. And we, unfortunately, have made it so hard on construction workers and construction businesses to build housing in the United States of America. When we talk about regulations, I think a lot of people say, well, what do you really mean about regulations? Well, here, the two things that I'm really focused on when I criticize the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris, it's number one, they're shutting down pipelines, they're shutting down oil fields, they're shutting down natural gas rigs, they're shutting down the American energy sector. That's a disaster. You got to stop the regulations there. And by the way, that will also lower the cost of housing, because one of the reasons housing's so expensive is because the energy to build the homes has gotten so expensive thanks to Kamala Harris. But the second thing you got to do is stop making it so hard to build things. Look, think about this country. Think about the history of the United States of America. You think about, what is it that really sets us apart? We are frontiersmen. We tamed the wilderness over hundreds of years and built incredible skyscrapers and great, beautiful buildings. We are a country of builders and of makers, and Kamala Harris is trying to throw you in jail if you build without her permission. It's a joke. and we've just got to get back to making it easier for people to build things in this country that'll drive down the cost of housing and make American homeownership affordable again for Michigan. Next question.
Yes. Hello and welcome to Traverse City. We're glad to have you here.
It's good to be here.
I'm Jennifer Isbell with Michigan News Source, and my question is, what are you doing to prepare for the upcoming difficult debate against your opponent?
Well, look, I think the way I see the debate is very simple. It's an opportunity where for 90 minutes, Governor Walz and I are going to debate the issues that matter to the American people. And what I'm going to try to show is very simple, that the candidacy, the team of substance, the team that actually has a record that we're proud of instead of we're running away from, and the team that actually has a plan is the team of Trump-Vance. And that's what I'm going to try to do is, look, I think one of the fundamental differences between Kamala Harris's campaign and Donald Trump's campaign is we speak to our fellow Americans like they're citizens, because they are. Kamala Harris speaks to her fellow Americans like they're children. And so what I'm just going to try to talk about here is explicitly what we're going to do to make your life better. And here are the ways in which the current administration has made your life worse. And we're going to try to connect it to public policy, because that's what I think the American people care about. So that's my plan. So we're studying up as much as we can on the issues that matter to the American people. And I'm looking forward to it because, again, as much as the moderators may very well be biased, we'll see about that. I know they were the first time. But it's an opportunity for me to get to tell the American people how I think we can make their lives better, and how Donald Trump's policies can make them more prosperous, can make the world more peaceful, and can secure that southern border. If we do those things, we're going to win, and I believe we will. Next question. We'll just do a couple more here.
Okay. Welcome back to Michigan, Senator. I have a question about foreign policy. You recently detailed a plan that would end the Ukrainian war in a podcast that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called too radical. I want to give you the floor to respond to that. How do you respond to what Zelensky said, and can you detail how a Trump-Vance administration would end the war in Ukraine?
Well, look, the details for how Donald Trump is going to end the war in Ukraine is by not being weak and not being dumb, which is unfortunately something you can't say for the current administration. It's very simple. Russia didn't invade a single one of their neighbors for the 4 years that Donald Trump was president. And on the president before him and the president after him, somehow Russia keeps on invading their neighbors. It's because they don't respect American leadership and because our leaders aren't smart. So what Donald Trump brings back is not just strength, but intelligence to the Oval Office. And I think that's really all you need to end this war. Because, look, it is not in America's interest. It's not in Ukraine's interest. It's not in Europe's interest for this war to go on indefinitely. Now, you said that Zelensky criticized something I said. First of all, that's not a plan. That's me talking about one possible scenario for how this thing might ultimately end. But look, I don't appreciate Zelensky coming to this country and telling the American taxpayers what they ought to do. He ought to say thank you to the American taxpayers. But look, this is very important. I think the American people are looking, and remember when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris ran, what they promised was a return to normalcy. And think about this. Think about, we've got a conflict right now, a war that would have never happened in the Middle East that threatens to become a regional war. We've got a war in Europe that wasn't happening under Donald Trump's leadership. We've got the threat of war about to break out in East Asia between China and Taiwan. The entire world is a tinderbox, and Kamala Harris, I really believe, is the match. Because weakness invites conflict. Donald Trump believes in peace through strength and peace through smart diplomacy, and that's what he's going to bring back to the White House. Let's do one more question because I'm having some fun, and then I'll leave you with some final words, and then we'll have to get out of here.
Thank you for doing this, Senator.
It's back there.
Thank you for doing this, Senator. My question for you is, Trump says it's too late to debate because voting has already started and it's bad for America. You're set to debate Walz on Tuesday. Does that mean your debate is bad for America?
Well, look. First of all, the president already did a debate, and I thought he did a hell of a job. How did you guys think he did? It's so funny. All these pundits after the debate, you turn on the TV, which again, I don't recommend watching CNN, but if you do, they turn on the TV and they say, well, clearly she got some good shots in, blah, 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 blah. And then you listen to the undecided voters who watch the debate, and it's like the majority of them are voting for Donald Trump afterwards. Well, if the majority of undecided voters are voting for one guy, I'd say that guy won the debate. And here's the thing. This is why Kamala Harris is desperate to do this again, because she knows that she's losing. And when you're running a losing campaign, you throw everything against the wall, and that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. Now, we have to remember that months ago, Donald Trump offered multiple debates, and the Democrats said no. The Democrats said, no, we don't want to do all these debates. And now that they're losing, they want to change the deal. Well, too bad. You should have made that decision 3 months ago, not now that you're running a losing campaign. But look, I think the more important point here, the more important point for the American people is Donald Trump is getting out there every single day. I'm getting out there every single day, and we're doing what a president and vice president ought to do. We're trying to earn the trust and the vote of the American people. I think the American media ought to be much more interested in why Kamala Harris is running from every single interview when Donald Trump is getting out there and he's talking to the American people every single opportunity that he gets. And I think the president has figured out that the best way to get out there and reach the American people is to do it directly, to do what we're doing here, to talk to you guys directly, because putting this filter and putting a teleprompter between you and the American people, that's how Kamala Harris is going to run her campaign. Donald Trump is going to run his campaign on ideas. He's going to run his campaign on making this country great again because he already did it once, and he's going to do it again if the American people give him that opportunity. All right. We love you. We thank you guys. Let's take a few questions from the media. And what I'd ask is that we start with the local reporters first. If we've got time afterwards, we'll take some questions from the national folks.
Thank you very much, Senator. I've got two quick questions for you. First off, what are you going to do with the Affordable Care Act? Can you guarantee that it's not going to be dismantled until there is a plan in place? And what is going to be happening with people that work for the minimum wage in the state of Pennsylvania and the United States?
Yeah, so first of all, on the Affordable Care Act, Donald Trump has made very, very clear we do not want people dying in the streets in the greatest country in the world. We want to make sure Americans have the best health care, the best health care options, and of course we're going to protect people with pre-existing conditions. But the way that you do that is by promoting transparency. And Donald Trump, more than any president of my lifetime, you know what he did? He promoted transparency in our healthcare system, and he went to war with Big Pharma to lower costs for American citizens all over the country. And that's exactly what he's going to do again. And in fact, Donald Trump's record on healthcare was so good that the main thing Kamala Harris talks about is actually an achievement of Donald Trump's, which is getting insulin down to $35 a vial. Thank Donald Trump for that. Don't let Kamala Harris lie and take credit for it. And the question you asked about the minimum wage. Look, we want every American who works hard and plays by the rules to earn a good enough wage to support their families, put food on the table, and if, God willing, that's their dream, to buy an American home. That's what we want. Now, we ask ourselves, how is it that Donald Trump had the fastest growing economy, the fastest growing take-home pay, and inflation at 1.5% when he left office? And the answer is that Donald Trump gave American workers bargaining power. And how did he do that? Because he got control of that southern border. Kamala Harris has seen the decimation of American wages because she has let in millions upon millions of illegal aliens, and they're undercutting American wages. Donald Trump is going to say, you got to go back home. If you want to come in this country, you can come through the proper channels, but you send people home who've come here illegally, and that's how you raise American wages. Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story, sir, just to illustrate this point. This was back in my private sector days. I was at a business dinner, and I happened to be seated next to one of the leaders of a very large American hotel chain. And he was just going on and on about how much he hated Donald Trump's immigration policies. And I said, well, explain to me, what is it that you hate so much about having a secure southern border? And the guy said, well, because I can't hire illegal immigrants who will work for cheaper, I've got to pay my American workers a higher wage. And I said, well, that's a good thing. Paying American workers a higher wage is exactly what we want out of American economic policy. But I think this illustrates why so much, and I think it's a mistake. I think corporate America ought to be pro-America, but so many business leaders have gotten behind Kamala Harris because she's pursuing an immigration policy that is flooding America with illegal aliens and undercutting the wages of American workers. We have got to cut that crap out and build an American economy for American citizens first. Next question.
Senator Linda Stein, Delaware Valley Journal. I was wondering, you and Donald Trump have promised us peace and prosperity. However, Israel is bombing Hezbollah now, and of course the war in Ukraine continues. What do you think is going on in the world? What will you do about it?
Well, ma'am, it's actually a very important question because you cited two wars that were started under Kamala Harris's weak leadership. And the way... So I have a very detailed plan for how we're going to bring peace and prosperity back to the world. It's 3 words: elect Donald Trump. That is the peace plan for the United States of America and for the world. But look, here's the issue. I've dealt with some of these world leaders. I've talked to them. Here's the problem. When you have weak American leadership and you have an American leader that nobody respects, you have wars breaking out all over the world. If Donald Trump was president, Russia would have never invaded Ukraine. If Donald Trump was president, Hamas would have never attacked Israel. And so what we've got to do is just get back to common sense American deterrence. You've got to make the bad guys worry that if they do something screwed up, somebody is going to make them pay for it. That is exactly what Donald Trump did, and that's how we're going to get back to peace in the world. American deterrence, peace through strength. Next question.
Senator Vance, Ben Jacobs. President Trump told Axios in 2021 that Benjamin Netanyahu never wanted to make peace with the Palestinians. Do you agree with that statement, especially in light of the current state of the conflict?
Well, I think that what the president has said is that we want peace between Israel and the Palestinians, but the only way to get to peace is to destroy Hamas and let Israel finish the job. That's a very simple thing. Now, look, Ben, I don't know what the president said in 2021. I'm skeptical, of course, when somebody tells me what the president says, because half the time they're leaving out context or they're not actually telling me what he said. But more importantly, look, 2024 is not 2021, and we're in a totally new situation where we've got multiple major world conflicts in the Middle East and in Europe, and again, one threatening in Asia. So I think that what we have to remember here is that strong American leadership and, importantly, smart American diplomacy is what keeps the peace. We're not going to have it with Kamala Harris. We don't have it right now. We will have it when we get back to the presidency of Donald J. Trump. And here's what's funny, my friends, is when you talk to like Democratic senators, and the cameras aren't on, what they'll tell you is that world leaders were afraid of Donald Trump. And they'll talk about that as if it was a bad thing. Okay? I happen to think it's a good thing for world leaders to not know exactly what to expect from a president. That's how you keep the peace. Next question.
Hi, Senator Vance. I'm Fallon Roth from the Philadelphia Inquirer.
That's all right. Let's let her ask her question, and then we can boo afterwards if it's a ridiculous question. Go ahead.
This is your first stop in the Philly suburbs. Why did you choose Bucks County? And how can Republicans win back the suburbs in 2024 after President Trump lost in 2016 and 2020?
Well, I think there are a few things. First of all, look, we're going to make an argument to every Pennsylvanian. And I understand why you're asking the question, because you're looking at the demographics of politics, but I don't believe in this segmentation of urban, suburban, rural. We're all Americans, and Donald Trump and I are going to fight for every single vote. But look, if you look at the issues that really matter to folks here in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, you hear the same things, whether it's in Bucks County or whether it's in a much more rural part of Pennsylvania or whether it's in downtown Philadelphia, where I have spent a lot of time. In all these places, you hear three big concerns. One is public safety, one is the cost of everything, and the third is the wide open southern border. And look, we've got the big difference between President Trump and Kamala Harris. There's so many things that we could point to, but I actually think the biggest difference in this campaign is that Kamala Harris is ashamed of her record and Donald Trump is proud of his, and rightfully so. Because when you let in 13,000 illegal immigrant murders, that's not just murderers that shouldn't be in our country. That's police officers that are dealing with those people instead of with problems that are a little bit closer to home. When you shoot inflation, when you shoot the price of groceries up by 25%, the price of housing up by 40%, you make it so that even the hardest working Americans cannot afford to live a good life in their own country. I mean, I really worry. Maybe the single problem I worry most about, other than the border, because we've got to get the border under control, is young people telling me that they cannot afford to buy a home. If you take millions and millions of young Americans who would like to start families, who would like to have children, and make the housing market so unaffordable for them that they don't feel like they can own the American dream, you're going to destroy this country. We've got to get housing prices back to a reasonable level, give Americans a stake in their own country. And I think that is one big difference from 2020, but it's one big difference from my entire life. Is my entire life, most Americans can afford to buy a home. Maybe not a fancy home, maybe not a giant home, but most Americans can afford to buy a home. I think it's something like 65% of our fellow citizens have no real prospect of owning a home in this country. It's a disgrace. It's because of Kamala Harris's policies, and Donald Trump and I are going to make American housing affordable for Americans again. Next question.
Peg Kwan for the Bucks County Herald. I met two groups of young men here today from universities, and they are concerned about the wars and possibly a draft being reinstated. What's your take on that, Senator?
Well, I think, look, my honest guidance to those young men, and I think their concerns are very legitimate. But if you're worried about the world spinning out of control, if you're worried about a military draft, if you're worried about, God forbid, a world war, the best way to prevent it is to vote for Donald Trump. And I really believe that. Look, ma'am, I think it's a totally reasonable question because we are as close to a large-scale conflict all over the world as we've been in my lifetime. And we've gotten here because we've had leadership that has been weak and leadership that has been very dumb when it comes to basic diplomacy. Now, we talked about Zelensky coming in here. Zelensky's gotten $200 billion. Donald Trump is the only person of either major American political party, the only person who has stood with Zelensky and said, yes, the Russians should not have invaded Ukraine, but the killing has to stop. We need an American president who stops the bloodshed and stops the carnage, and that is what Donald Trump had the courage to do. And I think if you're a young person, or whether you're the parent or the grandparent of a young person, we know that when the world goes to hell, it is America's sons and daughters that risk life and limb to put it back together again. So if we want, and I'm a proud veteran of the United States Marine Corps, and I know we have a lot of veterans out there. Thank you for your service. But the most precious natural resource that we have, and we have a lot of them, but the most precious is the lives of our young people who are willing to put on a uniform and sacrifice for this country. It's an amazing thing that we got to cherish and we got to care for. And here's what bothers me so much about Kamala Harris's policies. It's not just that it's weak, and it's not just that it doesn't make any sense, but it's careless and incompetent. Because remember, Kamala Harris bragged about being the last person in the room when the decision about the Afghanistan withdrawal was made. And then that withdrawal happened, and 13 innocent Americans lost their lives, and nobody has been fired from it, and there's been no real investigation. That is a disgrace of Kamala Harris's leadership. And when Donald Trump is back in the White House, we are going to fight to investigate what exactly happened. We're going to fire those responsible, and we're going to protect Americans who put their lives on the line for this country. And I think we got time for one more question, and then I'll leave you with one final thought here, but one more question first.
Senator Vance, JD Mullane from the Bucks County Courier-Times.
It's a great name, my friend.
Yeah, you get a big head listening to these chants in here. This week there was a report, I believe from the Senate, showing that some 400,000 or more illegals have been released by ICE into the country with criminal records. The president has talked about mass deportations. What would those mass deportations look like in places like Bucks County, southeastern Pennsylvania? Certainly, if you're going to enlist local law enforcement, their lives are going to be put at risk. So what's the plan? What does it look like?
Well, I think the plan is you start with the most violent criminals, you arrest them and tell them to get the hell out of our country. I mean, that's about as simple as a plan as we could have. And sir, to be fair, you are absolutely right that this illegal immigration crisis has made life more dangerous, especially for our local law enforcement officials. But when I talk to local police, and of course we're proud to have the endorsement of pretty much every local police organization in the country, So let's take a few questions from the reporters, and I always like to start with the local reporters first, and then we'll do the national folks if we got time afterwards.
Senator Vance, first of all, congratulations on last night's debate.
Thank you.
I did get a chance to speak
We
to
had fun.
some voters here before you stepped on stage. I spoke to Jeffrey and Bert, and they said that they loved how the debate was civil and policy-focused. But then I also got some opportunity to speak to voters outside of the event, and I got a question from Robert from Pontiac, and it's a two-part question. I hope you can answer it.
Sure.
So the first part is, with issues where Americans are divided, if elected as the next vice president, how will you bring folks together, especially from the other party? And if there is an issue you disagree with Donald Trump, how will you make your voice heard for the people?
Well, so and you said the person who asked that question is named Robert?
Correct.
So my message to Robert on the first question is, look, I think that the reason this country feels so divided is because of failed leadership and nothing else. You talk to, and look, I genuinely believe this. With a lot of folks who are going to vote against me and Donald Trump, there are a lot of people out there who are fundamentally good human beings, but the leadership of the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris, is an absolute disgrace. And here's the way, again, why do we have so much division? And why do we have so much rancor in this country's political debate? It's because Kamala Harris and her allies are trying to silence the American people rather than engage with them. When you try to censor your fellow citizens, when you try to shut them up, you breed division and hatred. Donald Trump and I are going to bring this country back together by encouraging the free exchange of ideas and this idea that our leaders ought to persuade their fellow citizens, not try to shut them up, which is what Kamala Harris wants to do. Open this country up. Open up the dialogue and open up the debate, and that is how you bring American citizens back together in these divided times. But on the second question about what do you do when you disagree with Donald Trump, the answer is, first of all, Donald Trump is at the top of the Republican ticket. He will be the next president of the United States. I've got two responsibilities. The first is to support the president in enacting an agenda that I believe is going to lead to rising take-home pay and lower inflation for American citizens. That's number one. But of course, if I disagree with the president, it is my responsibility to talk to him about it and to offer honest counsel in private. And one of the things that I love about Donald Trump is that he takes advice and feedback from everybody. As much as... You know, it's funny, when the president, the only conversation that he and I ever had about whether I might become his vice presidential nominee was the Saturday before the convention. If you remember, that was the Saturday where he was shot in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I saw him that morning in Florida. We ended our conversation. He hopped in a plane and flew to Pennsylvania, where, of course, an assassin nearly took his life. And you know what the president told me? He said that he talked to everybody about who his vice presidential nominee should be. And I think that's one of the great things is he's willing to take feedback. Of course, he makes the final decision, but he's willing to take inputs from everybody. And he even said that he was talking to the Mar-a-Lago gardener about who the vice presidential nominee should be. And I said, well, sir, what the hell did the Mar-a-Lago gardener say? Because this affects my life. I'm very curious what these people you're talking to are saying about this very important decision. But I think that it's one of the great things about his leadership style is he is in charge, he is in command, but he makes decisions after getting as much information as possible, and that's how the country should be led. You know, it actually raised an important question, you know, Robert, and I know, of course, the journalist who's asking this question. Look, one of the things that people in D.C. say about Kamala Harris, and it's Democrats that say this, it's people she served with in the Senate, and it's also Republicans. And, of course, they say this in private, but they'll say Kamala Harris is very insecure. She doesn't like to be challenged. If you don't like to be challenged and you don't like to engage in open debate, you should be nowhere near the Oval Office of the United States of America. Next question.
Thank you. Charlie Langton from Fox News, WLBJ here.
Hey, Charlie.
I talk to a lot of people here, they also said you were very cordial last night in the debate, and the message got through. But compare your style to Donald Trump's style, where he was a little aggressive. Do you think that Donald Trump's message sometimes is lost because of his aggressive style?
No, Charlie, look, I think, first of all, there is a media caricature out there of Donald Trump that is so different from the man that I've come to know. And I think that, when he called me last night, you know what he said? He asked me how my wife was doing. And he said, you just had a hell of a debate. I'm sure that you were nervous. You had every right to be nervous. But go and have a nice meal with your wife and go and enjoy this moment. Like, that's the Donald Trump that I know. People say... Now, look, the other thing I love about Donald Trump, and I think it's true of all of us, we can be so devoted to and so grateful to this country and its incredible opportunities, but then also be kind of pissed off that the leadership is failing this great nation. There's no there's no tension in saying, on the one hand, we've got the greatest country in the world, and on the other hand, Kamala Harris is doing everything she can to screw it up. And I love that Donald Trump can do both of those things at the same time. He can go out there and talk to the American people and be warm and engaged. He can talk to a normal American citizen about their struggles in paying for groceries and housing under Kamala Harris's policies. And then he can go on a debate stage and tell Kamala Harris that she ought to stop screwing up and she ought to stop talking about solving the country's problems. She ought to go and actually do it. That's the kind of president we need. That's the kind of leader that we need. And I think his message gets through. Thank you. Next question.
Hey, Senator. Craig Mauger from the Detroit News newspaper here. You were talking about your opposition to EV mandates. My question is, do you think the government should have any role in incentivizing, providing financial assistance to battery plants, to electric vehicle plants? Michigan is poised to benefit from some of these investments. Will you allow those to go forward? Will you try to interfere with those? Thank you.
Well, look, I think there's certainly a role, and I believe this, I know Donald Trump believes this, in encouraging innovation, but there's a difference between promoting innovation and sending hundreds of billions of dollars to favored industries that make their products in China. These are two very, very different things. And here's the problem with a lot of these EV mandates is that this money was supposed to go to American workers, but Kamala Harris's IRS found every way possible to allow that EV subsidy to go to manufacturers in China and not in the United States of America. And here's the other problem with it. It's not just auto jobs that we're worried about here. Think about all the people who make carburetors. Think about all the people who make transmissions. There's an entire supply chain in the auto industry that China dominates when it comes to EVs and America dominates when it comes to gas-powered cars. So before we go and subsidize the EV industry, let's open up the American supply chain for that industry so that American workers and American consumers benefit. All of the minerals, all of the rare earth materials, a lot of the battery technology, a lot of the supply chain for these electric vehicles is made in China. And with the one hand, Kamala Harris wants to make it harder to build that supply chain in the United States of America. And with the other hand, she wants to send money to an industry that's built in China. It's disgraceful, and we got to stop doing it. Invest in American workers, not in Chinese workers and Chinese firms. And I know we unfortunately have to go to our next stop in the great state of Michigan. So I'll take one more question, and then I'll offer a final observation. Then we'll hit the road.
Hi, Senator. Will Jones from Local 4.
Hey, Will.
I spoke with some elected officials or election officials last week about their concern about people who are trying to undermine our elections. Why didn't you answer the question last night during the debate about who won the 2020 presidential election?
Well, look, here's the simple reason. The media is obsessed with talking about the election of 4 years ago. I'm focused on the election of 33 days from now because I want to throw Kamala Harris out of office and get back to common sense economic policies. But I also think you can believe that America needs to have secure and free elections, but also talk about the fact that just a couple of weeks ago, Democrats in the U.S. Congress blocked a piece of legislation that would have ensured illegal aliens don't vote in our elections. If you believe in American democracy, if you believe in our constitutional republic, you should be trying to strengthen American election integrity and not weaken it. So we're going to talk about election integrity because I believe that every vote ought to count, but only the legally cast votes, and that's why we fight for election integrity, and that's why we care so much about it. Now this actually leads me into my next point, because I want to talk about, look, Democrats, whether they agree with what Donald Trump and I say about some of the criticisms we have, for example, I think that we make it way too easy for people to fraudulently vote in this country, okay? I think that we should have passed the SAVE Act that would have ensured illegal aliens don't vote in our elections. Apparently Kamala Harris disagrees because she fought that legislation every step of the way. But the reason why Kamala Harris should actually sign on with our pro-election integrity efforts, things like common sense voter ID, is because it gives the American people confidence in the most important thing that we do when it comes to our government, which is voting. I want every American to have confidence. And by the way, to all of you listening out there, I believe that we are going to have the safest and most secure election in 2024 that we've had, because the RNC is fighting for election integrity in a way that it frankly wasn't 4 years ago. So get out there. So I'd encourage folks, get out there and vote. And this brings me to swampthevote.com. And I want to make sure I got this right here. It's swampthevote.com. Go to swampthevote.com. Check your registration. Check your polling location. It'll give you some good information about how to vote and also how to volunteer. Because, you know, one of the things that we're trying to do to ensure common sense election integrity is to promote more poll watchers. We've got more poll watchers in the Republican Party today than we had 4 years ago. If you're interested in helping us out and making sure that every legally cast ballot counts, then you can go to Swamp the Vote and help figure out how to get involved in those efforts. We believe in election integrity. I know all of you do, but election integrity only happens if all of us fight for it. But I got to be honest with you, I think that we're in a better shape in 2024 than we have been in a long time. We've done a lot to make our elections more secure, and what we've got to do, my friends, is get out there and vote. Never give in to the despair that your voice doesn't matter. We've got all kinds of ways to vote. You can vote early. You can vote by mail. You can vote on election day. Look, I don't love that we have election season in this country instead of election day, but it is what it is, and we've got to play by the rules that we've been given. And if we play by those rules over the next 33 days, we are going to win. We are going to send Donald Trump back to the White House, and we're going to save the American dream for all of our citizens. But let me say one final thing here. And I want to point out a couple of people that I didn't mention at the top. But first of all, you guys have got a great Republican chair in the state of Michigan, Pete Hoekstra. Pete, please wave and say hello. We've got an old friend of mine from before either of us were involved in politics, the great Congressman John James. Where's John at? I know he's around here somewhere. John's got a beautiful family, and he's been a great advocate for the state of Michigan. I hope you guys reelect him, and I believe that you will. But let me just say this final thing before we got to hit the road. I have learned over the last 8 weeks more about this country than I could have possibly hoped to learn. And I mentioned this last night, but the thing that has affected me the most is all of the people who come up to me, and some of them are struggling to put food on the table, and they have the generosity of spirit to ask me how I'm doing, or to tell me that they're praying for my wife and kids. And it makes me realize that we have got the greatest country in the world. So I don't want us to ever get so frustrated with our leadership that we forget that we've got the best people, the best jobs, the best workers, the best natural resources. The only thing that I believe is broken about this country is the failed generation of leadership of people like Kamala Harris. So you have not just an important opportunity, we all have an important responsibility to return the people's government back to the American people, to have a president who puts the interests of America's citizens first, to close the border, bring down the cost of groceries, make housing more affordable again, and to make sure that the American people have a government that serves and fights for them. 33 days, let's get to work and make it happen. God bless you all, and thanks for having me.
And coming back and giving us a chance to show what Damascus and what Southwest Virginia is all about, because it's going to be better than it is today.
Amen. Great.
Do you guys want to answer
They might want to ask a few questions, then we'll go say hello to them. Yeah, maybe we'll just take a few questions, guys, for me or anybody else.
Senator, will you support the call for Congress to go back into session and pass an emergency appropriations package for the communities affected by Hurricane?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, we're going to support that. People, I think, need the help and certainly need the support. I think we have to make sure that, of course, the people who get the help the most actually need it. And, you know, of course, luckily here in Damascus, as the governor said, we're beyond the point where we're trying to rescue people. Luckily, we rescued everybody. Now we're trying to rebuild. There are, of course, still a lot of communities that are in that most critical phase, especially North Carolina, where they're trying to rescue people. That's, of course, I think where we should focus our nation's time and attention. And look, once we do that, we are absolutely going to do what we can to help this community and communities all across Appalachia rebuild. What the governor said about the first responders, I mean, this is hard work. These guys are glad to do it. They're thrilled to be able to support their communities. But when you talk to people in the midst of a tragedy like this, it is not easy to work long shifts dealing with the most unspeakable human tragedy. They're doing a great job of it, and we got to make sure they get the resources they need to rebuild. And like the governor said, make this community even better than it was before, and it was a hell of a great community before the storm.
Senator, how do we make sure that communities like Damascus aren't forgotten after the initial wave of support from the federal government and media attention?
You know, I think what I've learned in my brief time in public service is the only way that communities like Damascus aren't forgotten is if leadership actually does their job. And look, this is not going to be the last time that I come to Damascus. Hopefully the next time it'll be as vice president when this community is rebuilding. But the governor's not going to let people forget about this community. We're not going to let people forget about this community. And that is ultimately how you keep the focus on the people who need it the most. You just got to provide leadership. And we saw this in Ohio when we had the East Palestine train disaster. There's this initial influx of interest, and then all of a sudden the cameras leave, the politicians leave, and everybody ignores that community. We're not going to let that happen to the people who've been affected by this storm, but it is going to take leadership. And look, I'm not here to beat up on anybody, but I think when I talk to people on the ground, the one thing that I think the current administration could be doing a whole lot better is making people feel like they matter. For so long, this community's been ignored, and they feel like their government is ignoring them once again. We have got to change that. These people, many of them, their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents literally built this nation into the superpower it is today. We can't ignore them at their time of need.
Any other questions?
Perfect. Thank you. Great. Thank you all so much. I want to go meet this family. Thank you, guys.
Guys, stay with us right here.
Now, and I know we'll take a few questions from the media. We'll keep it brief because it is hot out here. But if you're a reporter, especially a local reporter, I'd love to take your question.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
Senator, hi. Donald Sells with the Atlanta Voice. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about former President Trump having a third debate, a second with VP Harris, and maybe having it run like the one you just did, which seemed to focus mainly on policy and not on insults?
Well, I think, first of all, I think Kamala Harris already had an opportunity to do a second debate, and she turned it down. I really think it's important that the media gets this story right, because there was an opportunity for Kamala Harris to do a second debate, but she said she didn't want to debate on Fox News, and so that's her decision to deprive the American people of a second presidential debate. But I think you're right, actually, that our debate focused more on policy than the first presidential debate, because the moderators were a complete disgrace, and Kamala Harris doesn't know how to talk about policy, so I'm not surprised the first debate was so empty of substance. But What's interesting to me is you ask Donald Trump what he wants to do, and he will give you an answer. What does Donald Trump want to do about foreign policy? What does he want to do about Russia, Ukraine? What does he want to do about Israel, Iran? But most importantly, what does he want to do to lower prices for the American people? And he will give you an answer. The reason Donald Trump will give you an answer and Kamala Harris will give you a slogan is because Donald Trump shows leadership and Kamala Harris shows the exact opposite of it. So that is the truth to the American people. Do a couple more questions. Quick.
Senator, a judge in Georgia this week struck down the state's abortion restrictions, and the Attorney General has appealed to try to get that law reinstated. Do you think that law should be reinstated?
Look, what the Georgia appeals court or a Georgia trial court or frankly even the people of Georgia believe about this issue is ultimately up to the people of Georgia. They got to make this decision. What President Trump and I have said repeatedly is that we want our national government to focus on the national issues, close down the border, lower the price of housing, make groceries more affordable for American citizens. We got credit card delinquencies that have skyrocketed in the last couple of weeks. We got to get an economy back that works for normal American hardworking people again, and it's a disgrace what Kamala Harris has done. But look, on the abortion question, what Donald Trump has said, he couldn't be more clear, is he wants the people of Georgia to make this decision. In the same way he wants the people of California to make the decision for the people of California. And we're a big enough country that we can agree or disagree with one another on these issues, but the national government is going to be focused on national issues, and the people of Georgia can make up their own minds, and we support the people of Georgia. Next question.
Thank you for doing this, Senator. My question for you is, what do you have to say about President Trump pushing the claim that FEMA is running out of money for her hurricane relief because of funding for programs that support migrants?
Well, let me say a couple things about this. First of all, the idea that FEMA is running out of money is something that the leadership of the Harris administration has said. That especially if there's another disaster, they've said that they might have to go back to the well. And I think a lot of Americans are saying, well, how can we afford to give billions of dollars to illegal immigrants in this country, but we've got to go back to the well to provide disaster relief for our own citizens? That's a disgrace. Now, the media's obsessed with, well, there's one bucket of money over here and there's another bucket of money over here. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that our own government is sending billions of dollars to illegal aliens when there are hardworking Americans. We got to focus on them. Focus on our American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by these terrible storms. That's what Kamala Harris ought to be doing, and it's a damn shame that she's not doing her job.
Hi, Senator. Thank you for doing this. President Trump often describes the 2020 election as rigged, and he often uses the term to describe what he sees as fraud in that election. Trump said that again yesterday at a rally in Michigan. Senator, would you use that specific term rigged? You have said in the past you have concerns about election integrity in the past and going forward, and do you concur with the president that the 2020 election was rigged?
Well, look, So I'm from Ohio. I'm not from the South, but I think in the South there's a phrase that really works. Bless your heart. Look, man. First of all, we're focused on the future in this election and in this campaign. If you look at what President Trump says, what I say, we are focused on the future. Every single day, hardworking Americans are suffering because of Kamala Harris's policies. It is a disaster, and I think it's interesting that the American media wants to talk so much about 2020. And the reason they want to talk about 2020 is because they don't want to talk a lick about what happened afterwards. And what happened afterwards is that Kamala Harris opened the border, jacked up the price of food, jacked up the price of housing, and American citizens are suffering from it. It is a disgrace. From the Harris campaign and for the American media, we ought to talk about her failed record, and that's what Donald Trump and I are going to keep on doing. Now, you asked the question, and I believe that it's important to answer the question. Let me just tell you one thing that even the liberal media has said happened in 2020. There was a bombshell story that suggested the Biden family had some very corrupt business dealings with some foreign countries. It was all in the infamous Hunter Biden laptop. That happened in 2020. Now, the media, the big tech companies censored that story, and independent people have said that probably cost Donald Trump hundreds of thousands or maybe even millions of votes. Now, I don't care what you call that, but it's a damn shame, and we can't accept it in our country. You want to call that rigged? Call it whatever you want to. It's unacceptable to happen in the world's greatest constitutional republic. I see another hand. I'll do one more, and then we'll have to hit the road.
Thanks, Senator. It's Kip Maher again. I wanted to ask you, in Melania Trump's book, she voices support for abortion rights. Does that impact the way that you see this issue? And what state, among all the states, do you think has the best abortion policy in your view? And then quickly, if you could have a comment on Trump and Kemp meeting for the first time since 2020 today.
Yeah, so there was a lot there. Let me first briefly. I think Brian Kemp. I understand that he and the president have had some disagreements in the past, but they're on the same team to defeat Kamala Harris, and that's a very good thing. And all of us, whatever part of the Republican Party we came from, the primary is over. Let's get on the same team and bring common sense governance back to the American people. I'm glad to have Brian Kemp on that team. I'm thrilled to have, of course, Donald Trump on that team. I'm thrilled to have Bobby Kennedy on that team because the American people are sick of the BS. And by the way, I've been asked by some folks about, to comment on Liz Cheney. I think we just traded Liz Cheney for Tulsi Gabbard. That's the biggest upgrade in American politics, and I'm awfully happy about it. Now, you asked about the First Lady's abortion views. Look, I love Melania. I think she's a great wife to the president. She's been, I think, a great example of grace under an incredible amount of pressure. But Melania is entitled to her own views in the same way the people of Georgia are entitled to their own views. And I don't believe I have to attack or disagree or criticize anybody on this issue because our campaign is focused, again, on inflation, on securing the border, on making life more affordable, on bringing good jobs to the state of Georgia and the whole country. So, look, I think she's a smart person. I think she's going to express her views. She's entitled to do it. But it doesn't change how I talk about this issue or how the campaign talks about the issue. And then the final point I want to make here, just because I know that we're running short on time, and I want to look at my notes here because I want to make sure I get this website right. Write this all down if you can. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. Okay? I want y'all to go to this website because here's the thing. We're never going to have the dishonest press. We're never going to have, of course, the Democrats telling the truth. But what we do have is people power in the United States of America. We have got the ability to get out there and person to person make our voices heard, but it's not going to happen unless we get out there and vote. Georgia has made some serious progress. Y'all passed a very common sense voter ID measure a few years ago. You remember that? By the way, speaking of Brian Kemp, thank you for signing that legislation. But I think we have an opportunity in the state of Georgia to not just win, but to win in a very big way. So what I'm going to ask you to do, and please take this to heart, is get out there. Not just get yourself to the polls, whether you're voting early, voting by mail, or voting on Election Day, try to get 9 people. If every single person gets 9 people to join them at the polls, I think that we are going to have a crushing victory in the state of Georgia, and we're going to make this country great again. So please, please remember, we're not just running this race because it's going to be fun to beat the Democrats, but it is going to be fun to beat the Democrats. My friends, trust me, I'm going to enjoy that. We're running this race because the American people have been failed by their government, and that has got to change. I want you all to see yourselves as fighters, as warriors, to give the great American people the government they deserve. They're not going to get it unless we get out there and vote and make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. Do your part. I'll keep doing mine. God bless you all. Thank you so much, and we'll see you soon. All righty. So let me take a few questions from reporters. I'll answer them, and then we'll have to hit the road. But We got a microphone, I'm sure we're passing around over there. Yep, go ahead.
Great, this is Clara Hendrickson. I'm with the Detroit Free Press. We're in the city of Detroit today, where we learned in a recent Jack Smith filing that a Trump campaign aide in 2020 allegedly urged supporters to riot at the ballot counting center. So I want to make sure that the senator can hear my question, which is, would you discourage the campaign from engaging in that behavior and from Trump supporters and engaging in a chaotic scene?
So let me answer that question a few different ways. So first of all, of course we discourage rioting. We do not riot. Nobody in this room and nobody in this movement is going to riot. Second of all, your question is about a Trump campaign staffer. And I'll tell you that if you get 1,000 people together, and the Trump campaign probably has a lot more than 1,000 campaign staffers, you're going to find somebody who's willing to say anything, especially in a leaked message or a private communication. The idea that the Trump campaign, either in 2020 or 2024, is encouraging people to riot is disgraceful. Of course we're not doing that. And by the way, these fine people are law-abiding citizens who work and pay their taxes. They're not going to riot no matter what anybody says to them. And here's the final point. I think it's interesting that the media is so focused on a random message from a random staffer in 2020. If you want to talk about rioting, let's talk about the summer riots of 2020 that killed 20 people that the media seems uninterested in. Next question.
Hello, my name is Sasha Calver. I'm a reporter with the Michigan Daily. So, the University of Michigan, all campuses, has historically had some of the largest student voter turnout in the U.S. Why should students in Michigan cast their vote for the Trump-Vance ticket? And additionally, how will your administration support students, specifically concerning gun violence, where you have rejected calls for tougher gun laws and bans on bump stocks? Essentially, why should students concerned about their safety on campus vote for you?
Yeah, so the first, let's be honest here. I don't know if a Ohio State graduate is the best messenger to University of Michigan students. So I hope. And in fact, thank you, sir. You know, maybe we should just get, we should get a clip of me saying something nice about Kamala Harris out to the University of Michigan, because then maybe they'd all vote for Donald J. Trump if you just told them I was a Buckeye. Like, I'm always a little nervous about injecting myself into the OSU-Michigan rivalry here, but I think that we all kidding aside, look, we all care about the country. And that's why I think every person in this room is going to help me make Donald J. Trump the next president of the United States. And it's in that spirit that I want to answer this question. If I'm a young person in Michigan, here's one thing that Donald Trump and I want to do. First of all, we want to make it easier for you to build a life and to have a good career and to have a good job in your home, not to ship all the good jobs overseas, but to build a great middle-class economy right here in the United States of America. I think that's something that matters to a lot of Michigan students. I think a second thing that matters to Michigan students is I don't want young people in this country to be permanently indebted because we built an economy that turns American citizens into paupers in their own country. I want them to be able to own a home, build some wealth for themselves, and start a family right here in the state of Michigan, and do it. And do it because we've got smarter economic policies that are going to allow them to thrive. Michigan students, people who are, meaning at the University of Michigan and all across the state, because I know there's a lot of great universities in the state of Michigan, we are turning an entire generation of American young people into folks who don't have enough money to own anything. That is a terribly destructive direction for this country to go in. Donald Trump and I want you to be able to own a slice of your own country, and we're going to pursue economic policies that make that possible. That's what we're going to fight for every single day. And on the question about gun violence, what I have said is that 90%, upwards of 90% of the gun crime that's committed in this country is committed using an illegally obtained firearm. So my point is, making it unlawful to own that gun has not stopped 90% of these gun crimes. So what we've got to do is take some common sense security measures. And I think the best way to reduce gun crime in the United States of America, I think this is a statistical fact, is to lock up people who are committing violence against their fellow citizens. That's the most important thing. And I'm going to butcher the statistics, so I don't want to give them exactly, but if you look, whether it's in Detroit or New York City, any of our major cities, and you look at the violence problem, it is always a very, very small number of people who commit the gross majority of violent crimes. So why don't we get back in this country, whether whatever your racial background is, whether you're rich or poor, get back to locking up that small number of violent criminals. It'll make everybody safer, everybody more secure, and it'll actually give people public safety. And I think that's the biggest way we can reduce violent crime in this country. Thank you. Next question.
Senator Vance, Ken Coleman from MichiganAdvance.com. Detroit is 77% African American. The state is 14% African American. Why should African American Michiganders vote for the Trump-Vance ticket?
Well, we've got a great number of Black Americans in this crowd right now. They could probably answer that question better than I could, but. But without calling everybody up here, because I'm a politician, I don't like to share the microphone with anybody as much as I like them. What I think they would agree with is, number one, Donald Trump wants to bring back public safety and an economy that brings prosperity for everybody. Good wages for good jobs. That's the Trump promise, and I think that's a great promise to Black families in Michigan and to everybody else. Here's something else. I mean, there is this idea in the media, and I don't know where it came from, that somehow Black Americans don't believe in public safety in this country. Well, we know, whether you're Democrat, Republican, or Independent, Black Americans do care about public safety in this country. They want to empower our law enforcement officers to do their job. Of course, do it respectfully and make sure we've got good relationships between police and community, but we can have a good relationship between police and the communities they serve while we lock up the violent criminals and keep everybody safe in the process. I think that's very possible. And look, I mean, the story of Black Americans, especially in the city of Detroit, is actually very similar to the story of Appalachian white Americans who came from West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee. We moved to places like Detroit, Black and white together, because there were good jobs for people who were willing to work hard and play by the rules. And it wasn't always perfect, but for a generation in this country, people, Black and white, worked together, raised their families, built things in this country, and created prosperity for the entire country. And if you... That was the story, by the way, in the steel mill that my grandfather worked in for almost 40 years. You had Black folks and white folks living together, working together, and they again, it wasn't always perfect, but it worked. You know why it worked? Because we had good jobs for people who were willing to work hard and play by the rules. The destruction of the manufacturing economy in the state of Michigan has been disastrous for black Americans, and it's been disastrous for a lot of middle-class white Americans too. We can make things in this country again. We can build things in the United States of America again, and when we do, it's going to bring prosperity to black and white alike. Next question.
Is it on? Good afternoon, Senator Vance. My name is John Enot from Avante Moda Magazine, and I'm a member of the local independent media here in Detroit, so hopefully I'll get a little safer reception. I'm a native Detroiter, and I think Michiganders are really worried about a lot of things during this election cycle, and I think a couple that I hear all the time is they're very nervous about their First Amendment and their Second Amendment rights. So the question is, what will the Trump administration do to guarantee the people of Michigan that their rights will be protected? And what's your view on those amendments? And then also, to what extent should social media companies, if any, be able to moderate and control what people say online if it's legal?
Yeah. So let me try to answer that question as completely as I can. Number one, I love the First and Second Amendments. There's a reason they're number one and number two is because they're the most important. But you know, you go back to the question the gentleman asked earlier about black Americans and particularly what black Michiganders have to gain from a Trump presidency. And if you look at the censorship and the vaccine mandates, the idea that you should be fired from your job for speaking your mind, that fell oftentimes hardest on black Americans as much as anybody else, because it was often black Americans who were going on and saying, well, wait a second, you know, why and again, this is everybody, but it was happening a lot in the black community. Why are we forced to take this shot in order to earn a living and provide bread for our children? Why are we being silenced by some of the biggest corporations in the United States of America? I think that affects everybody, but your question about technology companies, the biggest threat to the First Amendment in the United States of America is big technology companies who are trying to silence Americans for speaking their mind, and the Trump campaign and the Trump presidency, we've got no use for it. And you asked about the Second Amendment. Look, we believe in the Second Amendment. We believe that people ought to be able to keep their families and their children safe, and it's that simple. And I think there is a big difference between the Kamala Harris campaign. Kamala Harris has explicitly endorsed gun confiscation. Donald Trump has explicitly endorsed the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. I'd rather be on that side.
Hi, this is Jordan Pear with MLive and the Ann Arbor News. You've talked a lot about like EVs and that kind of stuff today. What would you say to voters who maybe agree with a lot of your policies but are concerned about climate change and environmental impact of the automotive industry?
So here's what I'd say, Sarah, and I appreciate the question. So first of all, the most important thing that we can do to ensure clean air and clean water is to build more and make more stuff in the United States of America. That is the biggest thing. Look, I would be lying to you if I told you that carbon emissions was my number one issue, okay? It's not. But if your number one issue is carbon emissions, look at the two countries that have emitted the most carbon in the last 20, 30 years. It's China and it's India. Make more stuff in the United States of America. That's how you make sure we have clean air and clean water. And Kamala Harris policies have done the opposite. The other thing I'd say to folks who are worried about the environment is look, I'm worried about the environment too, but here's what I really worry about. I worry about our food supply. Like, what has gone wrong with our food supply that we have got an obesity epidemic in this country unlike we've ever seen in the history of the world? That really worries me. What are we putting, we have all of these weird childhood diseases that we did not have 3, 5, 3 decades ago, 5 decades ago. Does that suggest that we're putting too much weird stuff in our water or too much weird stuff in our food supply? You know what? One of the people that I'm really proud has endorsed this campaign is Bobby Kennedy Jr. And I say that as somebody who was raised by blue-collar Democrats, right? The people who would have been Democrats in the 60s and 70s in this town, those folks have been abandoned by Kamala Harris's Democratic Party. But Bobby Kennedy has this slogan that is so true and has there's a lot of real depth built into it. Make America healthy again. You look at our young people, we have skyrocketing rates of mental health problems in the United States of America. We use 5 times as much antidepressants as some of our peer countries in the world. Why are Americans 5 times as depressed as some of these other countries? I think it suggests that we've got to do a better job at real environmental protection, not the fake Kamala Harris environmental protection, which apparently the only thing it means is ship all of our jobs to China. Let's make Americans healthy again. Let's make our water cleaner and our air cleaner, and that's something Donald Trump and I believe in.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. It's Torian with CBS News. You said in an interview with Newsmax yesterday that FEMA was disaster relief was being used to fund to focus on migrants, rather. Donald Trump also said on Truth Social that most, if not all, of the money that FEMA spent is on migrants. FEMA officials say that's just not true. What evidence do you guys have to suggest that?
So here's the evidence. And by the way, I just want to make an observation about these reporters, and I appreciate the question. Is, you know, when people say that they feel endangered by a crowd voicing their opinion, well, look, my friends, the First Amendment goes in both directions, and so you haven't made this criticism, to be clear, but I read some article. It was in I forget who published it, but they were like, well, journalists don't feel safe at some of our events. Look, not a single person here is going to harm you. They're just going to speak their mind, and they have every right to do it. So God bless you guys. The First Amendment, we believe in it in this country. But sir, my point is about the focus of our current administration. And if you use resources, but most importantly, if you put people on the task of dealing, let's say, with the massive influx of illegal immigration, then they're going to be distracted from doing their core job of keeping Americans safe in response to a disaster. Each of us, this is true of me, it's true of everybody in the world, we only got so much time to focus, and there's only so much time in the day. And if you take FEMA and you turn it into an agency that resettles illegal immigrants, that's going to take their focus away from keeping people safe after a hurricane. That's basic human reality. And I think there's no way around it. Now what the fact checkers say, and we'll sort of, we'll try to be as fair to the other side as possible, my friends. What the fact checkers will say is, well, there's a bucket of money that goes to illegal immigrants, and that's a different bucket of money that goes to disaster relief. Well, I'm sure the Biden administration has never moved money from one bucket to the other. In 3.5 years, we know that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are more than willing to move money from one bucket to another if it suits their purpose. They ought to be moving money to the bucket that supports American citizens in the wake of these terrible storms. That's what I would like them to do. But the final point I want to make about this is just bureaucratic focus. Look, I've seen a lot of wild stuff out there on the internet. The problem with what I've seen from the Biden administration is that they're not focused on getting resources to people that need it. When Kamala Harris is out at a fundraiser in San Francisco, meanwhile North Carolina is drowning, North Carolinians have every right to say, where the hell is our vice president and why isn't she focused on us? That focus has got to change. The 82nd Airborne, and this is in 2010. You're never going to hear me praise Barack Obama. You rarely hear me praise Barack Obama. But in 2010, there was a terrible earthquake in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. A ton of people lost their lives. A ton of people had their livelihoods destroyed. The 82nd Airborne was in Port-au-Prince, Haiti under Barack Obama 48 hours later. North Carolina is an hour away from the 82nd Airborne's headquarters. Why did it take a week to get the 82nd Airborne on the ground helping American citizens? It's disgraceful. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, Senator. Andrea Shalal with Reuters. I have two questions for you. One is,
Sure.
but both of them are local. So one of them is that Senator Sanders was at a rally on Saturday, and he talked about.
Is this Bernie?
Bernie, yes.
I actually like Bernie. He's kind of like a grumpy old man. I like Bernie. Go ahead.
Well, so he brought up the comments that you've made where he said you've declined to honor the commitment, or to say if the Trump administration would honor the commitment to invest $500 million in the GM plant and to convert the Cadillac plant to EVs. I wonder if you can just clear that up for us. And then the other question has to do with the very large population of Arab and Muslim Americans here in the area. And I'm wondering whether you're going to meet with them. I know that several mayors, for instance, the mayor of Hamtramck, have endorsed your campaign.
They're here, yeah.
But just yesterday, President Trump, former President Trump, said that he had been to Gaza. Later, a campaign staffer said that he had been to Israel, and Gaza is in Israel, which is not true. I wonder if you could just say a few words about Gaza and also why you think Arab Americans and Muslims would do better by voting for your campaign. Thanks.
Well, because, let me answer the first question first. So, neither me nor President Trump has ever said that we want to take any money that's going to Michigan auto workers out of the state of Michigan. We certainly want to invest in Michigan auto workers as much as possible. What we've said is that Kamala Harris is offering table scraps, $500 million, when you have an EV mandate that's going to cost 117,000 auto worker jobs. I think that Michigan auto workers deserve more than the table scraps of Kamala Harris's Green New scam. That's what we're talking about. And again, you know, you talk to automakers, you talk to the manufacturers, they'll tell you that electric vehicles are sitting on the lots for 90 days, for 120 days. Meanwhile, the gas-powered cars are sitting on the lots for 15 days or 20 days. If you force Americans to buy electric vehicles they don't want that are made in China, you are going to throw this entire state into poverty, and Donald Trump and I will not stand for it. We're going to fight for these people. We're going to fight for their jobs. We're going to fight for their prosperity. Now, the second question about Arab Americans. I mean, look, we're thrilled to have the mayor's support, and I'm not meeting, to your question, I'm not meeting any Arab American or Muslim American leaders on this particular trip, though we certainly will in future trips to Michigan. You all are going to get sick of me. I'm going to be in Michigan like, 30 times the next 28 days. And to be clear for the fact checkers, when I said I would be in Michigan 30 times, that was a slight exaggeration. That was something... That was exaggeration used to effect. It'll probably be like 6 or 7 times over the next 27 days. But look, I think the reason why, this is one of these issues where obviously Arab Americans often have different views than Jewish Americans on what's going on in Israel, what's going on in Palestine. But I think both Jewish Americans and Arab Americans recognize that what's in the best interest of Israel and Palestine is peace. And Donald J. Trump was the president of peace. And I really think that's it. I saw Kamala Harris said the other day that the biggest threat to the United States of America is Iran. And look, I think Iran's a big threat, but Iran is nothing compared to China. China is the biggest threat confronting this country. But I think, ma'am, it revealed that Kamala Harris seems to be totally fine with starting or escalating a conflict in every continent all over the world. Donald Trump believes peace through strength. Stop the killing, get Americans out of harm's way, and focus on building a peaceful globe. That is how you help Palestinians, that's how you help Israelis, but most importantly, it's how you help American citizens, is peace. We'll do a couple more, and then we'll have to hit the road. Sir.
James Dixon, New York Post. When I was a kid, Detroit was the king of manufacturing.
That's right.
In that time, China and Mexico, their rise has come on Detroit's decline. How do you make Detroit build again? What can you do from the White House?
So two big things. First of all, it goes back to President Trump's, I think, his most simple, but also his most specific public policy: drill, baby, drill. The big advantage we have over China, over Russia, over any manufacturer is that we could have effectively free energy right here in the United States of America, unleash American energy workers, and we'll manufacture much more. But here's something, and this is something that is a real problem for Kamala Harris. She attacks Donald Trump when Donald Trump says that he wants to impose tariffs to protect the jobs of American workers. Well, think about this. Let's say, for example, that you want to manufacture in China, and the wage in China, because sometimes they're employing literal slaves in China, actual slave laborers, is $3 a day. So you can make a product in China paying somebody $3 a day using a literal slave, and then you bring that product into the United States of America. That is the destruction of American manufacturing, because Americans won't, and most importantly, Americans should not be expected to compete with Chinese slave laborers. They deserve to have a good life in their own country. And the only way to protect them from those Chinese companies using slave laborers is to say, if you want to come back into the United States, you're going to pay a big fat tariff before you do it. That is an important part of our pro-manufacturing policy. And anybody who tells you you can bring back American manufacturing without penalizing companies that are using slave laborers, they are lying to you. Let's get real. Let's penalize the people using slave laborers. Let's reward the folks using American workers to build great products. Do one more question.
Thank you, Senator. I wanted to ask you about Bob Woodward's new reporting, specifically about Trump and Putin's calls. Have you had conversations with the former president about his relationship with Putin and what those calls entailed?
I honestly didn't know that Bob Woodward was still alive until you just asked me that question. That's what little I know about Bob Woodward is that he is, I'm going to use a word here. He is a hack. The guy's a hack. So have I talked to Donald Trump about his calls with Vladimir Putin? No. I've never had that conversation with Donald Trump in my life. But if Donald Trump, even if it's true, look, is there something wrong with speaking to world leaders? No. Is there anything wrong with engaging in diplomacy? Kamala Harris's approach has been to hide in a basement, hide from the American people, and hide from world leaders. And you know what that's gotten us? We're on the verge of World War III. It's a disgrace, and it's a complete failure of a foreign policy. One of my favorite Donald Trump moments of his first presidency, you all may remember this, but do you know Kim Jong-un? He's the leader of North Korea, and let's be honest, Kim Jong-un hasn't skipped many meals, okay? So Donald Trump goes to Kim Jong-un, and he meets with him, and all the photographers come in, and President Trump looks at the photographers and he says, all right, everybody, make us look good, make us look very thin. And Kim Jong-un shoots up like this. He's kind of offended a little bit. But what it showed is Donald Trump's, I see a lot of you laughing, but I'm not just trying to make fun of Kim Jong-un. The point is, you have to go and talk to people. You have to be willing to engage in diplomacy, engage in conversations. That's how you keep the world from falling into disarray and war, and Donald Trump was better at it than anybody over the last 50 years. We'll do one more. We'll do one more here, if we can. I know I said that was the last one, but this guy really wants to ask me a question. It better be a good one, man, because
Thank you. Senator, I represent Polish media, do rzeczy, conservative media. Poland is the best ally America ever had in Europe.
It's a great
You know
ally.
that.
That's right.
Beautiful speech of Donald Trump in 2019 in Warsaw. Sir, Kamala Harris claims that Polish American Catholics would vote for Harris' walled ticket. What is your message to Polish American Catholics and Catholics altogether?
Well, she said it better than I could. My message is vote Trump, and make sure everybody you know votes Trump. Look, Kamala Harris has been the biggest disaster for religious liberty in the history of this country. Kamala Harris, she wants to force Catholic nuns to engage in procedures that violate those Catholic nuns' conscience. Donald Trump and I think we're a big enough country to let Catholic nuns live their lives as they choose and to live out their values as fully as they want to. Kamala Harris has tried to make it so that religious organizations can't do the things that they want to do. Donald Trump and I love our churches and want to empower them to minister to people because we think that the best people to minister are those on the ground, supporting our fellow citizens and making their lives more blessed and easier. And Donald Trump, when he was president, you know who Vladimir Putin was invading? Nobody. Nobody. Under the leadership of Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin kept in his own country, which is where we'd like to keep him. Under the policies of Kamala Harris, Vladimir Putin seems to want to invade a lot of people. And so if you're a Polish Catholic, if you're a Polish American, if you just care about common sense foreign policy and you want religious people to be able to live their faith, Donald Trump is the only ticket in town. Vote Trump for religious freedom, vote Trump for prosperity, vote Trump for world peace. So we're going to take some questions from reporters, but we've got some beautiful babies in the crowd. How old is she? That's right, that's right. Well, if we were Democrats, we'd try to get them all to vote, but we're not going to do that. They're not allowed to vote until they're 18. But I want to thank you all for bringing your families, and not just beautiful kids, but well-behaved kids. I'm surprised we've made it this whole time without anybody really complaining. Maybe I should trade you my kids for a couple of weeks. You can knock some sense into them. Anyway, guys, let's start with local reporters first. I'll take as many questions as we got time for, and then we'll move on to the national folks.
So Harris supporters are continuing to say that Trump is going to enact Project 2025 if he gets in office. Can you reassure people whether or not that's going to happen?
Yes, ma'am. I think you heard the boos from the crowd because, look, love Donald Trump or not, does anybody speak for Donald Trump except for Donald Trump? No. So here, it's funny because the Kamala Harris campaign has nothing to actually run on. They're taking a 900-page report from a conservative nonprofit organization and saying somehow that organization speaks for Donald Trump. Again, I don't know if you've noticed, but Donald Trump speaks for himself. Project 25 has no relation to the Trump campaign. It doesn't control what we do. No one controls what we do on the Trump campaign except for the man at the top of the ticket, and that's Donald J. Trump. So if you... And you know what I find so weird about this accusation that Donald Trump is gonna implement some mysterious agenda instead of his own policy plans is Donald Trump was already president and he did a damn fine job without Project 2025's help. Now, just remember the record. We had 1.5% inflation. We had the fastest rising take-home pay in 40 years in the United States of America. We had a secure southern border, and we had world peace at a level we haven't had in this planet in a generation. Donald Trump speaks for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is going to govern according to his own plans and his own wishes. And because of that, I think the American people are going to be more prosperous and the world is going to be more peaceful than it's been in 40 years. That's a great thing, and nobody else, certainly not Project 2025, speaks for Donald J. Trump or for me. Go, guys.
With Pennsylvania being a big battleground state in the upcoming election, what makes you want to come to communities like Johnstown, where it kind of swings blue, it kind of swings red? It's very up in the air. It's a very key county to determine the state of Pennsylvania.
Sure. Well, one of the things I've learned, I'm sure you all will be happy about this, is I now try to make sure that I call Pennsylvania a commonwealth, right? Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I don't want anybody to run me out of town here because I say the state. I'm trying to say the commonwealth, and I appreciate you all reminding me of that from time to time. I mean, look, one thing I'll say about Johnstown is I love this community. And, you know, when I was coming in here, you know, you come across the bridge, you go over this beautiful river, and, you know, there's a view that you get where you're driving up to this factory, and you look behind you and you see a church kind of set against the mountains. And the mountain is sort of on fire right now with the colors of fall. And I just think to myself, what a beautiful town Johnstown, Pennsylvania is. And y'all ought to be proud of it. I'm sure as hell proud to be here. But it also, to me, represents the greatness of America and, frankly, what happens when American leaders screw up. Because as much as we're proud to be standing in this great facility, Johnstown has went through some pretty tough times because a generation of American leaders, and let's be honest, it was Republicans and Democrats, decided we didn't need to make things in the United States of America anymore. And Johnstown, Pennsylvania bore the brunt of that failure of American leadership, just like Johnstown bears the brunt of the failures of Kamala Harris's leadership. To me, what Donald Trump's presidency represents more than anything is that we're not leaving behind the communities like Johnstown, Pennsylvania anymore. We're going to build them up. We're going to invest them in it. We're going to make more stuff in places like Johnstown, and everybody's going to prosper when we do exactly that. Sir.
Sir, do you or do you not condemn the attacks on the Capitol from the last election incited by Donald Trump?
Do I condemn the riot at the Capitol? Sure, I condemn the riot at the Capitol. Do I think that, as the media pretends, that the riot at the Capitol 4 years ago is a bigger deal than people not being able to afford groceries? No, I don't. I think people not being able to afford groceries is a much bigger problem in the United States of America than what happened 4 years ago. And most importantly, do I concede the point that was implicit in your question that Donald Trump somehow was at fault when he told people to protest peacefully? Absolutely not. Go back and look at the tape. Go back and look at some of the record that's come out in the last couple of weeks. Donald Trump asked people to protest peacefully. Of course, he had every right to encourage people to protest peacefully. And the fact that a few knuckleheads went off and did something they shouldn't do, that's not on him. That's on them. That's on them.
You
Next
mentioned veterans. PA has the 4th largest population of veterans in the
Sure.
country, and as a veteran yourself, you know a significant portion faces homelessness. The federal government recently announced $17 million in grants for services directed to help veterans find housing. If elected, would the Trump administration continue to prioritize these efforts, or how else would you help?
Of course we would. But let's be honest here, $17 million, while it will help, is not nearly enough to meet the challenge of the homeless veteran population in this country. And I think, I mean, think about this. These guys went off to war. Some of them came back with wounds, some of them with wounds you cannot see, but all of them came back with the pride that they served their country and did what our country asked them to do. How disgraceful is it that millions of our veterans are getting left behind in some form or another, and thousands of them are homeless when we're housing illegal aliens in first-class hotels? It's a disgrace. And it drives home the entire agenda of Kamala Harris. She hides behind her slogans, and she hides behind, she says she's very joyful. I don't think she's feeling very joyful this week after the interviews that she gave. But she hides behind these slogans or fake attacks on Project 2025, which has nothing to do with Donald Trump's campaign, because she can't answer for the fact that her government has given hundreds of billions of dollars to illegal immigrants when our own citizens suffer. And our veterans are at the top of that list. You know what a big difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris? Donald Trump wants to put American citizens and American veterans first. He thinks the government of this country exists to serve the people of this country, not people who shouldn't be here in the first place. That is one of the biggest differences between the leadership of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Sir.
Good to see you, Senator Vance.
Thank you.
Two quick questions. One, who's going to potentially replace you in Ohio if you become vice president? Maybe Vivek Ramaswamy. The second question is, a lot of supporters of yours I've spoken to in Western PA, I'm based in Pittsburgh, have asked me, when is Senator Vance going to endorse the PRO Act or some kind of act to protect the right for unions to organize nationally?
Sure.
Will you support such legislation?
So, on the first question, I don't know if you all agree with me, but I'm pretty superstitious, so knock on wood, we'll worry about who's going to replace me after Donald Trump and I are elected president and vice president, and until then, I'm not going to think about it. Now, on the question about the PRO Act, so first of all, one of the things that we're very proud of on this campaign is that if you look, according to the Teamsters' own poll, 65% of Pennsylvania's Teamsters support Donald J. Trump for president. That is something we're very proud of, because these are people who build this country, who make it run. We're thrilled to have their support. Now, look, you asked about the PRO Act. Now, here's the problem with the PRO Act is in some ways it doubles down on a lot of the failed things that we've done instead of looking at American labor policy as something that's going to be better for the 21st century than it was in the 20th century. If you actually, and look, I believe in the right of workers to unionize if they choose to do so. But private sector union participation went from about 33% when my papa was a union steel worker. He was actually a welder, just like Bill. 33% to now it's about 7%. So we have to ask ourselves, what public policies have we enacted that have driven private sector union participation so low? I don't think we double down on what's on the failed model. We got to think about a new model for the 21st century, because that's going to be better for American workers, it's going to be better for American companies, and most importantly, it's going to mean higher pay for people who work hard and play by the rules, and that's what Donald Trump and I are all about. Thank you.
Senator Vance, thank you so much for doing this and for taking time to take questions from the press. No matter who wins after the election is over in November, do you commit to a peaceful transfer of power?
Yes. Of course. Of course we do. Look, this is very simple. Yes, there was a riot at the Capitol on January the 6th, but there was still a peaceful transfer of power in this country, and that is always going to happen. Donald Trump's committed to it, and so am I. Here's what is a little odd about this question. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, we have way more fentanyl in our community than we ever have had before. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, Americans can't afford groceries, young people can't afford to buy a home, credit card delinquencies are through the roof. That is what I'm focused on, and that is what the campaign and the media should be focused on. How do we solve America's problems rather than focus on a fake issue from 4 years ago when, again, Donald Trump said protest peacefully? All right.
Senator.
I love Western PA. Look, we're going to hit the road a little bit. We'll take a couple more questions. We'll do 2 more questions.
Senator Vance, in Pittsburgh on Thursday, former President Barack Obama admonished black men for being hesitant about voting for Kamala Harris. I was wondering if you could contrast your approach to hesitant voters and how you try to earn them over.
You know, first of all, I don't believe, whether you agree with me or disagree with me, whether you agree with Donald Trump or disagree with him, I don't believe in hectoring voters. I believe in persuading voters. Support is not something I'm given or something I'm owed. It's something you got to go out there and work for. So one, I just don't like the tone of going in. I mean, look, the better question for Barack Obama or anybody to ask is not why black men, it's not how dare you not vote for Kamala Harris, it's maybe they're thinking about voting for Donald Trump because they're sick of being censored, they're sick of being told what to do, and they're sick of not being able to afford the American dream. Maybe that's why we're getting a lot more black voters than Republicans in the past. But, you know, the last point I want to make is, you know, I got to say, and shocker, newsflash here, I've defended Kamala Harris once, I'm about to defend Barack Obama once. So set to the side the hectoring and the tone of Obama when he went in and talking about black voters, like whatever, obviously I just criticized that. You know what I was watching him talk, you know what I thought to myself is, agree or disagree, and obviously I disagreed with about 99% of what he did when he was in office. He had substance, and Kamala Harris does not. Like, he actually had thoughts in his head, and what a contrast that is to Kamala Harris, who just repeats slogan after slogan after slogan. I got to be honest with you, I am offended, not as a person running to be your vice president, but as a fellow citizen. I am offended that a person who is so substanceless as Kamala Harris dares to think that she could be the president of the United States. It is a disgrace. I mean, what does she want to do about Israel and the Middle East? She'll give you a slogan. How does she want to lower the price of groceries? She'll give you a platitude. How is she going to make the lives of her fellow citizens better? She turns around and runs from the camera. A person like that has no business being near the Oval Office of this country. We cannot let it happen. And I'd ask you, I mean, to all of you out here, this is one of the things that's at stake. I mean, look, I imagine, at least I hope, that you guys aren't thinking about voting for Democrats in the future. But look, we cannot reward this kind of politics where they switched Joe Biden from the ballot 2 months ago without a single vote being cast. She runs from the basement. She does a few softball interviews, and we think that person is tested enough to be president of the United States. It is insulting to American voters, and we have to reject it on November the 5th by voting for Donald J. Trump. Let's do one more question.
Yeah, Senator, really quickly, I watched your interview with New York Times. You brought up concerns about corporate censorship in the 2020 election.
Sure.
It was asked 5 times, do you think Donald Trump lost in 2020? So definitively, can you say, separate from your concerns about corporate censorship, do you believe Trump lost in 2020?
What I find, look, as I said in that interview, and I'm going to say to you right now, I think the election of 2020 had serious problems. You want to call it rigged? Call it whatever you want to. It wasn't okay. It wasn't okay. Now, you guys, again, you look at President Trump's campaign, you look at what I'm doing out there, we are focused on fixing the disastrous consequences of Kamala Harris's governance. Why is the American media focused so much on relitigating 2020? Trust me, I know what I think. I've told you. I know what Donald Trump thinks. He's told you. I know what the people in this room think. They've told you. You know what I'm a hell of a lot more worried about than what happened in 2020? I'm a hell of a lot more worried that American citizens can't afford a good life in their country because Kamala Harris has been the vice president. And that is what I'm trying to change. But look, but this is, I appreciate y'all. But look, this is fundamentally, I think, the difference between how Republicans think about this issue, how Kamala Harris thinks about this issue, and frankly, I think how most Americans are on the side of the Republican ticket here. What is a bigger, I mean, the American media ought to ask itself this question. What is the bigger threat to democracy? That Donald Trump, even if you disagree with him, this is assuming you disagree with him, that Donald Trump litigated, as was his right, the 2020 election, or that major technology firms that are in bed with the Communist Chinese Party censored American citizens. Censorship is a way bigger threat to American democracy than anything the Republicans have done over the last 5 years. And this is something that I think is so important, because what we really are at risk of and losing in this country if we lose this election is the right for you to speak your mind. If you thought that it was dumb that we were masking toddlers, 3-year-olds, at the height of COVID, you ought to be able to speak your mind. If you think that it is ridiculous that Kamala Harris opened the border and let in tons of fentanyl, you ought to be able to speak your mind. If you think that it is disgraceful that we are spending billions of dollars on illegal aliens while our own veterans suffer from homelessness, you ought to be able to speak your mind. Agree or disagree, Donald Trump and I will fight for the First Amendment, because that is the most important right we have in the United States of America, and we're not going to forget it. I'm so grateful for the warm reception. I'm not getting out of here just yet. We'll take some questions from the reporters. And what I'd ask here is that we start out with folks who are local. I think we have a little time here, so I'll try to answer as many questions as we possibly have. But let's start with a few local reporters.
Hey there, Senator. Peter Zampa, Gray Television. First, a couple of days ago, former President Trump suggested that if necessary, the military step in and handle what he calls the enemy from within on Election Day. What exactly does that mean?
Yes.
And then second, if I could.
Go ahead.
Oh, you can answer
Yeah.
that one first if you like.
Yeah, let me answer that question and ask your second question. So first of all, and this is not meant to be a criticism of you. It's meant to be a criticism of the media writ large. Is the media likes to hang their hat on something that Donald Trump said. They take it out of context, and instead of focusing on the fact that gas prices are 45% higher than when Kamala Harris was president, over the last 3.5 years of Kamala Harris's leadership, or that groceries are 25% higher thanks to Kamala Harris's leadership, or that housing prices in Pennsylvania are about 50% higher. They focus on these things instead of on the issues that the American people actually care about. And I think we can do so much better by talking about the issues and the substance. But I want to answer your question. Here's what Donald Trump was saying. We all saw this. We all saw this in the summer of 2020, and I believe that the number is $13 billion of damage, and 20 lives were lost, most of them police officers, in the rioting that happened in the summer of 2020. We have various far-left activists who are talking about civil unrest in this country if Donald Trump were to be elected president again. If you have people who are rioting in American streets, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, whatever their political persuasion is, we're not going to let that happen. We believe in law and order in this country. That's what Donald Trump is talking about, and I think it's very simple. Second question.
And the second question, what message do you think it sends to independent voters when you do not directly answer the question, did Donald Trump lose in 2020?
I think, sir, look. First of all, on the election of 2020, I've answered this question directly a million times. No. I think there are serious problems in 2020. So did Donald Trump lose the election? Not by the words that I would use. Okay? So look, we could, but look, I really couldn't care less if you agree or disagree with me on this issue. And here's the thing that I focus on, because what the media will do, they'll focus on the court cases, or they'll focus on some crazy conspiracy theory. What I know, what verifiably I know happened, is that in 2020, large technology companies censored Americans from talking about things like the Hunter Biden laptop story, and that had a major, major consequence on the election. Now, let's take that as a baseline reality. Even the journalists who constantly fact-check me admit that that's real. Well, okay. You could say, well, let's say your view is that happened and we still think Trump lost, or that happened and we think that means Trump won. Who cares? It happened. Censorship is bad, and that's the substance of what we're focused on, and that's what we care the most about. And here's the final point that I'll make is, you know what I care a lot more about than what happened 3.5 years ago? Is what Kamala Harris has done over the last 3.5 years and what she's going to do if the American people give her 4 years in office. It's a disaster. We know that it has led to terrible, terrible consequences for the American people, and that's what we're focused on. And, you know, one final observation here. I've been asked just in the past 2 weeks, I think I've been asked probably 8 or 9 questions about 2020. And I give an honest answer because I think it's important to ask the question or answer the questions that are asked. But how many questions have I been asked about why Pennsylvanians can't afford gasoline? I've been asked Thank you. I've been asked very, very few questions about why Pennsylvanians can't afford food and can't afford housing. And here's the simple reality is we can agree to disagree on a whole host of issues, but our message to Pennsylvania independents, to Pennsylvania Republicans, and to Pennsylvania Democrats is very simple. If you want a secure southern border and you want to be able to afford the American dream again, Donald Trump and I have a plan for you, and we will fight for you, and that's our message to voters down the stretch.
Hi, Senator. Jake Sarwar from Fox 56 Wolf. Just wanted to know how the Trump-Vance administration would plan to improve the education system, including keeping necessary leadership activities like Future Farmers or even FBLA, the Future Business Leaders of America.
Yeah. And what's the second question? Did you have a second question?
I do. It's unrelated to education.
Okay, fine. Okay, yeah. I'll answer this question. Look, it's first of all, we're motivated by the simple principle that every child, rich or poor, deserves to have a high-quality education in the United States of America, and we're failing our kids right now. We're failing our kids in a big way. Now, we're failing our kids in a couple of important ways. Number one, we've got a lot of taxpayers coming from the a lot of tax money coming from the Department of Education that is funding radical curriculums instead of funding the curriculums that are going to teach our kids how to read, how to write, and how to do arithmetic. We got to get back to common sense education. The second very basic principle is that we believe that every Pennsylvania child, and especially their parents, ought to be able to decide, to choose for themselves where those kids go to school. So we believe in school choice. And we believe that if we empower parents more with more choices, that's how you best preserve those programs for kids because they matter. They teach character. They teach virtue. They teach the skills that are necessary for a life of success and of happiness. That's why they exist in the first place. And I think the reason why a lot of them are under stress is because we've got Department of Education bureaucrats instead of parents making the right decisions for their kids. We're going to change that. And I know you had another question.
So Pennsylvania, specifically here in North Central and even in Northeastern, has an abundant resources and manufacturing plants.
Sure.
How in a Trump-Vance administration would you really, try to enhance that role that they play in the communities?
Yeah, very, very, very important question. Well, we are sitting, and I imagine you all know this better than I do, we are sitting on the Saudi Arabia of natural gas right here in the state of Pennsylvania. It's an amazing resource. And again, the contrast between these two candidates and these two visions could not be different. Kamala Harris wants us to buy oil and gas from tin pot dictators all over the world. Donald Trump wants wants us to buy it from our own people, our own workers, and our own territory. Drill, baby, drill. That is the way to achieve energy independence. But, you know, the energy, so two ways you got to protect manufacturing. First connects to energy, so let me address that. We all know that one of the biggest drivers of cost for our manufacturers is energy. Right? If you're manufacturing steel, you use a lot of natural gas because you can only manufacture steel at really high temperatures. That's true for almost any manufactured product. So if we unleash Pennsylvania energy workers and we lower the cost of energy, I believe this is why we talk about a golden age of prosperity. We're going to have a manufacturing renaissance, the likes of which this country has not seen in 150 years. We're going to rebuild the greatest industrial power in the world, and we're going to start with Pennsylvania energy as the foundation. But the final point, just to echo something I said earlier, is it goes back to tariffs, because if you've got foreign countries using slave labor to undercut the wages of American workers, you've got to make those countries pay a big fat penalty, and that's all a tariff is. That's a big part of it, too. Next question.
Hi, Senator. My name is Sabrina Barner. I'm with the Standard Journal in Milton. A lot of people might see the state of this country as hopeless or nearly hopeless. So what would be your words to them, especially to young people who feel like they have no chance at the American dream?
Well, I appreciate that question, Sabrina. And look, I frankly know how a lot of those kids felt, because I grew up in a pretty rough family, and we didn't always have a whole lot of money. And I remember there were times where I looked to the future and wondered whether things were ever going to get better than they were, you know, when I was a teenager, when I was growing up and living with my grandmother, who was struggling in very big ways. And I think that my message to them, most importantly, is don't give up on yourself. One of the things that I've come to appreciate is that, yeah, while sometimes we had it awfully rough and sometimes we were pretty poor, that in a lot of ways it gave me a perspective on the world that I wouldn't have had if I'd been born with a silver spoon in my mouth. And so I think that we take, you know, in this country, we take the good with the bad, and I think in some ways it can be a blessing to have to persevere through very tough circumstances. And I encourage people who feel like the American dream is out of reach, persevere, never give up on yourself. That's the first thing I'll say. But the second thing that I'll say is that while we got a lot of people who are living paycheck to paycheck, who can't afford to pay off their credit cards, who are struggling and worrying about the future, don't give up on yourself. But my job as your next vice president is to make it just a little bit easier for you to work hard, play by the rules, and get ahead in this country that all of us love. And I know there are a lot of people out there who feel like the American dream is unaffordable. I talk to a lot of young families, you know, young couples who'd like to buy a home and start a family, have a baby, and they feel like they can't because things are too expensive. One of the things that I promise is that when Donald Trump is in the White House, we will fight every single day for you. We'll fight to make the American dream more affordable, and we will rebuild the greatest engine of prosperity the world has ever seen. We've got to get better leadership in there, so go and vote for Trump. That's the final thing I'll say. Go and vote for Trump by November 5th. Thank you, Sabrina.
Thank you, Senator Vance. My name is Arjun Singh with the Epoch Times. Across Pennsylvania, Vice President Harris has been talking a lot about abortion rights, an issue that you and President Trump believe should be left to the states to decide.
Sure.
But that question is different from what you think the states should do once it's in their hands and what you believe is morally right or not. Here in Pennsylvania, it's possible to get an abortion up to 24 weeks of pregnancy, which is about the same as it was under Roe versus Wade. Do you think that law is moral or not, and why?
Well, Arjun, look, I think that even whether you're pro-choice or pro-life, we should all be able to say that aborting a late-term baby for no reason, you know, sometimes it's necessary because of the health of the mother, the life of the mother, but aborting a late-term baby is not something that we should take lightly in this country. And I don't like that. I really do not like that. And I think it's important to say. Now, Arjun, I, of course, come at this from a different perspective from Kamala Harris and a lot of Democrats. I want us to protect every vulnerable life in this country, and I think that's really important. But the reason why, I mean, think about this. The way that we do that is we ensure that each state is able to make its policy the way that it thinks it should. So I'm not going to tell Pennsylvanians what they should do in the same way I'm not going to tell Californians and I'm not going to tell Alabamans exactly what they should do. I think it's important to realize the real contrast between this is that Kamala Harris wants to renationalize this issue. She wants taxpayer-funded abortion at the 9th month, and which is disgusting. Donald Trump wants to preserve the right of the states to make these decisions. He, in other words, wants to preserve the right of voters to make these decisions, and that's a big difference between him and Kamala Harris. Next question.
JD, the question is about health care.
Yes, sir.
Trump care never hit the ground running, and we'd like to hear what your
Yes, sir.
policy would be on health care.
You know,
because we're one family away from a really big bill, one bad medical.
Yes, sir. And look, our message to Pennsylvania families is that President Trump is going to have your back. And he did have Pennsylvania families back during the first Trump administration, because a lot of folks don't remember this. But President Trump inherited, and I'm talking about the private health care exchanges, those exchanges were in a bit of a death spiral, because the health care that was offered was so bad that people wouldn't sign up until they got very sick. And that's a terrible way to actually run a health insurance program. And that's what we were doing in this country. And Donald Trump implemented a number of reforms to make health care more stable in this country. And I'm not going to say that we fixed everything, because there's still a lot to do. But the guiding principle of Donald Trump's health care plan is, number one, we want people to be able to choose a health care plan that makes sense for their family. Number two, we want them to be able to choose a doctor and keep their doctor, not have their health insurance plan strip their doctor from them. And number three is we want transparency in the prices that people are paying. There's no service in the world where you go in and you have no idea what you're actually buying or how much you're actually buying it for. And we think that's one of the main reasons that health care is broken. And by the way, this looks or presents very different problems depending on the issue that we're talking about. Okay, so let me give you an example. You go into a hospital, you have a young family, and I've heard this story so many times. The young family has a baby, and they're right at the moment where the woman needs pain medication, and then they choose an out-of-network provider, and they get home, they got a $20,000 surprise medical bill. We got to cut that crap out. We got to stop that. Make sure that people know what they're buying, know what they're paying for. That's really important. But then let me give you another illustration of this problem. You all would probably be shocked to know, or maybe you wouldn't, that Europe pays lower prices for drugs that were invented in this country than Americans do. Well, that's unfair, and that's ridiculous, and Donald Trump's going to change it. In fact, he fought to change it his first 4 years, and then Biden and Harris undid all of his important work. People don't give Trump enough credit for this, but towards the end of his administration, he really took on Big Pharma so that Americans would pay lower costs for prescription drugs. He wants Europeans, in the same way that Europeans have to pay more for their own defense, they've also got to pay a little bit more for their own health care and stop freeloading off the United States of America. That'll lower costs for Pennsylvanians, and that's an important thing we got to do too. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Dave Kennedy from the Williamsport Sun-Gazette. What would you like to do specifically to get people, young people, the opportunity to go to trade schools more, not necessarily
Yes, sir.
Four-year academic, but we need welders, we need all that kind of folks as well.
Yes, we
what
do.
Specifically would you do? And I do have another question.
Yeah. Look, man, I was raised by a union welder in Armco Steel in Middletown, Ohio, and trust me, he was a hell of a lot smarter than almost any person I've ever met. And it's tough work, but it's not just work with the hands, it's also work with the mind. And I think one thing is leaders got to do a better job of talking about this stuff. We've had a generation of young people, and I was taught this message. I'm 40 years old. When I was going to high school in the 90s, there was this idea that there was work with your hands and there was work with your head, and they were somehow totally different. Talk to a union pipe fitter who can do trigonometry better than a mathematics professor. Work with your hands and work with your head is often the same kind of work, right? And that's an important thing to remember. We got to get more people in the trades, but we got to be honest. The financial support for people who want to go to trade school is just not there in the same way that everybody who wants to go get a 4-year degree. And I happen to think that if you want to go and become an electrician or a pipe fitter or a welder, or you want to work in carpentry, you ought to be able to get the same benefits as somebody who goes to a 4-year college. We got to be equal across everybody. And sir, that comes when things like Pell Grants. You can't get Pell Grants if you want to go to trade school. That's 529 accounts. You can't really use those for trade school. We've got to just give everybody the opportunity to choose the life that they want. And then at the same time, leaders have got to talk a lot more about the fact that there is honorable, great, smart work in the trades. And we've got to do a better job of communicating that message as leaders of this country. Next question, sir.
Kind of going along with those ideas about Made in America. There are a lot of people concerned about the cost of tariffs being passed along to U.S. consumers because, as we both know, tariffs are paid at the U.S. ports, not by countries, but by companies when goods are imported into the U.S. How do you all plan to address that?
Yes, sir. So I understand the question, but I think I disagree with the premise in this way, that the assumption that tariffs always lead to price increases for consumers ignores that companies only pay the tariffs if they decide to manufacture overseas in the first place. And this was, Trump. I mentioned that. I mentioned the president, made this argument or did this great interview yesterday. And again, I'd encourage you all to watch it. But this guy who's interviewing kind of asked the same question that you just asked, sir. And he says, well, these tariffs. These companies are going to pay all these tariffs. And Trump said, no, they're not. And the guy kind of looks at him kind of confused. And Trump says, they're not going to pay anything so long as they make it in America. And that's the whole point of a tariff in the first place, is to make more things in America. But I think we really ignore the costs, the long-term costs, and sometimes the short-term costs of letting other countries make all of our critical stuff. And sometimes it's hard to put a dollar value on this stuff, and sometimes it's really easy to put a dollar value on this stuff. Because remember, at the height of the COVID pandemic, when we were trying to get hospital gowns and masks, and I'm not talking about masks for 3 years old, I'm talking about masks in hospitals for doctors to use when they're doing surgery, and we couldn't get that stuff because the Chinese and other countries made it. So everybody said, well, if you just let the Chinese make everything, it's going to lead to cheaper and cheaper goods. Well, the Chinese are making more of our stuff today than they ever have, and frankly, things are more expensive than they should be. That's a fault of Kamala Harris's leadership and a generation of failed leadership in this country. Donald Trump is going to change it. We're going to make more of our own stuff, and we're going to actually get better prices for consumers in the process. What? Why don't we take just 2 more questions here?
Yeah, Senator Torian with CBS News. After just saying that you do not believe Donald Trump lost in 2020, what would you need to see in November to give you the assurance that it's a secure and safe election?
Well, Torian, look, I'm not worried about it. Because, again, I think that we've done a lot of work here in 2024 to make our elections, to make sure that every legal ballot is cast and every legal ballot is counted. I think, number 2, you don't have technology companies interfering in the election in the same way they were in 2020, though they still are a little bit. And I think that's a problem, Torian. And so to me, the fundamental question is not what do I need to see. The fundamental question is, let's agree, Democrat, Republican, or Independent, we are done with censorship in this country. We're going to protect everybody's First Amendment right to speak. And if we do that, you'll give way more credibility to the 2024 election than anything that I can stand up here and say in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. We'll do one more question.
Thank you for doing this. My name's Hannah. I'm with ABC. My question for you is, are you concerned about election misinformation and the impact it could have on the cycle and turnout? And if no, why not?
Oh, look, Hannah, that's a good question. Yes, I am worried about it. In fact, I talk to people every now and then who will come up to me and say, well, there are too many problems out there. We don't trust the people who are going to count our ballots, and so I'm not going to get out there and vote. That's the exact opposite attitude you should be taking. If you're worried about what's going on in this country, get out there and vote, but then do more than that. Go volunteer to be a poll worker. Go volunteer to knock on doors. Go volunteer to participate in this democratic process, because if you don't, there's nobody coming to save us. It's all up to us to save this country, the people in this room. And here's something else that I think people don't realize is if you're a local voter in a place like Williamsport, the people who are counting your ballots are often your neighbors. And again, it's the local elections, and especially in our small and rural areas, it's your neighbors who are counting these votes. It's your neighbors who are counting these ballots. And I think that we got to focus on the real problem. The real problem is 2 weeks ago, Democrats killed a bill that would have made it harder for illegal aliens to vote. Right? That's out there in the open. So we got to be, of course, vigilant about that, but we got to make sure that we pass the laws to ensure that every legal ballot, but only the legal ballots count. And the second thing that we got to do is look, we all know what happened. 2020 was the censorship election. They silenced stories and then bragged about it that we know had a big effect on the election. I think that the solution to censorship is for us to get out there and speak our mind and speak it loudly. Don't be afraid. Don't let them silence you. And that's how we defeat censorship in this country. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you all so much, but we're not done yet. We'll have a little bit more fun, but I'd ask that we start with the local reporters. I'll probably take 4 or so questions just because we've got to get on the road, but let's start. First question, I don't know if we got a microphone back there. I assume we do. Oh, and I love Jesus. Thank you, ma'am. It's always good to have that reminder. Jesus does love every single one of us, and that's an important thing. God bless you. First question.
All right. Hi, Senator. Excuse me. Hi, Senator Vance. My name's Stephen Moore.
Good to see you.
I'm from WTRF Channel 7 in wild and wonderful Wheeling, West Virginia.
There we go.
All right. Now, the U.S. labor force participation rate is historically low, among young men in particular. There are a lot of reasons for this, from drug addiction, lack of education, mental health problems. How does this administration plan to address this issue and get our young people back to work so they can start families, buy homes, and participate in the American dream?
Yes, sir. A very important question, and the most important way to get people back into the labor force is to make sure that we've got good jobs and the dollar goes far enough to support a family in this country. If you want to get people back to work, you've got to make sure that when they earn a dollar, first of all, they get to keep as much of it as possible, which is why we want to lower folks' taxes. But second of all, a lot of people are not going to choose to work if they work 40 hours a week, 50 hours a week, and they can't afford food, they can't afford to buy a house. This inflation that we've experienced under Kamala Harris's leadership, we've got to make the dollar worth a dollar again, and that's something Donald Trump and I are going to fight for every single day. Now, a second thing that we've got to do is that we've got to promote more pathways in this country to the middle class. When I was growing up, what everybody told me, all my guidance counselors, all my teachers, they told everybody, you got to go to college, you got to go to college, you got to go to college. Well, here's the thing. Now we're waking up and we realize we've got way too many basket weavers with a 4-year college degree, but we don't have enough electricians, enough welders, enough people who can build things in this country, and that's got to change. So we want to make it easier. Whatever you want to do, if you want to go be a doctor, go be a doctor. But if you want to work with your hands and build something in the greatest country in the history of the world, we've got to make sure there are pathways available for people who want to do that. And I think that's how we get people back engaged with the workforce, is we give them the training for the kind of jobs that they want to do. It's going to make our whole country better in the process. Thank you for the question.
Good afternoon, Nicole Ford here with WPXI in Pittsburgh. When it comes to Pennsylvania, which county are you going to look at the margins first to know that you have won the state?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I mean, look, I'm a political candidate. I'm not much of a political prognosticator. The only prognostication I'll make is that Pennsylvania is going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. I really do believe that. But look, I mean, the smart people who know this state will tell you, you got to look at Bucks County in the east. You got to look at, of course, Erie County in the west. There are a couple of really important counties that we're going to be paying attention to. But look, if you look at this, my friends, is why I'm so excited and why I'm so optimistic about this race. If you look at the early voting numbers, if you look at how much redder Pennsylvania has gotten in just the last couple of years, we are going to win this race so long as we work for it over the next 19 days. I really do believe that. But let me say the final point I want to make about this is the reason why I think President Trump's message resonates so well in Pennsylvania, more frankly than Republicans did from 20 years ago, is that President Trump believes in making things in America and stamping more products with the incredible label, Made in the USA. And the only way... Look, Pennsylvania has some of the proudest tradition of steel manufacturing, of craftsmanship in the entire country, frankly, in the entire world, but we have gotten way too far away from self-reliance in the United States of America. Let me give you a statistic that scares the hell out of me, and it should scare every person in Pennsylvania. China has 32% of world manufacturing GDP. That means of the goods that are made, 32% of them are made in China. Do you know what the number is for the United States of America? 18%. That means China makes more stuff. And I'm talking about the pharmaceuticals that we put into the bodies of our children, some of the important weapon systems of the future, the computer chips. We've got to make more of our own stuff in the United States of America. And the way to do that is to lower regulations, lower energy costs for American businesses, and to rebuild the great American middle class. And the final point I'll make about this, and this is where President Trump gets the most criticism, but it's also where President Trump is the most right. If you are a business and you rely on foreign slave labor at $3 a day, the only way to rebuild American manufacturing is to say, if you want to bring that product made by slave labor back into the United States of America, you're going to pay a big fat tariff before you get it back into our country. And my message to Pennsylvanians, don't trust anybody, especially Kamala Harris. When she tells you she's going to rebuild American manufacturing without forcing the Chinese to pay a tariff, there is no way to do it unless you're fighting hard against the people who are stealing our jobs and stealing our manufacturing industries. You got to do it. And if you're not doing it, you're not serious about rebuilding the American middle class. Next question.
Hi, JD. Adam Bobeski for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. You've raised a lot of concerns about election security and integrity, and I wanted to know if you think it cuts both ways. If you're leading in the popular vote, or the vote nationally, after election week, do you think that Kamala Harris should concede if she has similar concerns?
Well, look, I think whoever wins this election, and it's going to be Donald Trump and JD Vance, we certainly expect to have a good election. We certainly expect to be congratulating the winner, and we certainly expect that winner is going to be us. But look, you can say on the one hand you don't think big tech should be interfering in an election, while at the same time respecting the results of the election. I don't think there's any inconsistency in that. I'm going to keep on saying that American citizens have the right to be heard. American citizens have the right to have every legal ballot count. We're going to keep on working on legislation when we're in office, like the SAVE Act, which makes it harder for illegal aliens to vote in American elections. And I think, like most people in our country, whether they agree or disagree with me on any given issue, can admit that we can have faith in the 2024 election, and I do have faith in the 2024 election, while accepting that we can do a hell of a lot better at the same time. Both of those thoughts can be held in our heads at the same time, and that's certainly true, I think, for a majority of the residents of this Commonwealth. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ryan Dito. I'm with the Pittsburgh Tribune Review. You talked a little bit about housing cost.
Sure.
Kind of wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on kind of issues on dealing with the supply of housing. I know that here in Pittsburgh we have, just like everywhere, kind of a bad supply of housing. How do we boost that, and how do we address that issue?
Yes, sir. Look, an important question. And look, we got to talk about the supply issue and the demand issue. So you asked about supply, so I'll start there. We don't make enough houses. There's not a high enough supply of houses in the United States of America. What does that mean? Lower energy costs to make it easier to build. That's why we say drill, baby, drill is maybe the most important part of lowering housing costs. You got to get mortgage rates lower again so that people can afford to buy a home when they find a home that they like. And the third thing is you've got to end all of these ridiculous regulations that make it harder for people to build homes in the United States of America. We're the proudest building country in the world. We got to get back to that very proud tradition. But we also got to be honest. If you build 5 million new homes over the next 3 years, but you import 25 million illegal aliens, the price of housing is going to go up. Because when American homes don't go to American citizens, that is one of the biggest drivers of the increase in housing costs. So here's the simple Donald Trump plan to reduce housing costs for American citizens. Build more American homes, but make sure they go to American citizens, not people who don't have the legal right to be here. Thank you. We'll do just a couple more.
With KDKA TV News. Trump references the enemy from within. Would a Trump administration use the military to go after people who oppose Donald Trump?
Oh, of course not. Of course not. Look, if you go back to the summer, look, ma'am, I'm glad you asked the question because I think it's so preposterous. First of all, the biggest problem that we have in this country right now is that because of Kamala Harris, people can't afford groceries and housing. We've got to fix that problem. That's why Donald Trump and I are running to redeliver prosperity for the American people. The second biggest problem we have in the United States of America is that we've got 25 million illegal aliens, many of them who have committed violent crimes who shouldn't be in the United States to begin with. And by the way, those are the issues that Pennsylvanians care the most about. When you go out and talk to them, you look at the polls, we ought to be talking about how to redeliver peace and prosperity for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's what President Trump and I are focused on. But look, the media picks up on this question when he makes this observation that we've also got to have law and order in our own country too, because this is an important issue. Do we remember? The media loves to talk about January the 6th, and of course, January the 6th of 2021, if you were violent, if you committed acts of violence, then you should be prosecuted for them. Everybody believes that. But what they don't like to talk about is just a few months prior when $13 billion of damage and 20 lives were lost in the mass riots across this country in the summer of 2020. And what President Trump has said quite directly is that look, if that ever happens again, if you ever have people who think that they can not just exercise their First Amendment right, but loot and riot and burn down American cities, we are going to go after them, and we're going to go after them hard. We do not tolerate that crap in the United States of America.
Kaylee Gunderson, WTAE Channel 4 in Pittsburgh. I know you've touched on election integrity, but I want to ask specifically about mail-in voting. How do you reconcile former President Donald Trump and members of the Republican Party previously casting doubt on integrity of mail-in voting when now many in the Republican Party and yourself are encouraging supporters to vote by mail?
So let me say two things about that. First of all, as I said earlier, I don't love that we've gotten away from just having an election day where everybody casts the same ballot, everybody casts it on the same day. But again, the people of Pennsylvania, through their elected legislatures, through the governor, have changed how this works. And so I'm not saying that I prefer mail-in voting. I'm saying that mail-in voting is now here, so let's deal with that reality and make sure our voices count just as much as the other side. That's all that we're saying here. Now, by the way, a number of international organizations, a number of folks have talked about the fact that mail-in voting can sometimes introduce problems, and we're fighting every single day to make sure those problems don't happen in Pennsylvania or anywhere else in our country. And here are the things that you've got to do. You've got to make sure that mail-in votes have the proper signature matching. You got to make sure that mail-in votes are properly tracked to a real registered voter. There are all of these things that we can do, and the Republican Party is fighting every single day, not just for our own voters, but for everybody, because we want every legal ballot to cast and count, but we only want the legal ballots to count, not the illegal ballots. And so we've got the election integrity efforts underway to make sure that whether you're voting by mail, whether you're voting early, or whether you're voting in person, that your ballot is going to count. So my message again to everybody is get out there and vote, because it's the only way that we're going to send Kamala Harris back to San Francisco where she belongs. So on that note, because we're going to have to hit the road here, and I'm very excited, my friends. My cousin, who's more like a little sister to me, she's getting married tomorrow. So let's give her a round of applause. We'll tell her that the people. I'll tell my cousin Bonnie Rose, she's named after my mamaw. I'll tell Bonnie Rose that the thoughts, the prayers, and the blessings and the good wishes of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania go with her on this new journey. But I want to tell you a story, and I've got so many stories because I've learned so much about our country over the last few weeks. I mean, people always ask me how I'm doing, and I appreciate you asking, but the answer is I'm doing as good as a person possibly could. Because aside from being married to my beautiful wife and being a father to our 3 kids, the greatest honor of my entire life is to stand up here and ask all of you to make me your next Vice President of the United States. It is a cool thing. It is a great honor. And but I also, one of the things that happens, of course, is you get to meet a lot of people. And there's a woman that I met a few weeks ago, as a matter of fact, and you know, she was just in one of these photo lines. You take photos with people before, and she was talking to me about how she was really hurting because she couldn't afford groceries anymore. And she was talking about the things they cut back on, the things they like to have in their house, but they don't have anymore because they've got to make ends meet, and they've got to make do with what they have. And she spent about 30 seconds telling me about how she was struggling to buy groceries, and then she spent the next 3 minutes telling me that she prays for my family every day. She knew the 3 names of our beautiful kids, that she prays for each one of them by name every single day. And she spent more time asking me how I was than talking about her problems, even though I'm the one who gets to run for vice president, and she's worried about paying her bills. And I've met so many people like that. And you know what it's taught me? It's taught me that we have a generosity of spirit among our people that I wasn't fully aware of until I accepted this incredible honor. And I think that when you realize how great the people of the United States of America are, and how beautiful of a country we have. I was in Williamsport, Pennsylvania just yesterday, I believe, and we get off the plane, and there's this mountain by the airport that is red and yellow and orange and green because, of course, Pennsylvania is really beautiful, but especially this time of year. And we've got the best natural resources. I mean, the Chinese and the Russians would literally kill for, sometimes they have, for the natural resources that we have just right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And I realize that as frustrated as sometimes we get, and certainly as frustrated as I get, with the failure of Kamala Harris's leadership, we've got to remember, my friends, that the only thing that is truly broken about the United States of America is the failed leadership in Washington, D.C. Now, We're not quite done. Let me try to take 3 or 4 questions. Let's start with the local media if we can, and then we'll move on to the national folks if there's time. Was that to me or to them? First question.
Hi, Mr. Vance. This is Kelly Milan with Spectrum News 1 Milwaukee. Thanks for taking questions. Mr. Vance, how does the Catholics for Trump campaign factor into your broader strategy for winning key battleground states like Wisconsin?
Well, it's a good question. I'm glad you asked it. I think, look, obviously, every person in this country, if they're here legally, their vote matters. But there are a lot of Catholics as a group. There are a lot of Catholics who I think rightfully feel abandoned by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's leadership, and they're just looking for somebody to protect their rights and make this country an affordable and decent place to raise a family. And that's all. I think that's true of a lot of Catholics. It's true of non-Catholics too. But we cannot have an American government that is persecuting Christians for living their faith. We should be rewarding people and encouraging people to live their faith. We believe. Look, you've got people of faith all across the state of Wisconsin who are doing detox facilities for people who are suffering from drug addiction who wouldn't be able to get help were it not for those people of faith. You've got food banks and soup kitchens that are being run in this state every single day because people of faith are living Jesus' greatest commandment, which is to love your neighbor as you love yourself. We have people, we have Christian families that are raising children, and we want them to be able to raise their children as they see fit without having a federal government that is trying to attack their faith. We have Christian organizations that are helping people with daycare and childcare. Why is it that Kamala Harris seems to think that Christians are a bigger threat to this country than the Mexican drug cartels that she has let run rampant all over this country? It's a disgrace. But look, I think as a political matter, because so many Christians are sick of being told by their government that they're not welcome in their own country, I think Christians are going to turn out in a very, very big way for Donald Trump on November the 5th. And if they do, if Christians get out there and vote, we are going to win, my friends. It's that simple. Next question.
Good afternoon, Senator. Chuck Quirmbach of WUWM Radio. I had a question for you about Liz Cheney. Vice President Harris and Liz have an event coming up in Brookfield, just a few miles from here, Monday night.
That was for Liz Cheney, not for you, sir. But go ahead and ask your question.
Well, either way, sir. But what's your opinion of Liz Cheney?
That's too easy. That's too easy. My opinion of Liz Cheney is low. Is that good enough? Look, I have friends. My dear friend is running not too far from here for U.S. Senate, the state of Indiana, Jim Banks, former friend of Liz Cheney. We got a lot of good Jim Banks fans here. I've known a lot of people in Washington who served with Liz Cheney, and what they will tell you to a person is that Liz Cheney is motivated by an obsessive hatred of the people who cost her Wyoming congressional seat. She is not motivated by a love of this country. She's a resentful, petty, small person, and if Kamala Harris wants to parade her around, she's welcome to. One more thing about that is think of the big tent common sense team that Donald Trump has assembled. On the right, you've got folks like Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, Nikki Haley. On the left, you've got folks like Tulsi Gabbard and Bobby Kennedy. Tulsi Gabbard, who picked Kamala Harris apart in her debate so badly that Kamala Harris dropped out of the Democratic presidential contest a few years ago. I think I speak for everybody in this room. We'd much rather have Tulsi Gabbard than Liz Cheney, so that's a trade we'll make every day and twice on Sunday. Next question.
Hi, Senator Vance. Emily Pofall from WISN 12 News here in the area. So early in-person voting starts in Wisconsin on Tuesday. Given what your running mate has said about absentee voting leading to fraud, do you only want people to early vote in person? And does that hinder the Republicans' effort to get out the vote?
I think President Trump has been very consistent on this, and I'm going to be very consistent on it. We want people to vote in every single way that they can. We want every vote to count. We want get out there and vote. Vote by mail, vote absentee, vote early, vote on Election Day. Here's all that President Trump has said is in the past. Look, in the past, me and President Trump have both said this. I don't like election season. I like Election Day. But as Donald Trump has said, it is what it is. And if the Democrats are going to use every method of voting possible, then the Republicans, we've got to do it too. We've got to take advantage of the options that are given to us. And so we're going to keep on fighting for election integrity. We're going to keep on trying to pass things like the SAVE Act, which would make it harder for illegal aliens to vote in our elections. We believe in that. But while we fight for every legal ballot to count, we are also going to encourage every single person, if you are sick of the BS from Kamala Harris and just want to get back to common sense, vote however you want to vote, but make sure you get out there and vote because we need it to win this election. Next question. And we'll take a couple more here.
Mr. Vance, Bria Jones with Fox 6 News, Milwaukee. I have a question for you. Good evening. You said that you believe in the wisdom of the people of Wisconsin. In this moment, what words of wisdom would you share with undecided voters?
Well, that's a good question. I appreciate that, Bree. I guess that what I would say to undecided voters, ma'am, is, look, we have the best country in the world. We got the best people, the best natural resources, but we have got broken leadership that is holding this state and holding this country back. We could do so much better. We could make groceries more affordable. We could make housing more affordable. We could secure that southern border. We could lower violent crime in our communities. We've got the will and we've got the talent to do it. We've just got to get Kamala Harris out of the White House. That's what I would say to those undecided voters is She agrees with me, though I don't think you're undecided. What I think that there are a lot of people, I think, who probably are looking to the future like I did when I was a 17-year-old kid, which is they're worried about paying for the things they got to pay for. They're worried about whether they're going to be able to make ends meet. They're worried an emergency medical bill could bankrupt them and ruin them financially. But they're also fundamentally hopeful because they believe in the promise of this country. I think the best way for America's promise to become more and more fully realized is to fix the broken leadership in Washington and get Donald Trump back in the White House. I really believe that. That's why I'm running to help him. And so, ma'am, I just encourage those swing voters. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Because if the answer is no, and I think for most Wisconsinites the answer is no, then let's get Donald Trump back in the White House. That's my pitch. Thank you for your question. Yes, sir.
Hi, Senator. Simon Levy in New York Times. Democrats have begun attacking Jill Stein, the third-party Green Party candidate, because she sought help from Republicans in her campaign efforts. I'm just curious what you make of her candidacy. Do you think she's playing spoiler? Do you hope she siphons support from Harris?
Well, look, the Jill Stein thing is interesting because the Democrats will attack Jill Stein while at the same time attacking, or they're trying to keep Bobby Kennedy on the ballot, even though Bobby Kennedy's already endorsed Donald J. Trump. So I think the Democrats, if they're worried about spoilers, they ought to look in the mirror because Bobby Kennedy had a hell of a lot more support than Jill Stein ever did, and they're trying to prevent him from getting off the ballot. Look, I honestly, I don't know much about Jill Stein. I obviously don't think she's going to get a whole lot of votes, but my attitude is the best person to vote for is Donald J. Trump, and the second best person to vote for is anybody not named Kamala Harris. So I don't really care what people do after that. All right. So let me leave you with just a couple of final thoughts. Number one, I want you to go home and, again, whether it's text message, social media, whatever you use or use all of it, get out there and talk about why you're voting for Donald Trump and why you want your neighbors to do the same. That's request number one, okay? Request number two, especially with some of our elderly folks, people who are finding it harder to get the polls, don't just encourage them to go out there and vote. Make a plan to help them vote. You know, I've got family members who, trust me, none of us want on the road, my friends. And we've got other family members who are helping to make sure they've got a plan to drive them to the polls on or before Election Day. I hope you all do that because we got to win this race and we got to count on everybody's vote in order to do that. But the third thing I want to do is I'm going to embarrass, speaking of family members, I've got my big cousin and her family. She's more like my big sister. We've got Rachel Vance in the room. Rachel, where are you? Well, okay, she was sitting right here. Apparently they pulled her backstage because we're getting ready to wrap up. But Rachel, I love you. Thank you for being here, and thanks for spending some time in the beautiful state of Wisconsin. Now, Rachel's from Texas, so she doesn't necessarily believe that Wisconsin weather is always this nice in late October. But I'm telling you, every time I come to town, the weather's perfect. So just make me vice president. I'll come back all the time, and we can always have beautiful weather in the state of Wisconsin. My final thought, my friends, is this. We have a country to save. And when we say that, it's not just about beating the Democrats, as much as it's going to be fun to beat Kamala Harris in just a couple of weeks. It's about giving the American people the kind of government that is going to deliver better prosperity, that's going to make groceries more affordable, that's going to secure that southern border. We've got 16 days to give the American people a government that is fit to lead this great nation. Let's go get it done. God bless you. Thank you, Wisconsin. We'll see you soon. With that, I will say thank you, Arizona. Thank you for all your hard work. Let's get across the finish line and make Donald Trump the next president and take this country back. God love you. Thank you so much. We'll take some questions from reporters, but I'm so thrilled to be here. All righty. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you all. Let's start with the local reporters. We'll get to the national folks if we got a little time. Semper Fi. God bless you, sir.
Hello, Senator Vance. My name is Renee Romo. I'm a reporter with 13 News here in Tucson. Thank you so much for taking questions. My question to you is just as you were talking about your ticket's economic plan, former President Donald Trump has said that he would impose high tariffs on Chinese goods if he were to take office. However, a number of economists have said that would increase the prices of foreign goods here in America. What do you say to any voters that are concerned about this?
Yeah, Renee, I think, look, it's a fair question. It's an important question. But the very same people who said that Donald Trump's tariffs aren't going to work are the very same people that said that we should let China into the World Trade Organization. They were wrong about that. They're the very same people that said it would lead to more American prosperity if we shipped all of our industries and manufacturing base to China, and they were wrong about that. And they're the same people that have led to the evisceration of the American middle class, and they were wrong about that. Donald Trump and I are going to rebuild the American middle class, and we're going to do it by fighting back against the Communist Chinese Party. Now, here's what's so important about this, Renee, is look, think about this. If you take two factories and two sets of workers, in America, we want those factory workers to have good middle-class jobs. We want them to be able to support a family and buy a home with those good middle-class jobs. In China, they're willing to pay their people, sometimes literal slaves, $3 a day, And you ask yourself, well, if they're going to make it for $3 a day and we want to pay our people good middle-class wages, how do we fight back against it? And the way that we fight back against it is to say, if you want to bring that slave labor-made crap back into our country, you're going to pay a big fat tariff, and that's how we're going to protect American businesses and American workers. And the one final point, the reason I don't put too much stock, and by the way, there are plenty of experts that think that Donald Trump's economic plan is the way to recreate prosperity in this country. I think Donald Trump is going to unleash a golden age of opportunity and the American dream in this country. We got to get there first, of course. But those same people, you know what the people who say they don't like Donald Trump's economic plans, they ignore the fact that Donald Trump put big fat tariffs on China during his first administration. And inflation was the lowest it had been in 40 years, and take-home pay was going up. So my response to people who criticize Donald Trump's economic plans is the proof is in the pudding. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Because I think for most Arizonans, they're saying no. So let's change directions. Let's go back to the policies that worked. Let's go back to Donald J. Trump's presidency. Thank you, ma'am. Next question.
Hi, Senator Vance. I'm Samantha Califa from the Tucson Spotlight. In the past, you've been very clear about your views on women and abortion and women's health care. What are your plans to support women if you make it to the White House? Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm glad you asked that question. Look, I grew up in a family where we also often didn't have a lot of money. In fact, most of the time didn't have a whole lot of money. And I grew up in a neighborhood, frankly, where I saw a lot of young women who chose to terminate a pregnancy because they felt like they didn't have any options. And what Donald Trump and I believe is that we want as many American families to have as many children as they want to. And the best way to do that is to give young women more options. Don't make them feel like there's only one choice out there. Let's promote a true pro-family country. Let's make... We want to make, for folks who need it, we want to make fertility more accessible. For young families who go to the hospital, they have a beautiful baby and they come home to surprise medical bills, we need to cut that crap out. There are a lot of things that we can do to make it more affordable and more possible for American families to choose life, and that's certainly what I want to happen. I want more American families to have babies, to have beautiful, healthy families, because if we don't have families in this country, then what the hell's the point of it, right? We want to raise our families in a healthy and prosperous country. And if you don't have children, you don't have the next generation. So Donald Trump and I are committed to being pro-family, pro-woman, pro-baby, and we're going to make it happen when we get back to the White House. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Senator. My name is Natalie Robbins from the Tucson Sentinel. So when your running mate Donald Trump was here in Tucson, he planned to launch one of the largest mass deportations in our history. Senator, I'm curious if your campaign...
Note to self, I'd like to have a drink of whatever you all had before you came to this rally.
Me
we're
too.
having a good time. Ask your question, ma'am. Sorry.
Senator, I'm curious if your administration plans to deport DACA recipients or childhood arrivals.
Look, ma'am, I think that what we've said and what President Trump has said is that when you've got 25 million illegal aliens in this country, you've got to deport a lot of people or you don't have a border anymore. It's just that simple. Now, look, you also, of course, we got to focus on the most hardened criminals. Thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, we've got 425,000 violent criminal illegal aliens in this country right now. We mentioned the U.S. Marines. That's more than double the size of the United States Marine Corps. We've got to get those people out of our country, and we've got to do it as quickly as humanly possible. But look, we also have to deport people, not just the bad people who came into our country, but people who violated the law coming into this country. We've got to be willing to deport them. And I think, by the way, of course, you can be humane about this, you can be compassionate about this, but I completely reject the argument that Kamala Harris's open border, which has led to 320,000 missing children, that has led to 11 and 12-year-old girls being sex trafficked by Mexican drug cartels. That is not compassionate. Having a border is compassionate for American citizens and for everybody else, too. Next question.
Senator Vance, John Washington with Arizona Luminaria. A related question here. So would you consider also re-implementing the family separation crisis? When you talk about closing down borders, would that also include potentially ending the refugee program?
Well, look. Well, there's so a couple things there. First of all, there's not one refugee program, right? We have multiple different refugee programs. And the problem is that Kamala Harris has granted mass asylum and mass parole. That was never what these programs were meant for. Now, we're not talking about a guy who, worked with American troops and is a good person, has been properly vetted, and you handle those cases on a case-by-case basis. We're talking about Kamala Harris giving legal status to millions of people. That's illegal. It's also disgraceful, and is one of the reasons why we have probably thousands of terrorists in this country right now, is because she's not doing her job. Now, the second question here is, I find that even the premise of the question a little unusual, because you talk about, are you going to re-implement child separation? Well, the Department of Homeland Security has said they've effectively lost 320,000 children. Now, some of them hopefully are at home with their families, but we know that a lot of them have been sex trafficked. A lot of them have been used by drug mules. The true family separation policy is Kamala Harris's open border, and Donald Trump is going to change that. Next question.
Good afternoon, Senator Vance. My name is Marely Ruiz. I'm with Univision Arizona. My question to you is, right now you mentioned that in the next 2 weeks you were going to change the situation with Mexico and their cartels. How are you planning on doing that?
Well, what I said, and maybe I misspoke, but I don't think that I did. What I said is that over the next couple of weeks, we all need to work to apply pressure on the cartels who murdered this innocent young Marine, and try to put pressure on Kamala Harris to do something about it. Because for the next 2 weeks, she's the one in power. Donald Trump and I ultimately can't change anything. But in 2 weeks, when the fine people in this room make Donald Trump the President-elect of the United States of America, ma'am, here's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to stop using the People's Department of Justice against the American citizens, and we're going to start using the Department of Justice against the Mexican drug cartels. And here's the other thing. I think we've got hundreds of thousands of very fine Marines, soldiers, sailors, and airmen who are pretty pissed off at the Mexican drug cartels. I think we'll send them to do battle with the Mexican drug cartels, too. We'll do one more question, then I'll leave you all with a final thought, and then we'll have to hit the road. Thank you all.
Hello, Senator JD Vance. Kenny Darwin with KGI 9. I just wanted to ask, we have an opioid problem in this country, specifically with fentanyl. And since moving to Arizona, I've talked to many parents, loved ones who have lost loved ones to fentanyl. What is the federal government's role in addressing the issue, and how exactly do we combat that issue, especially for a state like Arizona where most, if not all of that fentanyl is coming through our border?
Yeah. Well, let me say a couple things. First of all, this is a humanitarian catastrophe that should be the biggest story in every national news media story and interview. They want to talk about 2020. They want to talk about something that happened 6 years ago. They ought to be talking about the fact that 100,000 of our people, many in the prime of their lives, are dying. It is a disgrace, and Donald Trump is going to do everything that he can to fight it. That's where we're going to start. Now, you ask how. How do you do that? Look, the number one reason why we have so much fentanyl in the state of Arizona, but also all over our country, we got to talk about it. This crap is manufactured in China because it's tough to manufacture, and then it's brought into the United States of America by the Mexican drug cartels. You need to have a president who goes to China and tells them what's what, stop manufacturing this crap, and then you need to have a president who sends the U.S. military to battle with the Mexican drug cartels. Get this poison out of our country. That's what we got to start with. Now, here's the second thing, and I know this very personally. Back home in Ohio, I know a lot of folks, especially a lot of folks engaged in Christian ministry, who are trying to help people in recovery take that first step out of addiction. Whether that's a detox facility where they get clean for 48 hours and they can go into bigger treatment, or whether that's setting up, Christian-based, religious-based ministries to deal with people and to help people who are dealing with addiction. We need to make it easier for folks in their communities to provide treatment to the people who need it. And unfortunately, right now, we've got a federal government that's making it harder on Christian ministry. We need to make it easier on everybody. Whether you're a Christian or not, if you want to help people, Donald Trump is going to be your friend in the Oval Office. So we're gonna actually take some questions from the reporters here, and I know we've got a lot of local reporters, and we're gonna focus. No, the local reporters are good. We're gonna start with the local reporters, but I want to leave you with just a couple of final thoughts here. First of all, the state of Arizona, the difference in 2020 was 11,000 votes. 11,000 votes. Okay. So what we need to do, and you hear Donald Trump say it all the time, is we need to swamp the vote in the United States of America, and that starts right here in Arizona. So, a few things I'm going to ask you for. Number one, I see a lot of you are taking photos. By all means, pull out your phones, take a photo, take a selfie of yourself or your friends and your family here at this event. Just do it very slowly. The Secret Service gets very nervous when I tell people to, pull your phones out of your pocket, but post on social media, send a text message, send an email, let people know why you were here, but most importantly, let people know why you want Donald J. Trump to be the next president of the United States of America. That people power, that person-to-person engagement, my friends, that's how we're going to win this election. We're never going to get a fair shake from Kamala Harris or her media allies, but we can tell the truth to one another. So get out there and talk to every single person you can about the importance of saving this country. And the best way to do it over the next couple of weeks is to get people out there to vote for Donald J. Trump and all of our great candidates here in the state of Arizona. That's the first request that I'm going to make of you. Second request is go to this website, swampthevoteusa.com, and I'll repeat it, swampthevoteusa.com. What you can do with that website is check your registration, check where you're able to vote, check your polling location, and also get some tips on how to encourage your friends and family to get out there and vote. Because again, this is a lot of fun, and I like being here, but we're not going to be able to do the good job we need to do for the American people unless you do your job and get out there and vote. And the third request I'm going to make is I want every single person in this audience to get out there and vote for Donald Trump 10 times. Now, I know, we're Republicans. We only vote once. We do it the legal way. Here's the legal way. The New York Times is going to report tomorrow. JD Vance encourages voter fraud in in Arizona. But the way to get out there and vote 10 times legally is to take yourself to the polls and take 9 people along with you. That is how we can vote 10 times. The legal way. So that's what I want you to do. I want you to go swampthevoteusa.com. I want you to talk about why you're voting for Donald Trump, especially on social media. And I want you to commit to getting 9 people out there to the polls. Because here's the scenario that I want you to consider. And I don't mean to give you nightmare fuel here, but I'm going to do it. We wake up on November the 6th, and Kamala Harris has barely elected President of the United States by a 700-vote margin in the state of Arizona. Think about that and ask yourself what you can do from now until then to make sure it doesn't happen. That if there's a... Kamala Harris put that sign up, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, she did. She's already trying to steal the 2024 election right here in this beautiful facility. But look, we get out there and we got to make sure that if this election is as tight as it could be, that we're the ones who are on the winning side and not them. And the only way to do it is to work our rear ends off for the next 2 weeks. God bless you all. Thank you. We'll take some questions from the press. But I appreciate y'all, and I appreciate your hard work on our behalf. God bless you. All righty. Thank you, thank you. The fun is not over yet. We'll take some questions from the reporters before we hit the road. I think we got a microphone, sir. We'll start with you. Thank you, man.
Hey, Senator Vance. This is Sean Rice from 12 News. When these folks...
Could we turn the mic up a little bit?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you fine. Yeah.
This is Sean Rice from 12 News here in Phoenix. When these folks hear rising inflation, what do you think is causing rising inflation, and what tangible steps will the Trump-Vance administration do to lower it for all the folks in this room?
Yes, sir. First of all, I really appreciate that question, because the number one issue on the minds of Americans is how to make life more affordable again. And that question goes right to the heart of it. And I hate to say it, but so many of your colleagues in the media are obsessed with talking about what happened 4 years ago or some fake scandal. The job of the media is to educate the American people on the issues that matter most by asking good questions. So I appreciate asking about an issue the American people talk about. So here's the big thing, okay? You have 2 major drivers of inflation over the last 3.5 years. And as much as Kamala Harris brags and says inflation is over, do any of us in this room feel like inflation is over? No, because it's not. 2 big things. Number one, when the government prints trillions of dollars, that makes the dollars that we all have less worth it, right? They become more and more worthless the more and more the government prints. Well, why is the government printing trillions and trillions of dollars? Because Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote on trillions and trillions of dollars in new spending. So Donald Trump, when we're in the White House, we're going to focus on America as a federal government living within its means. We're not going to print as much money, and we're going to make life more affordable for American citizens in the process. That's the number one thing that we can do. But here's the second thing, right? And I think a lot of people don't realize that the cost of energy is an important part of the cost of everything. Think about it. If the truck driver who's delivering the groceries to the grocery store is paying 45% more for diesel, and he is under Kamala Harris's leadership, then we're all paying more for groceries. If the guy delivering the lumber to the job site is paying 50% more for gasoline, then we're all paying more for housing. So if we want to lower prices for American citizens, we have got to unleash the American energy economy. We got to be energy dominant. That's the best way to lower prices for all of us. So look, the President Trump plan is very simple. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to stop printing money we don't have, and that is going to make the American dream affordable for American citizens once again. Thank you for the question.
Ashley Rodriguez with Fox 10. So right now, if you look at national polling and polling in the swing states, it's razor thin.
That's right.
Within the margin of error. Most people have already decided who they're going to vote for. Some people have already voted, and there's very few undecided. So what is the strategy to get across the finish line?
You know, you're right that there aren't that many undecided voters, but there are a lot of undecided voters. I mean, you know, I think we could win Arizona by a few points, or we could lose it by a very tiny margin. And the question is, when you've got 5% of the electorate that has still not made up their mind, that is a big, big number with margins that are as tight as they are in Arizona and a lot of the other battleground states. And I think my message to folks who are undecided is very simple. Look, you don't have to agree with everything that I say. You don't have to agree with everything that Donald Trump says. But who can deny the results? And I'd ask those swing voters, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And I think for most of them, they would say no, because groceries are too high, rent is too high, the border has been opened, our public safety has gotten worse, violent crime has gotten worse. A lot of these problems are caused by bad leadership. And if we just get back to common sense leadership, we can have safe neighborhoods, a secure border, and an American life that is affordable for the majority of our citizens. Unfortunately, we don't have that right now. But Donald Trump's promise, and I think his solemn obligation as President of the United States, is to fix what Kamala Harris has broken over the last 3.5 years, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Let me make one more. Thank you. Make one more observation there. Look, I come from a family where sometimes money was very tight. I know what it means when groceries go up by 25% in 3.5 years. That means there are a lot of American families who are not getting the things that they need. When the price of energy goes up by 30, 35, 40%, that means a lot of our citizens who are choosing not to go on a vacation or choosing not to do something that they would otherwise do, again, because of bad leadership. We need to get back to common sense economic and governing principles so that the American people can afford to live a good life. That's what Donald Trump is going to do. Frankly, he already did it once before, but I think we're going to unleash, with Trump as president for a second term, a golden age of prosperity for Arizona and the whole country, but we got to get him there first. Thank you. Sir.
Hi, JD Vance. We talked a few weeks ago in Tucson. I'm Jose Angel from Telemundo. I want to ask you a little bit because Donald Trump has said before that he will revoke the temporary protective status of some migrants in Ohio. And I want to ask you, what's your plan? Will you support that? The same thing for migrants in different communities, not just Haitians, Venezuelans, or Mexicans in general that are applying for asylum, which is basically a program that is legally based. And what would you do with them, if you will revoke them or not?
Well, there are, of course, so many differences between Donald Trump's approach to the border and Kamala Harris's approach to the border. But this particular issue, I think that what Kamala Harris has done is she has used programs that are meant to help people who are escaping tyranny, and she's used it to grant amnesty to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be in the country, and that has to stop. Because here's what happens. Here's what happens when Kamala Harris grants millions upon millions of people legal status. Well, number one, they're entitled to housing benefits. So one, that's unfair to American taxpayers, but that also means a lot of American citizens are getting kicked out of their homes because they can't compete with the government-subsidized rent that a lot of illegal immigrants are getting. When you do this, I mean, in Arizona schools right now, we have got thousands upon thousands of children who can't even speak the local language in Arizona. Sometimes they don't even speak Spanish, of course, because we've got illegal immigrants coming from all over. What does that do to the education of American children when their teachers aren't teaching them, but they're focused on kids who don't have the legal right to be here? And again, nothing against the children, but we can't have a border policy that ruins the quality of American education. That is not compassionate to the American children that I have a responsibility to. So So what Donald Trump has proposed doing is we're going to stop doing mass parole. We're going to stop doing mass grants of temporary protective status. Of course, you're going to have people fleeing from tyranny, but that happens on a case-by-case basis, not by waving the magic government wand and giving millions upon millions of people who don't have the right to be here legal status. It is a disgrace, and Donald Trump is going to stop it.
Hi, Senator Vance. Rachel Louise Just with ABC 15 Arizona. Your campaign has been working particularly hard this election season to win over the votes of Native voters here in Arizona. Can you promise that they'll be able to have a seat at the table, potentially roles in your administration, should you get to the White House?
That's right. Yeah, no, I appreciate you asking that question. We really have done. We've tried to reach out to a lot of tribal Americans, a lot of Native Americans, and I've actually had some very good conversations with some of the tribal leadership all across our country. And I think, the reason why you have, I think, Native Americans coming around to Donald Trump's candidacy, and a lot of these folks haven't voted Republican maybe in their entire lives, certainly not in many, many years, is they recognize that a wide open southern border and unaffordable groceries and rent, it hits our Native communities as hard as it hits anybody else, and we've got to stop it. We've got to look out for people who have the legal right to be here. And of course, that's very true of our Native citizens. The thing I promise, both for me and also on behalf of President Trump, is, look, we're not always going to agree on every issue. We're not going to agree on every issue just in this room. And these are some pretty, diehard folks in this room, right? But what I always promise is we're always going to listen to people, and Native and tribal folks are always going to have a seat at the table, right? Because sometimes, and this has been an interesting learning experience for me, is you assume that a particular tribe is going to come out one way on an issue, and then you sit down and talk to them, and they actually have a totally different perspective than what you thought they would have had. The only way to know where folks are coming from is to actually talk to them. And that's something that Donald Trump and I really believe in, is talking to the American people. One final thing on this, it's not related to the Native issue in particular, but one of the things that I think really separates Donald Trump's approach to leadership and Kamala Harris's approach to leadership is Donald Trump believes in persuading your fellow citizens and not trying to censor them. And I think it's a really... whether it's Kamala Harris putting pressure on big tech companies to censor her fellow citizens, whether it's calling people racist for daring to believe that we ought to actually have border security in the United States of America, Kamala Harris is obsessed with silencing her fellow citizens. Donald Trump and I believe we ought to talk to one another. And that's the best way to actually make your case to the American people, is if they disagree with you, have a conversation with them. Don't try to shut up the citizens of your own country. That is not what American leaders should do. Let's do two more questions, then we're going to have to hit the road. Sir.
Hi, Senator Vance. Wayne Shutsky with KJZZ News. We heard Mayor Beck mention the Taiwan semiconductor facility in North Phoenix. That facility, along with many others in Arizona, are recipients of CHIPS Act funding, which former President Trump has criticized on occasion. So my question is, if elected, what would the Trump-Vance administration, how would it handle administering CHIPS Act funding moving forward?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear here that President Trump, more than any political leader of my lifetime, believes in bringing American manufacturing back to the United States of America, and that includes semiconductors. And one of the things that President Trump makes this point all the time is that part of the leverage that communist China has over us is that they control the market for semiconductors, for computer chips, which computer chips are in everything, right? They're not just in our phones, they're in our cars, they're in our laptops, they're in our refrigerators. We have got to make more of this stuff in the United States of America, and we're thrilled about the expansion of operations in Arizona. That's a very good thing. President Trump, what he has criticized sometimes is the administration under Kamala Harris's leadership, the way that we try to force these companies. Look, give you two options. Option one is we say we need to do more chip manufacturing in the United States of America. Let's lower energy costs and let's encourage businesses to produce as many chips in America as possible. That's option A. That is what Trump thinks that we should be doing, encouraging more manufacturing. What you've seen under Secretary Raimondo and Kamala Harris is them trying to say that you're only going to get money to manufacture chips if you do what we want you to do politically. And I think that's not a way to run an economy in this country. I frankly don't care if you agree with us on this political issue or disagree with us. So long as you're paying your workers a good wage and building a great American product, Donald Trump and I will be on your side. That will happen every single day of our administration. But this thing you see with Kamala Harris where she says we're going to hold your government funding hostage unless you agree with our politics. You see this in the banking sector, them trying to say we're not going to allow you to open a bank account if you don't agree with us. You see this with social media. We're not going to allow you to have a social media company unless you toe the progressive line. We want American business to build great products. Cut out the political BS. Let people do what they want to do. And if you disagree with them, talk to them about it. Don't try to shut their business down. Final question.
Dennis Welch with CBS 5 and 3 TV. Simple question. We're 2 weeks away from... Got a lot of fans here, as you can hear.
Just one. I just heard one. Yeah. That's okay. Go ahead, Dennis.
We'll end with this question. The election is 2 weeks from today. I'm not going to be asking you about 4 years ago, but from what you've seen, from what you've learned, are you confident in the Arizona election system, and are you going to accept the results moving forward?
Well, look, I think that we're in a better place than we were in 2020. And I think that what we're going to keep on working on over the next couple of weeks, I mean, you saw this even in 2022. Where some of the voting machines in Maricopa went down on Election Day. Now, whether you think that was just incompetence or something else, it's not okay. We want every legal ballot to be cast and to be counted in the United States of America. So we're going to keep on fighting for election integrity. But look, Dennis, sitting here today, are we going to get this perfect? Of course we're not going to get it perfect, but we're doing a hell of a lot better in 2024 than we were in 2020. So the best message that I can give is to get out there and vote through whatever method makes the most sense. And look, I'm one of these guys, I don't love election season. I like election day. But as President Trump said, it is what it is. And if we're going to have early voting and mail-in voting and election day voting, then we need to take advantage of every opportunity we have to vote. Get out there and make your voices heard. And yes, I think we're going to have a good election in Arizona in 2024. Now, we'll take a few questions from reporters, and then unfortunately, we're going to have to hit the road and go to Reno, but let's start. It's too bright for me to see you, so hopefully somebody back there has a microphone.
Senator, thank you very much for coming to Las Vegas. If you could elaborate a little bit more on a proposal that is very popular with a lot of people here, and just how exactly you would make the no tax on tips policy work in terms of the greater budget.
Yes, sir. Yeah, look, it's a fair question. Obviously, the government's spending way more money than it takes in right now. And I think that there are so many areas where we can cut wasteful spending. Frankly, stop paying hundreds of billions of dollars in fraudulent Medicare and Social Security claims to illegal aliens, and we can save a lot of money and we can give back to the American people. But here's what's so important about President Trump's no tax on tips policy. And notice, he comes out with a no tax on tips policy. It was his idea. I mean, I was actually there when he came up with the idea and then called a couple of economists and said, all right, give me a sense of how this would work. So he literally just came up with it. And then, of course, we looked into the policy details of how to make it work. And then he issued this proposal, and 4 days later, Kamala Harris came out with it. And if you notice, we're talking a lot about border security. And like 4 days after she became the nominee, she started talking. All of a sudden, Kamala Harris got religion about border security. And I sometimes think that Kamala Harris, the last couple of weeks, she's going to wear a long red tie and a red MAGA hat, and that's going to be her strategy, is just copy everything Donald Trump does. But sir, to answer your question, the details do matter, obviously, but I think that people overestimate the budgetary hit of no taxes on tips because, frankly, a lot of what we get out of taxing tips right now, a lot of what happens is that you have IRS agents harassing casino workers and servers, and it costs a lot of money to harass middle-class people. Why not just give them their money back, fire the IRS agents, and we'll all be more prosperous, and Americans will have more money in their pockets. So I think a big part of the no taxes on tips policy is not just giving people more of their hard-earned money that they can actually spend on their families and spend on their dreams. It's about stopping this ridiculous tax bureaucracy that harasses middle-class American citizens. Think about this. You've got multi-billion-dollar corporations that ship jobs overseas and use slave laborers, and meanwhile, Kamala Harris's IRS is focused on a middle-class casino worker in Nevada. It's a disgrace. No taxes on tips is going to stop it, and that's why we believe in that policy. Next question.
Senator Vance, with respect to the housing proposal, when the Democrats talk about this issue, one of the things that they highlight is this alleged idea of giant corporations and big investors buying up houses and thus driving up the price of those houses. I wonder if you'd comment on that with respect to your program and whether or not that would be a factor.
Well, look, first of all, I've been talking about that issue for years, and that's another issue where the Democrats have just copied our talking points in one form or another. Again, we want American homes to go to American citizens, and whether we're talking about an illegal alien or a massive foreign conglomerate, I don't want either one of those groups to own American homes. I want the American people to own American homes. But what I find so preposterous about Kamala Harris's proposals here is, and most of them I think are totally crazy, and some of them she's copied from us, so the ones she's copied from us obviously I think are a good idea. I can't help but wonder, why aren't you doing it right now? Who is the majority leader of the United States Senate? A Democrat. Who is the President and Vice President of the United States? Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. If Kamala Harris really believes that these policies are going to make American citizens more prosperous, she is welcome to try them right now. What I can't get over is a person who runs on promising to do something. She's got a job right now. She ought to do it. And if her ideas are so good, they would help the American citizens now. And it's telling that instead of actually implementing these policies, she just talks about them, because that's what people in Washington do. Career bureaucrats and career politicians who talk about doing things. Donald Trump actually got stuff done in 4 years, and that's why we got to put him back in the White House. Let's do one more question, and then I want to leave y'all with a final thought about voter turnout.
On behalf of KPBM Television, thank you so much for this question. As we know, alcoholism and/or addiction does not discriminate based on race, education, socioeconomic status, gender, or anything else. And Clark County has seen an increase in fentanyl fatalities, approximately 297% increase in the last couple of years. What do we do?
Very good question, ma'am. And look, it is a big issue, not just in Clark County, not just in Nevada, but all over the United States of America. And the first and most important thing that we've got to do is close down the border and stop this poison from coming into our country in the first place. And I speak about this issue with a lot of personal experience because, my mom, for so much of my childhood, struggled with addiction in some form or another. It's why my grandmother raised me. Well, I'm standing here, by the grace of God. My mom has been clean and sober for almost 10 years, and that is an amazing grace and an amazing thing. But I can't help but wonder, because I've certainly sat by Mom's bedside after a bad overdose, wondering whether she would wake up and praying to God that she did. And I can't help but wonder if the poison that Kamala Harris has led into this country today was in the country 15 years ago, would my mom still be here? And would she have gotten the incredible opportunity to be a great-grandmother to our three kids? I think the answer is no. And it's one of the reasons why we've got to stop this poison from coming into our country is to everybody out there. There is hope on the other side of addiction, but only if you get a second chance, and fentanyl is taking second chances away from our citizens. Think about this, 100,000 people dying of overdoses. Most of those overdose deaths every single year are caused by fentanyl. Can you imagine if a foreign country invaded the United States of America and was killing 100,000, mostly young people, we would go to war over it. So why don't we do that right now? Why don't we go to war with the Mexican drug cartels that are killing our people by the thousands? But ma'am, to your point, obviously the immigration part I think is the biggest part of it because that's where so much of the fentanyl comes in. We've also got to help people get into recovery and stay in recovery, and that's an important thing too. And I think pretty much everybody who's ever known somebody who's dealt with addiction will tell you, they get back on the horse and sometimes they fall off, and sometimes they get back on for 10 years. Sometimes they get back on the horse for a month and then they fall off. We have got to give people the opportunity to keep on trying to get better, because I really believe, as a person who's made a lot of mistakes in my life, and I think most of us have, the American dream is not just a dream for people who did everything right all the time. The American dream is a dream of second chances, of fighting and trying again and again and again. So let's fight for second chances for our people. And one of the ways you got to do that is look, I'm a person of faith. I imagine a lot of you are people of faith, whether Christian, Jew, or Muslim. We love you. But if you're not a person of faith, you're welcome in this common sense coalition too. But you've got a lot of folks on the ground, especially people of faith, who would love to do detox to help people who are dealing with drug addiction. Or you have church groups that would love to set up small addiction counseling and recovery centers. Right now, the federal government makes it way too hard for people of faith who love their communities to get involved in helping their neighbors. Donald Trump and I want to be friends and allies of anybody that's trying to make their community better, because that's the American way, and I love that about this country. But Kamala Harris has this attitude that, well, if you're a Christian and you're trying to do charitable work, well, don't even come knocking, because you're not welcome in the United States of America. Whether you're Christian, Jew, non-believer, if you're trying to help your neighbors, you've got a place in Donald Trump's Republican Party, and we hope that we can earn your support.
All righty. We're not done quite yet here. Let's just take a few questions from reporters before we have to hit the road.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator. My name is Leslie. I'm a local reporter with Univision Nevada. My question to you is, how do you plan to balance loyalty to the presidential nominee's agenda with pursuing your own policy priorities or areas of expertise?
Sure. Well, first somebody just shouted something out, and I'm not going to respond to every person who shouts something out, but I want to respond to this one because it's a good point. Title IX. We need to preserve the right of girls to compete against other girls and not biological men. And for so many folks out there, I mean, you look at the coalition that Donald Trump has assembled. We've got on the right people like Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. We've got, of course, the president and me, and then we've got people like Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard. And he asks, how do you get that coalition together under the same tent? And it's very simple. It's common sense. If you believe that children ought to be educated and not indoctrinated at schools, if you believe that we ought to have a closed southern border, if you believe that in sports boys should compete against boys and girls should compete against girls, that's common sense. And that's all we stand for. You don't have to agree with us on every issue, but let's cut out the craziness in our politics and get back to common sense. And that's Donald J. Trump's leadership. Now, you asked how to balance, obviously loyalty to the president, because he's going to be the president in just a few short months, president-elect in a couple weeks. How to balance that with my own agenda. Look, my own agenda is the agenda that's best for the American people, and that is Donald J. Trump's agenda, because he's going to fight for the American working people every single day. Now, of course, you're going to have disagreements from time to time. My job is to offer the president the wisest counsel that I can, to be honest with him about my opinion, but ultimately, the president of the United States is going to make decisions, and he's going to make very good decisions for the American people. That's why I'm thrilled to be here. That's why I'm thrilled to support him. One thing I say, you talk about loyalty to Donald Trump. Look, I love Donald Trump, and I am very loyal to Donald Trump. But I think I speak for President Trump. I speak for myself. Loyalty first to the American people. That's why I like Donald Trump, is because he's loyal to the American people. And it sounds so common sense, and it sounds so obvious, but when you've got a vice president, Kamala Harris, who's opened the American southern border, who's given free health care benefits to illegal aliens, can we just get back to a president who cares about the citizens of his own country? That is the responsibility of an American leader, and that's why I'm supporting Donald Trump, because he actually cares about the people who built this country, and he's fighting for their future, not the future of people who don't belong in this country in the first place. Next question.
Senator Vance, thank you for taking questions, first of all. Actually,
you're welcome.
Taking questions. Back in May, Senate Democrats failed to carry forward the bipartisan security bill. You were among the senators who voted to filibuster it. Chuck Schumer said Donald Trump was trying to pressure Republicans to vote against it in order to campaign on border chaos. My question to you, sir, is what was actually in that security bill that you had policy disagreements with?
That's a good question, and actually, I mean, you guys have way better reporters here than most of the national media, because because the question wasn't just Kamala Harris propaganda. Look, the reason, first of all, the idea that Donald Trump killed that bill is totally false. I was in the negotiations. I was talking to my colleagues. The reason that bill was killed is because it was a disaster for border security. It was a bad bill. Here are three things that would have done. First of all, it would have given the ability to grant asylum without any hearing to the most liberal bureaucrats in the entire country. You want to have an open border, you give liberal bureaucrats the ability to wave a magic wand and give amnesty to millions upon millions of people. And not just that, but it would have been impossible for the president to change it. Because once that's written into law, you can never go back. It codified catch and release, in other words, and that is a disaster for the American people. Number two, that bill contemplated giving legal status to 2 million illegal aliens every single year. What kind of a border security bill gives legal status to 2 million people per year? That's a disgrace. That's not a border security bill. That's a Kamala Harris open borders bill, and I'm glad that we destroyed that bill because it was bad for the American people. And here's the final thing. That bill did nothing. The biggest scam in Kamala Harris's open border is what's called parole. And forgive me for getting in the weeds a little bit, but it's important to understand. When somebody comes to this country, the president and the vice president have the ability to, on a case-by-case basis, waive our immigration laws, okay? It's supposed to be used sparingly. It's supposed to be used, again, on a one-by-one basis. Kamala Harris has granted parole to millions upon millions of people who have no right to be in the United States of America. Any border security bill that doesn't prevent that from happening is not a border security bill, and that's why that bill was a disaster for the people of Nevada and all across our country. Let's do a couple more questions.
Thank you for taking our questions, Senator Vance. I'm Ben Marjat with News 4 and Fox 11 here in Reno. If elected, what specifically would you do to prevent transgender women from playing in women's sports? Because in Nevada, the University of Reno's Nevada Reno's president, a Republican, we might add, says that it's against the Nevada Constitution to forfeit a game for reasons related to gender identity.
Well, so here's the problem here is that you have to make clear that Title IX protects the interests of our young girls instead of facilitating the destruction of girls' sports. That's all you have to do. Title IX. Now, maybe we have to amend the law, or maybe it's just a matter of enforcement, but we've got to make clear that Title IX protects the rights of our young girls to compete against young girls. It's that simple. And this is, I mean, look, this is a public safety issue, especially with contact sports. I'm the father of a 2-year-old daughter. I don't want my little girl to grow up to compete in sports and then to get bludgeoned by a man. That's disgusting. It's disgraceful. It can't happen in the United States of America. I want her to build confidence. I want her to learn teamwork. I want to learn about the give and take of sports. That's why we think it's so important for our young girls to participate in sports. But in the name of a far left, lunatic, progressive idea, we are destroying girls' sports in this country. It's going to have ramifications far beyond just athletic competition. So I think that's the big thing is Title IX, and there are all of these weird and frankly sick little ways in which the Harris administration has put pressure on local school districts to comply with their interpretation of some of these approaches. For example, this hasn't gotten too much media coverage, but it is, I think, one of the worst scandals is early on in the Kamala Harris administration, they threatened to take free and reduced lunch money away from local school districts unless those local school districts allowed men to compete in girls' sports. Now, but just think about that. Think about that. We're going to take food away from the mouths of our poor children because a local school district wants to protect girls' sports. That is a disgusting thing to do to our people, and it's going to stop when Donald Trump is president. But it's so odd to me that the national media never asked Kamala Harris, do you agree with taking food from the mouths of poor children if they don't agree with your radical trans ideology? Why have they asked her that? Why hasn't she been forced to answer a single question about literally trying to take food from our poor kids? I grew up in a family where we often struggled to put food on the table. I am so glad that when I was growing up in this country, Democrats and Republicans believed we ought to feed our children and not use them as political weapons for radical ideas. Next question.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for taking our questions. You've been asked before about changing some of your positions about Donald Trump. And in 2020, you had done a direct message on Twitter saying that Trump has thoroughly failed to deliver on his economic populism. So what has changed in your view regarding that?
Well, first of all, on my past criticisms of Donald Trump, you know who remembers those criticisms better than anybody is Donald J. Trump. In fact, I remember when the media, when Biden was still the nominee, and the media tried to attack Donald Trump and say, well, you know, both of these candidates sometimes struggle with memory issues, and it was just so unbelievably dishonest because Donald Trump remembers what I said about him on July 9th, 2015 at 8:32 a.m. to the word, and he busts my chops about it. But look, what I've said, and frankly, I'm speaking mostly to swing voters, is when Donald Trump was running for president, I bought into a lot of the media lies about him. You know, and once you get to know the guy, and once you realize that the media is saying dishonest things about him and his record, you realize, one, you can't trust the national press, but two, Donald Trump's a pretty damn good guy, and he did a very, very good job as President of the United States. Now, you ask about economic policy from the perspective of 2020. First of all, Donald Trump's economic record speaks for itself. Sky-high wages, low inflation, a secure southern border, a safer country for Americans. He was a very, very good president, and he's going to do it again if the people in Nevada give him another opportunity to be their president, and I believe that they will. But you talk about a direct message. I mean, I've said this publicly. I think that one of the biggest problems of the first Trump administration, again, I thought he did a great job, but the biggest problem of the first Trump administration is you had congressional Democrats who were obsessed with impeaching him, and sometimes, let's be honest, even some Republicans who weren't fully on board for the pro-worker agenda of Donald Trump. That is the fault of the establishment in this country. And here's a big, and there's no bigger person who exemplifies that establishment better than Kamala Harris. Because one of the most important issues that Donald Trump has run on is he said, look, if the Chinese are going to try to steal our manufacturing jobs, and they're going to use slave labor to manufacture stuff in China, if they want to bring that crap back into the United States of America, we're going to slap a big fat tariff to protect American workers and to protect American industries. Now that is a really, really important thing, but honestly, congressional representatives were fighting President Trump on that every single day. And so, by the way, is Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has the audacity to say that Donald Trump is going to cause inflation when she's been causing inflation for 4 years, and when he was president, inflation was 1.5%. It's unbelievable. But one of the things that I'm really excited about with the next Trump administration is that, frankly, we've got a lot more people in the U.S. Congress, and we're going to add Sam Brown to their ranks. We're adding people who recognize that the only way to protect the American middle class is to stop countries like China from stealing our industrial base, and we are going to do it bigger and better than we did even in the first Trump administration. Next question.
Thank you. Thank you for taking our questions. Nevada's economy relies heavily on tourism. The Biden administration proposed cracking down on junk fees, including resort fees. Would a Trump-Vance administration seek to also end resort fees?
Well, ma'am, I appreciate the question. That's something that we haven't talked about between me and the president. I don't want to speak for him until I talk to him, but I'll talk to him and get you a good question. I mean, look, we believe in fairness for American consumers. We think that people, of course, can charge what they want to charge, but they ought to be honest with the American citizenry about what they're charging. It's very simple, right? We also believe that we can have openness, price transparency, not just in the tourism industry, but in the pharmaceutical industry, by the way. A lot of people have no idea what they're buying. We believe in price transparency across our entire economy, but we believe that price transparency can coexist with a thriving tourism industry in the state of Nevada and everywhere else. I mean, look, I love to come here. It's great to come to Nevada. Your weather is a hell of a lot better, especially in the winter, than our weather is in the state of Ohio. We're going to be the best fighters for the Nevada tourism industry that you've ever seen in the White House. And the biggest part of that, of course, is to make sure that Nevada workers are not paying taxes on tips and not being harassed by IRS bureaucrats. That's our best proposal to help the workers of the Nevada tourism industry. Let's do one more question.
Senator Vance, thank you for taking questions. Nick Doyle here covering it with ABC News. Unfortunately, we've seen
He's not
Please
that
let me
bad.
finish.
Come on.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Nick.
Unfortunately, we've seen 2 assassination attempts on the former President Donald Trump.
That's right.
Why is it that you would be fit to run this country?
Well, first of all, let me tell you a little story. When Donald Trump, after the second assassination attempt, I was sitting at home in Cincinnati with my son. We were sitting on the couch. It's just me and my 7-year-old, and I get a call, and this is well before the news had become public, but President Trump says, JD, man, they tried to do it again. I said, what'd they try to do again? And he said, they tried to assassinate me again. And of course, first, my initial thought goes to just his safety. And I'm like, sir, my God, I'm so sorry that happened. Are you doing okay? And of course, he's physically okay or wouldn't be calling me. But somebody tried to shoot him a second time, just kind of asking, how you doing? And I'll never forget what he said. He said, yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm kind of pissed off, though, because I was about to make a birdie on the 6th hole, and the Secret Service wouldn't let me finish. And, yeah, it was really funny, but then I realized that it actually revealed something very important about his character, which is we want a president who shows courage under fire. We want a president who can take a literal assassination attempt in stride and still go about doing his job every single day. We do not need a president who hides from everything but softball interviews and wants to censor her fellow citizens. We want Donald J. Trump because he's got courage under fire. And that's an underrated quality by our media, but Donald Trump has it in spades. It's why he did such a good job the first time and will do a very good job the second time, too. Now, look, you asked me, why am I ready? Well, first of all, the question is not whether the media says I'm ready. The question is whether the American people, they're the ones who determine the president and vice president. And look, I'm proud to be an outsider to American politics. I've been a United States Senator. I've also been a businessman who's created jobs. I was a United States Marine Corps who served my country and went to Iraq when I was asked. And most of all, I've got something. I've got something that we have in spades in this room, and we unfortunately have none of in the White House, which is common sense. That's what we most need in American leaders. So what I'd say is, look, I try to be a humble guy. I think the presidency is, of course, such a big job. I feel extremely confident. I mean, hell, Donald Trump is healthier than I am. So I feel extremely confident that Donald Trump is going to serve and serve well for 4 years for the American people. And I'm going to help him, and we're going to make America great again, and we're going to do it together. So, on that note, let me leave you with a couple of final thoughts here. And I'm sorry to have to leave, but we've got to hit the road. I think that we're headed to either Michigan or North Carolina tomorrow. We're going to have maybe both, maybe more than that. But here's the thing. I think it's, again, we're having a very fun time on this campaign. I think we had a fun time today, right? Okay. I want you to remember why we're doing this. And I know a lot of you are working so hard, you're knocking on doors, you're getting your neighbors out there to vote. I want us to remember the stakes in this election, because I think sometimes it's too easy to think about this as, red team versus blue team, Republicans versus Democrats. Look, I, more than any person in this room, am going to enjoy beating Kamala Harris on November the 5th. It's going to be fun, and I'm going to be happy about it. But the point is not just to beat Kamala Harris. The point is to beat Kamala Harris so that the American people get the leadership that they deserve in these troubled times. And let me just tell you a couple stories. One personal and one of a person I met on the campaign trail. So like I said, I was raised by my grandmother, and I remember there were times when things were especially tight and it gets cold in Ohio in the winter, where instead of turning the heater on, she would say, look, maybe we can turn on a space heater tonight, or maybe we'll just throw a few extra blankets on. Because that's what happens when American citizens can't afford energy costs, is that a lot of our fellow citizens decide to not turn on the heater in the middle of a cold winter night. Well, I believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to heat your home when it gets cold at night. But let's be honest, under Kamala Harris's leadership, because she wants to buy oil and gas from tin-pot dictators all over the world, because Donald Trump wants to drill, baby, drill, and buy oil and gas from our own citizens and from our own territory, we're going to lower energy costs so that every American who works hard and plays by the rules can afford to turn their heat on at night. That's who we're fighting for. Families like that are struggling with high energy costs. I'm going to tell you a story of a woman I met a few weeks ago. She was a retiree. Her husband is about to be a retiree, but he's got a couple years left, and they're raising their grandkids because of this terrible opioid epidemic that's ravaging this country. Now, for 40 years, in good times and bad, she told me that they did steak night on Friday night. And I'm not talking about going to a fancy steakhouse. I'm talking about going to the grocery store and getting a nice steak and grilling it on a Friday night. And that was their ritual. And I think all of us would say it's these little rituals that actually make life worth living. It's why we fight in wars. It's why we work so hard. It's why we build this great country, is those little liberties to build the kind of family memories that this woman had for 40 years, but she gave it up. A year ago, she gave up steak night with her husband because the grocery bills were too high and she felt like she couldn't afford it. So as we're going out there for the next 13 days, I want you to remember exactly what we're fighting for. We're fighting for American families to be able to afford to heat their homes. We're fighting for American families to be able to have steak night on a Friday night. We're fighting for American families to be able to take more of their hard-earned money home every single night. We're fighting for a golden age of prosperity that the American people are going to have when Donald J. Trump is back in the White House. We are fighting, my friends, for a country, and we're fighting for leadership that is fit to lead the United States of America. Let's go get it done. God bless you guys. Thank you, Nevada. We'll see you soon.
Now, before we leave, we'll take a few questions from the reporters. Let's start with the local folks, as we always do, and if we've got time, we'll go to the national pool afterwards.
Senator, good evening. My name is Dave Kinchin. I'm a reporter with Fox 2 in Detroit, sir. As you know, these polls are very tight, especially right here in Michigan within the margin of error. My question, sir, I wanted to get your reaction to President Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly, who told the New York Times that Trump would rule like a dictator and meets the definition of a fascist. Just want to get your reaction, sir.
Yeah, look, you could just record the boos of the crowd, and that's my response to that question. Look, Here's the thing about what John Kelly said. John Kelly was fired by Donald Trump, and he's pissed off about it, and he won't stop talking about it. Now, look, here's the thing. Every time that John Kelly says something happened, you've got 3 or 4 people who were allegedly in the room when it happened saying he's making it up. Even Mike Pence's chief of staff said that John Kelly is making up a bunch of crap about Donald J. Trump. So who do we believe? Do we believe multiple eyewitnesses, or do we believe a disgruntled ex-employee? I believe the multiple eyewitnesses. I think everything that John Kelly said is not true. But I also think, look, you guys are reporters, and I think a lot of the folks here know how this works. John Kelly didn't come out of his own volition. I guarantee he talked to somebody on Kamala Harris's campaign beforehand. And we got to ask ourselves, why are the media, and most importantly, why is Kamala Harris talking about a disgruntled former employee instead of the fact that under her leadership, grocery prices are up 25% in the state of Michigan? Instead of talking about something that happened 5 years ago, why doesn't Kamala Harris talk about what happened 2 years ago when she cast the deciding vote on trillions of dollars in new spending and made housing, energy, and groceries unaffordable for the people of Michigan? And I not as a vice presidential contender or as a political candidate in this race, I speak as an American citizen, and I am offended for my fellow American citizens when a person is running for president of the United States, not on what she's going to do for the American people, but on a bunch of petty grievances from years ago. Talk about the future, Kamala Harris. Talk about what you want to do, and shut the hell up about what happened 4 years ago. Next question.
Hi, Senator John King.
That was loud.
I am a loud person. John King with Michigan Advance. You were talking about the centerpiece of former President Trump's economic plan being tariffs. could you maybe explain more in terms of tariffs are paid by the consumer? In fact, putting a tariff on anything is a tax on American consumers. So if you could explain that, if that's wrong, explain how a tariff is not paid by the consumer.
Here's why this is wrong. So first of all, let me give you a very precise example, and then two, let me try to understand the theory behind it. Number one, we actually already had a president who imposed tariffs on China, who brought back American manufacturing, and when that president, Donald J. Trump, was president, inflation was 1.5%. So we know that tariffs can protect American workers and also keep inflation low. That's the first thing. The second thing here is we have to ask ourselves, okay, let's say you're a factory and you're deciding whether to invest in the United States of America or to manufacture in China using literal slave labor. I mean, people making $3 a day. I don't want American workers making $3 a day. I want them to earn the kind of wage that can support a family, okay? So here's the thing. You make the stuff in China at $3 a day, and then you try to bring it into the United States and you undercut the wages of American workers. But if you impose a fat tariff on people who are trying to import that stuff, then American factories and American corporations invest in American workers. That creates good jobs, it creates good products, and it makes us more self-reliant. Because here, we have to remember the same people that said that tariffs always lead to price increases are the same people who said that it would make our country richer if we let China and Mexico manufacture all of our stuff. Now, we all should have learned the hard way during the COVID pandemic. Remember, when hospitals couldn't get hospital gowns and surgical masks for their surgeons because all that crap was made in China. So Americans are paying more for health care. We don't have the medicine and the equipment that we need. We're poorer off, and we're also more reliant on our biggest adversary in the world. That is not a path to prosperity. That is a path ultimately to national slavery. Donald Trump's economic agenda is the path to prosperity and freedom for American people.
Senator, hi. My name is Rudolph Snyder with 7 News Detroit, the ABC affiliate here in Detroit.
Thank you.
With the auto industry such a main focus of tonight, I wanted to ask you, what does the future of the auto industry look like for you in 10, in 20 years? Is there any room for EVs or hybrids?
Oh, sure. I think there's a huge amount of room for EVs and hybrids, but for EVs and hybrids that are hopefully made in the United States of America. And now look, this part of the reason that tariffs matter is they also give us leverage in negotiating against our competitors. Now, you go to Europe or you go to China, how many American automobiles do you see on the roads? Very, very few, because they have decided to protect their native manufacturing industries, whereas under Kamala Harris's leadership, we basically said, you're on your own. We're going to let foreign corporations and foreign countries poach our industries. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, here's what I think it's going to look like. But the important point is, it doesn't matter what JD Vance or even Donald Trump thinks the industry is going to look like in 15 years. American consumers ought to make the decisions about what cars they want to drive. And they're going to determine what the industry looks like in 10 or 15 years. But I think that probably what it looks like is that you've got a lot of people driving gas-powered cars. You've got probably 20% of the country that it's driving some kind of an EV or a hybrid, and that's about how it shakes out, because that's what I think the American people want. And fundamentally, the Donald Trump economic agenda is about empowering Americans to make their own choices about what they want to buy and how they want to live, and that's how we're going to pursue our economic policy. Thank you.
Hi, Senator. My name is Hannah Mackey with the Detroit News. You've spoken out against Chinese battery maker Gotion coming to Michigan. Do you have any reaction to the Politico story that says Gotion was paying Trump campaign manager Susie Wiles' lobbying firm nearly $1 million?
No, I don't have a comment because I've never seen that story. I will certainly read that story and try to understand what's going on there. But what I will say is that President Trump and I, and by the way, you know I forgot to give a shout out to, is the great Senate candidate Mike Rogers, who's doing a hell of a job. And I think that we ought to get out there and vote for him. But I think the simple fact is that we want American businesses to hire American workers and to invest in the American economy. That's what we want. The problem with the Goshen facility is fundamentally we're talking about Chinese investment, which doesn't make us more self-reliant. In fact, I think it probably makes us more reliant on the Communist Chinese Party. The whole principle behind Donald Trump's approach to economics is that if we're more self-reliant as a people, think about that. That means fewer people who are on welfare and more people who have a dignified middle-class job. That means that if we, God forbid, get into a war, we can make our own weapons that our troops are carrying instead of relying on some foreign corporation. Let me give you two statistics that really ought to scare the hell out of us, my friends. Manufacturing GDP, China controls 32% of manufacturing GDP. The United States controls 18% of it. We used to be the manufacturing power of the entire world. We're going to get back there under Donald Trump's leadership. Let me give you a second statistic that should worry us. Last year, for the first time in a very long time, America became a net importer of our food. You know what that means? That we import more food than we grow for our own people. So the Kamala Harris pathway is we don't make our own stuff. We don't even grow the food that is necessary to feed our own people. That is a pathway of reliance on the worst people in the world. I want Americans to be reliant on each other and on our own citizens. Let's do one more question.
Hi, my name is Darylyn Horn. I work with WWJ News Radio in Detroit. Stellantis is not an American-owned company, so how will you hold the CEOs accountable and help those people who were laid off?
Well, I think that while Stellantis is not an American company, they do business in America, so they have to actually follow American rules, follow American laws, and respect American workers, and that's what Donald Trump and I are going to fight to make happen. And I think it's very simple. The thing that we want is that we want to make sure that corporations that are operating in this country actually obey our laws. One of the biggest problems, right, and one of the reasons that Chinese firms are able to undercut the wages of American workers is they don't obey our environmental laws, right? We want clean air and clean water. But if a Chinese corporation is doing business in a very dirty way, that poisons our environment and destroys the wages of our workers. If they're not paying their workers a decent wage, they're undercutting the wages of American workers. We have got to become more self-reliant. We've got to protect our own country, our own people, and our own economy. And that's the Donald Trump plan. Now,
All righty. It's hot out here. I like that shirt, sir. Thank you, sir. We got Christ is King. I love that shirt. Let's take a few questions because it's getting a little hot out here. And I don't think we have any more people parachuting with American flags, so we'll turn it over to the media. We even have some Bengals fans here in Fort Bragg. First question. Go ahead.
Concerned is the Trump campaign over voting access in western North Carolina after Hurricane Helene? And do you believe in that case that if Harris wins, this state's results should be challenged?
Well, should the state results be challenged? I think that what we should try to do instead is make sure that every voter's vote counts. In the state of North Carolina, all across the state of North Carolina, whether we're talking about Charlotte or New Bern or the western part of the state that was hit so hard by these hurricanes. But we got to remember something, that I really think that the American government, the American president, and the American vice president failed the people of western North Carolina. That we could have done so much better in responding to that hurricane. The 82nd Airborne should have been in western North Carolina the day after the storm, not a week after the storm. And I think we would have saved a lot of lives if we had done that. Now, I've talked to the state GOP chairman. I've talked to the national GOP chairman. I think that we're in a pretty good spot in western North Carolina. But if you're in western North Carolina, particularly if you're upset by the way your federal government has handled this terrible catastrophe, the best way for you to get out there and make your voice heard is to vote for Donald J. Trump, because he's not going to forget the people of western North Carolina, and neither am I. Next question.
Hi, Monique John from ABC 11. Do you have specific plans to increase wages and expand healthcare access for our service members? At his last campaign event here in our area in Fayetteville, former President Donald Trump spoke on the importance of caring for our military community.
Yes, I appreciate the question, and we certainly do. And one of the things that, shockingly, I'm biased, but the media doesn't give Donald Trump enough credit for is that we did a lot, or I should say he did a lot, in his first 4 years in the White House on ensuring that veterans had more choice in health care. That's a big thing. I think all the veterans here would say they want to have more choices. We want to respect their service. And, this is especially true in areas that are rural where you don't have close access to a hospital. Why do we force a veteran to drive 95 minutes away from their home for a doctor's appointment when it would be cheaper for them and for the government for those folks to get health care 15 minutes away from where they live? We got to promote choices for veterans. Now, Donald Trump already did that, and we're going to build upon it in the second term. Unfortunately, Kamala Harris, a lot of what we've done to promote veterans' choice in health care, Kamala Harris has actually done away with some of that stuff. They haven't implemented it as well as they should, and because of that, I think veterans don't have nearly as many choices as they should. But there's a basic principle that underlies Donald Trump's approach to our military and to our veterans. Number one, we ought to be grateful to the people who put on a uniform, and we ought to keep the promises we make to them. Way too many broken promises to our veterans. And the second point, ma'am, is it is a national disgrace that we have 25 million illegal aliens in this country, many of whom are collecting federal benefits, when we've got veterans sleeping under bridges and on park benches. We've got to do a better job by American citizens, especially our veteran community.
Senator Vance, Hal Nunn from Hoke Media Group. Thank you for coming to Rayford, North Carolina.
Thank you, Hal. It's good to be here.
Yes, it is. Good for you to be here. Our education system in North Carolina in some areas is broken. And it's a lot of the money being spent, wasteful spending, and a lot of it at the top. Our staff, our teachers, our workers are working their tails off, but they just can't seem to get over the hump on grades, reading, writing, and math. We love parents' choice,
yes,
but we want to make education better. How are we going to do that?
Yes, sir. Well, such an important question, and we got to remember, folks, that 40 years ago, the American education system was the envy of the entire world. Whether you were rich or poor, whether you were rural or urban, we gave kids such good educations that we were leading the world in math scores, in reading scores. We had the best educated population because you know what we did? We focused on teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic, and not political BS that has no place in our children's schools. Now, you talk about spending. We actually spend more per pupil than almost any education system in the entire world, and we have to ask ourselves, what are we getting from it? We're getting 40th in reading, 41st in math. We're not giving a good education to our children, and most importantly, our kids are not going to have good opportunities in life if they start out with a bad education. So we got to say, number one, we want to give parents more choices in schools. Let parents choose where they send their schools. The money ought to follow the child around, not a broken school system if that kid is stuck in a broken school. That's principle number one. And, sir, the final thing I'll say, principle number two, is we have got to stop using the taxpayers of the people in this beautiful facility to fund political BS in our schools. I think a lot of you would be shocked if you realize that, why can't our kids add 2 + 2, but they know that there are 87 genders? Why is that happening? It's happening because our tax money goes to fund bureaucrats at the Department of Education. Bureaucrats that are putting radical curricula into our schools instead of teaching our kids what they need to be successful, happy, and healthy people. We got to get back to the basics in education, and Donald Trump and I are going to fight for that every single day. Thank you, sir, for your question. We'll do one more. I'll leave you with a thought, and then we'll hit the road.
Hi, Senator Vance. Joey Pierre from the Fayetteville Observer.
Just one question for you. What can a Trump-Vance presidency do to assist areas affected by hurricanes in North Carolina and in the South?
Yes, sir. Well, obviously, hope we're going to be in a few weeks victorious, number one. But number two, Western North Carolina is hopefully going to be in the recovery phase of the campaign, right? That's where I want us to be. And by the way, I feel extremely confident about victory in the state of North Carolina, and I feel confident in victory nationally. I worry a little bit. I'm less confident, if I'm being honest with you, about how well Western North Carolina is going to recover with a broken bureaucracy that's managing this process. So here's what we got to do is, number one, for the people of Western North Carolina, we've got to make sure that they're getting the resources that they need to address their homes, to fix their homes, to maybe get new homes because so many people have had their homes completely destroyed, to replace the belongings that were taken by the flood, and then, of course, whatever help they need, because a lot of folks out there are grieving a loved one, frankly, a loved one that wouldn't, I think, have passed away if the federal government had been smarter and quicker about the response. But the most important principle is look, I've seen a lot of crazy theories out there on the internet. The biggest problem that I saw in the federal response to the hurricane, it was bureaucratic incompetence. It's that you've got 8 different agencies, each of them with different pies of the recovery thing, and they're not working together. They're sometimes competing with one another, or you got one person who should be doing something, but they think the other agency is doing that. And most importantly, the 82nd Airborne, the U.S. military, should have been in Western North Carolina the day after the storm hit. That's the most important thing. So what I promise to the people of North Carolina, to the people of the United States of America, is that when Donald Trump is president, and when you have, because you're going to have it from time to time, a catastrophic storm, our response is going to be quick, it's going to be efficient, and we're going to try to save as many lives and help people recover as well as we can. God bless you for the question. Thank you. And on that note, let's go ahead and take some questions from hopefully some local reporters and then the national folks if we've got time.
Senator Vance, Molly Oak with 11 Alive News. I'm curious, as you close in on Election Day, we're seeing record-breaking turnout in our area. How do you feel the campaign is performing in battleground states, specifically here in Georgia?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. Look, I'm not BSing anybody in this room. I think that we're winning the state of Georgia right now. I really do. And I think that... And honestly, my biggest concern is complacency down the stretch. Because if the election were held tomorrow, I'm 100% confident Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. And that's a very good thing. But the election is not tomorrow. The election is 10 days from now. And so what we have to do is keep our foot on the gas. We've got to keep on working. We've got to keep on running through the finish line. Because I really do believe that our fellow citizens are ready for a change. They're ready to make the American dream more affordable again. They're ready to make groceries more affordable again. They're ready to make housing more affordable again, especially for our young citizens. They're ready to close down that southern border and stop the flow of this poison into our country. They're ready for new leadership, and Donald J. Trump is the only person on the ballot who's going to provide that new leadership. So we're going to win. I really believe that.
Senator Vance, Greg Bluestein from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Thanks for the shout-out to our outlet earlier in your speech.
You're welcome. I was just kidding.
Oh, we'll take that. My question is about the Republican turnout. The Republican turnout is soaring in many parts of the state in a way that it just wasn't in 2020. What do you think took it so long for Republican voters to embrace early turnout, early voting in states like Georgia?
I think there are a few things, right? I think first of all, look, leadership matters, and I think that a lot of Republicans have faith in the leadership of the Republican Party in 2024 that they maybe didn't. I'm talking about the RNC, that they didn't 4 years ago. And I think that if you look at what the RNC has done on election integrity, when you look at this, for example, the state of Georgia has passed laws about voter ID and signature verification. So I think at both the state level from Brian Kemp on down, but also the RNC with Michael Whatley and Lara Trump at the head, I think that Republican voters have more confidence in early voting this year. And look, I've got more confidence in early voting this year. So I'd encourage all of us to get out there, vote early if you're able to, because it's how we're going to, get enough votes in the bank so that we make sure that Donald Trump wins the state of Georgia. So look, I feel good about early voting. I feel good about where we are on election integrity, and I think it sends an important message. There's of course, after 2020, there was this big debate about the 2020 election, and what I never understood is whether you agreed with me and President Trump about some of the criticisms that we made 4 years ago, why not try to make American elections more secure, right? Why not do... If the American people are telling you they're worried about election integrity, why not do voter ID? Why not do signature matching for mail-in ballots? Why not make it harder for illegal aliens to vote? And, people, some of my Democratic friends will say, well, we don't think there are that many illegal aliens voting. Well, then why not make it even harder, right? The proper number of illegal aliens voting in American elections is 0. So let's get it to 0. So I actually think Georgia has set a really good standard, and I think every single state in the union ought to have voter ID, and that's how you give people confidence in our elections. And I think if people followed suit and did what Georgia has done, we'd have much better elections, and we'd all have more confidence in it. And both of those things are important. Next question.
Hey, thanks, Senator. I'm Ross Williams with the Georgia Recorder. Vice President Harris has been campaigning strongly on the abortion question. I wanted to ask you, do you believe that abortion is morally equivalent to murder? And if so, how do you justify leaving it up to states to decide?
Yes, sir. So my belief on the policy of abortion, and it's important to reiterate that. And what President Trump has said is that the voters are going to make the decision about abortion. What his presidency is going to be focused on is lowering the price of housing, lowering the price of groceries, securing that southern border, and most importantly, promoting a culture of life in this country, because we've got way too many people who feel, if they have an unexpected pregnancy, we've got way too many young women who feel like their only option is to terminate that pregnancy. We want to increase the options. We want to make it easier for people to choose life because we believe that that's important. Now, you asked me about my personal views. Look, my personal views are that it is important to save as many vulnerable lives as possible. That's my view. And I think the best way for us, because I recognize that there are people who are pro-choice, there are people who are pro-life, there are people who are pro-life in some circumstances but pro-choice in others. The way for us to have a real conversation as a nation is to let the voters make these decisions, which is why Donald Trump believes in the policy that he does. Thank you.
Senator Vance, Kim Loeffler with Fox 5. My question, now that we're 10 days out from the election, what is your number one message to any undecided voters that we have here in Georgia?
I think our number one message, very simply, is that when Donald Trump was president, we had peace, we had prosperity, we had affordable groceries and affordable housing. Kamala Harris has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years. We have unaffordable groceries, we have a world at chaos, and we have a wide open southern border. So let's just compare the records of these two candidates. You don't have to agree with everything that I say or with everything that President Trump says, but who can disagree that we had rising take-home pay and a secure southern border? Wouldn't we all like to get back to that? But the only way... The only way to get back to it is to change the broken leadership in Washington, D.C. We cannot get back to peace and prosperity. We cannot get back to affordable groceries and a secure southern border by doing the same exact things with the exact same leaders. We need change. We need new leadership. We need Donald J. Trump. That's our message to voters down the stretch. Next question.
Senator, I'm Sarah Callis with GBB News.
Will you accept the Georgia results of the election, even if you do not win the state?
Yes, ma'am. Look, of course we will, but of course we're going to try to make sure that every legal ballot is counted and illegal ballots aren't counted, right? There's no... We believe in two very important principles. One, that yes, we're going to accept the results of the election, but two, we're also going to fight to make sure that every legal ballot, and only every legal ballot, is counted in the state of Georgia. Thank you.
Hi, Senator, it's Kit. I'm wondering what have you heard about Chinese hackers targeting your phone and Trump's phone?
Well, I've heard that they did it, which sucks. And I think it illustrates, frankly, the Chinese aren't trying to hack Kamala Harris and Tim Walz's phone. I think, frankly, they'd probably find some pretty weird stuff if they hacked into Kamala Harris and Tim Walz's phones. But that's just a guess. That's not a factual statement. That's merely one man's opinion, to be clear, Kit. But I think that what it shows is that the Chinese recognize that Kamala Harris provides weak leadership and Donald Trump provides strong leadership, so they're trying to do everything they can to prevent Trump from getting back in the White House.
Hi, Senator. This is Hannah Demasay with ABC News. My question for you is, do you have any reaction to the Wall Street Journal report about Elon Musk and Russian President Vladimir Putin being in contact since October 2022? And do you have any concerns about the national security aspect of it?
Yeah, so I have two responses to it. So first of all, Elon is a friend, and obviously he's a big supporter of the president and of mine. We're grateful for his support, but I'm not a spokesperson, right? So I'm not going to stand up here and try to pretend that I know everything that Elon Musk has ever done. But the second thing that occurs to me about this is it's almost like the Democrats are running the exact same playbook from 2016, but with different names and different times. Here's what I know about Elon Musk. I know that there are a lot of people in areas that were hit hard by Hurricane Helene who have internet service because Elon Musk has been working hard to make that happen. I know that Elon Musk represents something that really matters to me about the next generation of American entrepreneurship. I want people building rockets to go to Mars. That is a great and inspiring thing for our country. And if you think about it, it illustrates something that's really broken. Just consider this. Our parents and grandparents, they went to Mars, they went to the moon with pocket calculators and slide rulers. Americans can't even build enough housing for our citizens now. I think that suggests something fundamentally broken. And what I like about Elon Musk is that he reminds us that America is a nation of great ambitions, of great dreams. And I believe that it is the solemn obligation of the American civilization to conquer the stars. We are meant for great things in the United States of America, and Elon reminds us of that. But I also know that Elon Musk thinks that it's crazy for the war in Russia and Ukraine to go on indefinitely. And by the way, he's right. It is crazy. And so Donald Trump is the president of not just prosperity. That's the most important thing, is prosperity for our citizens. Donald Trump is also the candidate of peace all over the world. The war in Ukraine would have never started if Donald Trump was president. And I really do believe there is only one person who's running for president, one person maybe in American politics who could actually bring peace to Russia and Ukraine, and his name is Donald Trump. So please, let's get out there and make him president. Let's do one more question, then we'll hit the road.
Yeah, Senator Torian Small with CBS News. Thanks again for taking our questions. You've often talked about the big tent that this ticket is bringing in, support from Elon Musk, RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, Nikki Haley. All but one have campaigned for the ticket. Is there a reason why Nikki Haley hasn't been tapped to campaign? When was the last time you guys have talked to her about campaigning?
Well, look, first of all, we're thrilled to have Nikki Haley's support, and I'd love to go around and campaign with Nikki Haley, and maybe that'll happen. I mean, sometimes these things are just a consequence of scheduling. You've got to put multiple people in multiple places. So I don't know the answer for why she hasn't been out on the trail, but she's endorsed us. She spoke on behalf of Donald Trump at the RNC, and you're right that we've got Bobby Kennedy, Nikki Haley, Brian Kemp, Tulsi Gabbard. We're the party of common sense from the right and the left. But I really do think this is important, because you ask yourself, what candidate can unite Bobby Kennedy Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Nikki Haley, and Brian Kemp? And the answer is the guy who stands for common sense. And I really think that's fundamentally what this election is about. You know, Kamala Harris, she's the candidate of being the policeman of the world. She's the candidate of starting wars, whereas Donald Trump is the candidate of ending wars. Kamala Harris is the candidate of censoring her fellow citizens. Donald Trump is the candidate of the First Amendment. That's why Bobby Kennedy, I think, is really behind us. And Kamala Harris is the candidate of rising prices, and Donald Trump is the candidate of the American dream. And thank God for that, because we're going to make him president in 10 days. So let me just leave you with one final thought, because we're having a lot of fun. And I had fun here today, and I hope you did too, but we're having fun in the service of giving the American people better leadership. We're running this campaign. We're fighting for the American people to have better leadership, because as much as I'm looking forward to November the 5th, and trust me, probably more than any person in this room, I am looking forward to beating Kamala Harris and the Democrats on November the 5th. We got to remember that we're fighting for our fellow citizens. We're not just fighting to beat Kamala Harris. We're fighting to make sure that our fellow citizens are able to live a good life in this country that all of us love. And I want you, let me just give you a few stories. People that I've met on the campaign trail, people that I know, and how much they've suffered under the leadership of the last few years. Number one, there's a woman I met who's a retiree. And her husband is about to be a retiree, but unfortunately, he's still got a couple years where he's got to work, in part because they're raising grandchildren who were orphaned by the fentanyl crisis. So she's doing the best thing in the world, taking care of grandbabies that she wasn't expecting to take care of, and God love her for doing that. But she told me that in good times and bad, for 40 years, she and her husband had a tradition where they would do steak night on Friday night. And I'm not talking about going to a fancy steakhouse. I'm talking about going to the grocery store, buying a steak, grilling out, and having that be their special thing. And I think all of us know that it's these little rituals with friends and family that make life worthwhile in the first place. Well, you know what happened is she stopped doing steak night last year. And the reason she stopped doing steak night is because groceries got too unaffordable for her to continue on with this tradition that she had done for 40 years. And what a disgrace that is, that a woman who has worked hard and played by the rules her whole life is going without because we have a failed leader like Kamala Harris who's jacked up the price of groceries. I'm going to tell you about somebody else. I meet a lot of people on the campaign trail, and one woman in particular, she talked to me about not being able to afford the price of groceries. She told me about that for about 30 seconds, and then she told me, and Ms. King, I think you'll appreciate that she said a prayer for me every single night, and not just me, but my wife, and she knew the names of our 3 children, because even though she couldn't afford to put food on the table, she thought that it was important to pray for me and my family every single day. That reveals a generosity of spirit. Thank you. That reveals a generosity of spirit that exists in this country that we should all be grateful for, but we should remember that when we go to the polls on November the 5th. Because we should remember that there's a retiree out there who would like to be able to reestablish a ritual, a Friday night steak night with her husband, but she's not going to be able to do it unless we get better leadership. There's a woman out there with the generosity of spirit to pray for me and my children by name when she can't even afford the price of groceries. We've got the best country in the world, my friends. We've got the best people. We've got the best natural resources. we've got the most beautiful country anywhere in the world. But for our people to be unleashed into the next age, a golden age of American prosperity, we have got to fix the broken leadership in Washington, D.C. In 10 days together, that's exactly what we're going to do. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you for having me, and I'm sure I'll be back soon. Take care. And with that, let's have a few questions from the media.
Hi, sir. Wyatt Williams with News 9 WAOW here in Wausau.
How you doing, Wyatt?
I'm great, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good, man.
Absolutely. Well, my question for you, if elected, what is the first thing you'll do to help Wisconsinites and other U.S. residents?
Yes, sir. Well, I think the very first, the most important and in some ways the easiest and immediate thing that we can do when Donald J. Trump takes over, because it doesn't require an act of Congress, is to really unleash American energy once again. We want to become energy dominant because when we do that, that's going to create a lot of good energy jobs for people all over the United States of America. But more importantly than that, it's the most immediate thing that we can do to lower the cost of goods, to lower those interest rates, and to start making the American dream affordable again. That's priority number one, is to start making people's lives more affordable again. That's the way in which Kamala Harris's leadership has been the most broken. The second thing that we're going to do, and it's really an important contrast between Kamala Harris, because how are we going to get this fentanyl and how are we going to get this crime out of our country unless we have a president who's willing to support our Border Patrol and enforce the border again? So while there are a lot of specific policies, from re-implementing deportations to continuing construction of the border wall to re-implementing the Remain in Mexico policy. But the basic gist of it is this. While Kamala Harris has rolled out the red carpet for illegal aliens, Donald Trump has a much different message. If you're in this country illegally, pack your bags, because in 3 months you're going back home. Next question.
Hello, Senator Vance. Dale Ryman with WSAW here in Wausau. It's kind of a double-edged question here. You guys have obviously a lot of focus on the blue states, especially here in Wisconsin, a lot of visits. What is the path to victory for the Trump-Vance campaign if you don't win Wisconsin? And the second part of that is, have you given any thought, because if you don't win, you will remain a senator, what if the Trump-Vance campaign wins the popular vote but loses the electoral vote? What kind of a path do you see changes being made after that, if any?
Well, look, first of all, we're going to win in Wisconsin. Donald Trump's going to be the president-elect of the United States. I believe that. You know, here's the thing. We can talk about the popular vote, the electoral college. To me, it's like talking about yards in a football game when we're talking about points. You don't win a football game by getting more yards than the other team. You win a football game by getting more points than the other team. And the way that our founders set up the United States Constitution is that electoral college determines the victor in the American presidential election. That's the way that it is, and that's the way that it's going to be as far as I'm concerned. But on Wisconsin in particular, look, the reason why I feel very good about Wisconsin, it's not just because some of the early vote numbers that we're seeing. It's not just because, you know, there is, I think, some real enthusiasm that we're seeing on the ground here in Wisconsin. It's that I think people in Wisconsin are people of common sense, and they're fed up with the garbage. It's very simple. We've got in our coalition, think about this. We've got on the right, Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, Nikki Haley, the former UN ambassador. We've got Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard on the left. Donald Trump has united all of these people, and of course there's disagreement between all five of the people that I just named, and yet what unites us is a love of the United States of America and a recognition that common sense needs to be brought back in the United States government.
And so I'd say, look, we have a lot of paths. We have many, many paths, in fact, to victory, and I feel very good about where we are, but, knock on wood because I'm a little superstitious. But I think the path that is actually going to be the one that we walk is going to have us winning Wisconsin, winning Michigan, winning Pennsylvania, and really, really taking this country back in a big way. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Senator Torian Small with CBS News again. Last night, obviously Speaker Johnson was there at Madison Square Garden. Former President Trump looked at him and said 2 policy proposals, one on addressing immigration with mass deportation through the Alien Enemies Act. The other one was a proposal to ban flag burning. Your response to that, especially considering the latter would be a breach of free speech, which you've talked about before.
Well, I think that we can all recognize that there are important national symbols that are worth protecting, and I think the American flag is a national symbol that's worth protecting. Look, the censorship that I'm worried about is not somebody not being able to burn a flag at a protest rally, which, by the way, can sometimes be dangerous. It's not just burning a flag at an American protest rally. The censorship that I really worry about is when the federal government or when big technology companies tell the people in this hangar that they're not allowed to speak their mind according to their wishes. That is the censorship that is actually a threat in the United States of America. So obviously we'd have to see what that legislation looked like. I'm sure that the courts would get a say because somebody would file a lawsuit. But the censorship that we should be most worried about, it's not just the official censorship coming from the government, but it's this thing that I think a lot of us feel, maybe not in this room, but I think a lot of our fellow Americans feel this idea that you're not allowed to speak openly about your values, about your faith, about what you believe, and about who you're ultimately going to vote for. And what I'd ask every person in this room to remember is that cowardice is contagious, but courage is contagious too. And what I see What I see, when I see a guy like Elon Musk, I've known Elon for a little while. Elon was a center-left Clinton Democrat even 5 years ago, and now he's going around doing MAGA rallies with Donald J. Trump. You know what Elon Musk was sick of? Elon Musk was sick of being told what to say and what to think in the United States of America. We believe in the First Amendment, and I think that's something we really have to take back. Don't let somebody make you feel bad, or don't let somebody make you feel ashamed because you disagree with them on a particular issue. Get informed, of course, get educated, have a conversation. America was built around the idea that American citizens could have conversations with one another, even when, maybe especially when we disagree with one another. And by the way, let me make one final point about that, and then I'll take one final question. Something that I've seen in my own life, and I've seen it with by the way, my beautiful wife is here. Give it up for Usha. Usha, I love you, honey. It's been really fun to do this, but it's been especially fun to do it with my best friend by my side the whole way. So we're having a good time. But something I've seen in her life, something I've seen certainly in my life, is way too many friendships have been destroyed over politics. And we got to stop doing that. And I will say, obviously, I'm a little biased. I know very few Republicans, though I do know some. I know very few Republicans who would say, I'm not going to be your friend anymore, or I'm not going to invite a family member over to Thanksgiving over politics. I know way too many Americans on the other side of the aisle who are actually destroying family relationships and friendships over politics. My simple advice is stop doing that. It's way, way too important. Family and friendship is way too important to lose and to cast aside over stupid things. One more question.
Hey there, Senator Alec Hernandez with NBC News. Speaking of Madison Square Garden, last night during the pre-program, a comedian made several racist jokes that the campaign has since distanced itself from. Another speaker called Kamala Harris the Antichrist. Another called her the devil. You've talked before about former President Trump being able to unite the country. I'm curious, as we are entering this last stretch of campaigning, this final week, Is that the right tone to have started this final 8 days with?
Well, first of all, I think that we've got to focus, Alec, I appreciate the question, but I think that we as a country, and I think that includes the press, it includes the Kamala Harris campaign, and it certainly includes our campaign, the way that we unite the country is to talk about the issues the American people care the most about. And what we're doing over the next 8 days is we're focused, laser focused, on how we're going to close the border, how we're going to make American lives more affordable again, how we're going to bring down the cost of housing. That's what we should be talking. I think a lot of Americans are sick of the distractions and sick of the BS. They want our candidates to talk about how they're going to solve the people's problems. And that's what we ought to do. Now, I've heard about the joke. I haven't actually seen the joke that you mentioned, but I think that it's telling that Kamala Harris's closing message is essentially that all of Donald Trump's voters are Nazis and you should get really pissed off about a comedian telling a joke. That is not the message of a winning campaign. And most importantly, it's not the message of a person who's fit to be the President of the United States of America. And my own view on this is, look, again, I haven't seen the joke. Maybe it's a stupid racist joke, as you said. Maybe it's not. I haven't seen it. I'm not going to comment on the specifics of the joke. But I think that we have to stop getting so offended at every little thing in the United States of America. I'm so over it. I mean, somebody sent me a couple days ago, and they were kind of pissed off about it. Maybe it was yesterday, of this comedian George Lopez, who had made a joke at a Kamala Harris rally. And he basically, like, the point was, he was trying to make a joke. It was against Mexicans, and I forget the exact context. But if you wanted to look at it a particular way, you could say that was a racist joke. And this person, in fact, was encouraging me to sort of, blow this up and make this about how Kamala Harris doesn't respect Latinos. And my response was, can we all just take a chill pill and take a joke from time to time? This is ridiculous. Our country... Our country was built by frontiersmen who conquered the wilderness. We're not going to restore the greatness of American civilization if we get offended at every little thing. Let's have a sense of humor, and let's have a little fun, and let's go win in 8 days. God bless you all. Thank you. All right, we're not done quite yet, but let's take a few questions from the reporters. Let's start with the gentleman here in the tie, and then we'll leave you with some final thoughts before we hit the road. We're going to Harrisburg after this. Sir. Senator Vance, welcome back to Erie County, Pennsylvania. It's good to be here. Thank you.
What is it as you stand in front of Erie County voters, asking for their vote? What can you unequivocally promise them you and President Trump will bring them if they send you to the White House?
I appreciate the question. What I promise that we will unequivocally bring you is, first of all, the basic principle that the American president ought to look after the interests of American citizens first. That is the principle that underlies President Trump's entire approach to government. But specifically, the way that we're going to put that into action is, I guarantee you, people ask me, when is Donald Trump going to start to secure the border? And I said, on or about January 20th, 2025. That is going to be our first priority, is getting to work to secure that southern border. The second thing that we will do is we will unleash the great engine of American prosperity. That's Pennsylvania energy workers. We're going to make it easier to drill, to develop resources, to build pipelines in the United States of America, because when we lower energy costs for Pennsylvania families, we lower the cost of everything and create great American prosperity. So those are going to be the two big priorities, but there's going to be a lot more, and I'm telling you, it's going to be fun, but most importantly, it's going to be great
for the American people to have a president who actually thinks their interests come first, and that's what we're going to fight for. Thank you.
I'm Jake Brooks from Erie News Now. This is your second campaign stop in Erie. I'm wondering, why did you decide to come back, and why is Erie County a focus of the Trump and Vance campaign?
That's right. And I love you. Look, first of all, I love Erie, Pennsylvania, especially this time of year. You guys look outside. It is beautiful. It is beautiful in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania this time of year. But Erie, Pennsylvania in particular really reminds me a lot of the place that I grew up. And so I think it's a good place to make the fundamental Donald Trump campaign message that if we get back to common sense policies, we can rebuild Pennsylvania manufacturing. We can rebuild American prosperity in the process. Look, we made this decision 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Our leaders did it, and I hate to say it, sometimes it was even Republicans who said we didn't need to make our own stuff anymore. So what's going on today? Right now, China is 32% of manufacturing GDP. America is 18% of manufacturing GDP. Many of the pharmaceuticals, many of the drugs that we put into the bodies of our children are manufactured by countries that don't even like us very much. And importantly, if you don't have self-reliance as a country, if you don't make your own stuff, if you don't grow your own food, then you are not a free nation anymore. And I want America to be a free country, not dependent on the Communist Chinese Party. And I think and I believe, sir, that Erie, Pennsylvania stands to benefit as much as anyone from the golden age of prosperity that we're going to unleash, in part because Erie, Pennsylvania has suffered under the policies of Kamala Harris for a very long time. So we're going to do better. We're going to do better by Erie. We're going to do better by the whole Commonwealth. But importantly, if we don't rebuild the engine of American prosperity, if we don't rebuild American manufacturing and unleash American energy, it's not just Erie that's going to suffer, it's everybody, and I want our country to be great and prosperous and powerful again. Thank you, sir. How you doing?
Hello, I'm Kate. I'm with Jet 24, the ABC affiliate here.
Thank you.
In this final stretch, what Erie-specific audience are you trying to reach the second time around, and why?
Well, you know, the first event that we did in Erie, we did with our truckers. And the reason that was so important is because, you know, one, truckers actually keep this country running. We've got almost 3 million truckers in the United States of America. And again, if you think about how much of the things that we buy, the things that we use, if the truckers are paying more for everything, if the truckers are going bankrupt, if the truckers are unable to do what they need to do, then all of us are suffering in the process. That's why we came the first time. I think why we wanted to come today was, one, to highlight a couple of President Trump's specific policies. Number one, like I said, they're going to cut taxes on working families and penalize corporations that ship American jobs overseas. We wanted to highlight that. We want to highlight the no taxes on tips and no taxes on overtime policy, because there are a lot of folks here working a lot of overtime. I know there are, and they deserve a break as much as anybody in this country. They're going to get it when Donald Trump is the next president. But the final point, ma'am, is again that Erie, Pennsylvania, I think is reflective of what this country could be with better leadership. And unfortunately, how many people have been left behind by Kamala Harris's policies? And let me just make one more observation. This was actually not too far from Erie, Pennsylvania, when I met a woman who told me she was a retiree. Her husband was about to retire. And she told me that for 40 years, in good times and bad, she and her husband would do steak night on Friday. And I'm not talking about going to a fancy restaurant and getting a steak. I'm talking about going to the grocery store and grilling out and having that be their special thing, she and her husband, for 40 years. And I think all of us would say it's these little family rituals that actually make life worth living. So for 40 years, in good times and bad, they did steak night every Friday night. And the year that they stopped it was last year. Because under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's policies, steak got too expensive. They were helping take care of their grandkids, and so they just couldn't afford to do steak night every Friday night. And I think to myself, what a tragedy and what a disgrace it is that in the world's greatest country, we have American families that are giving up on the rituals that give their life meaning because Kamala Harris is not doing her job. You know, I grew up in a family, and I'm sure there may be even some families in this room who come from similar circumstances where when it got really cold, and it gets really cold in Ohio and Pennsylvania in the winter, sometimes we didn't have enough money to turn on the heater. So my grandmother, who raised me, would say, you know what, we're going to throw an extra few blankets on the bed tonight, and that's how we're going to get through this particular cold winter night. I happen to believe that we have such abundant energy resources here that whether you're rich or poor, if you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to turn on the heating in the dead of a cold winter night. I believe, especially for our young families, that if you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to own a stake in your own community, in your own future, in your own country. But that's becoming harder and harder because housing prices are so unaffordable that a lot of American families feel like they can't afford a home, and a lot of them actually can't afford a home. I believe, my friends, I really believe, and I've learned over the last 3 months, I've gotten such an appreciation for the generosity of spirit of the American people, for the talent and greatness of everyday normal American citizens. We've got the best country in the world, the most beautiful natural resources. We have got everything that we need right here in the United States of America. But there is one thing that is broken about this country, and it is the leadership of Kamala Harris. So, I'd ask the people in this room to get out there and make sure that we don't have more of the same. Make sure that we don't get more of Kamala Harris's high inflation. Make sure that we don't get more of Kamala Harris's war on American energy and American manufacturing. Make sure that the people in our country who are canceling steak night and not turning on the heat, that they have an opportunity at a better life. I believe the only way that they're going to get it is to fix the broken leadership in Washington, D.C., and to put Donald J. Trump back in the White House. Let's make it happen. God bless you guys, and thank you for having me. All righty. Let's take a few questions from the reporters before we hit the road.
Senator Vance, thank you so much for taking my question. Jason Calvi, Fox 6 Milwaukee. Appreciate your time. At the Madison Square Garden event last night, you were there. A comedian said that Puerto Rico was a floating island of garbage. Your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts on that is, first of all, I didn't hear it when it happened. A comedian told a joke, and I don't think that's news worth making. I think what is news is that Americans can't afford their groceries because Kamala Harris has been a terrible vice president. And that's what the American people are interested in, and that's what the American people and the American media should focus on. Look, maybe I'm old-fashioned, or maybe I just grew up with a grandmother who had an especially foul mouth. But you know what I do? You know what I do when I think a joke is dumb or not funny? I don't laugh. I don't create a fake outrage cycle to distract from the fact that our fellow Americans can't afford to buy housing. That is outrageous, and that's something to be offended by. I'm a hell of a lot more offended that my fellow Americans can't afford to buy groceries or pay their credit card debt. That's more offensive than what a comedian said at Madison Square Gardens. And I'm most offended that Kamala Harris opened the American southern border and allowed tens of thousands of our fellow citizens to die of overdoses. That's not a joke. That's real life, and that's what we ought to focus on. Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Senator. Ricardo Torres, Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. Last Friday, Senator Ron Johnson said the massive deportation of 10 million people under President Trump would not be realistic, and it's not going to happen. Do you agree with him?
Well, I actually talked with Ron on the plane about it, and first of all, Ron is a hell of a lot more articulate than I am. If you want to know what Ron thinks, then ask Ron. But what I think and what President Trump believes is that, number one, we've got to stop the bleeding. That's the most important thing, is we've got to stop we've got to stop the large inflow of illegal immigration in the first place. And you do that by building a wall, re-implementing deportations, and stopping the ridiculous catch and release policy of Kamala Harris. So you got to stop the bleeding first. And then you got to ask yourself, what do you do, of course, with the millions of illegal aliens that are already here? And look, I think that you start, of course, with the violent criminal migrants. You've got 425,000 people in this country who are violent criminal migrants. That's more than double the size of the United States Marine Corps. You start with them and get them out of our country on day one, or as close to it as possible.
I don't want to be in your shot.
And then I think from there, look, you can't go into this saying that every person who came here illegally gets to stay in the United States of America. If you do that, then you don't have a real border. So yes, we are going to deport people who came into the United States illegally. We have to, or the American people are going to suffer. And I'm focused on the American people, not on people who came to this country illegally. And just practically, there are a couple of things that you can do. First of all, we ought to make it harder for illegal aliens to work in the United States of America. We want people who are working, but legal. We want legal residents and citizens to be working in this country, not illegal labor. And I think that if you do that, combined with some real law enforcement, and by the way, every time I go to a local community, the local officers are telling me we would love to help the federal government with immigration enforcement because they're being overwhelmed. So if we empower our law enforcement to do their jobs and make it harder for illegal aliens to work in this country, I think that we'll go a long way to solving the immigration problem in this country. Next question.
Good evening, Senator Vance. My name's Adam Reif with CBS 58 in Milwaukee. This state was decided by about 20,000 votes 4 years ago and about 23,000 4 years before that. Given razor-thin margins expected in a lot of swing states, are you concerned that the comments last night that your campaigns had to distance itself from today, are you concerned that that could tip minority voters in these key swing states? And what is your campaign doing to reach out to those minority communities in these final 8 days?
Yeah, so look, I'm not worried that a joke that a comedian who has no affiliation with Donald Trump's campaign told, that a lot of people are going to wake up and say, oh, we're not going to vote for Donald Trump now. We're going to look past the fact that we can't afford groceries because somebody made a joke that we don't like. I just don't buy that. I don't think that's how most Americans think, whatever the color of their skin. But I think the answer, how are we trying to reach out to people of color in Wisconsin and everywhere else? I think, look, every individual is different. Every individual community is different. I think what I found is that a lot of Latino folks that we're reaching out to, they're really worried about the cost of goods. They're really worried about not being able to afford groceries. And a lot of them are devout Christians who are really worried that Kamala Harris has made it harder for them to practice their faith and raise their children as they see fit. So we're talking a lot about religious liberty to our Hispanic community. I think a lot of black voters that we're talking to and we're doing very well with, they really like the fact that we're focused on economic issues and how to empower the American people to be able to afford the American dream again. I also talk to a lot of black voters who are sick of being told what to think and what to say by other people. They want to think for themselves. They're sick of the censorship in this country.
And interestingly, when there are especially a lot of young black voters that I talk to, you know what? A lot of them are pretty pissed off that they were threatened with the loss of their job because they didn't want to take the COVID shot 3 years ago. They're pissed off about that, and that, of course, happened because of Kamala Harris. And then, of course, because we have such an incredible country, a lot of the concerns that I'm hearing among young black voters, I'm also hearing among older white voters. That people are worried about the state of this country, and they recognize that if we elect Donald J. Trump, we're going to unleash a golden age of prosperity in the United States of America. But if we double down on failed leadership, it's going to get a lot worse. We'll do one more question. I'll hit the road.
Hi, Senator Vance. Katrina Kaufman from CBS News. So your campaign has received a number of endorsements from the Muslim community, including on Saturday in Michigan. But last night, Rudy Giuliani made some disparaging comments about Palestinians, saying that Hamas is training 2-year-olds to kill Americans. What is your response to those?
Well, first, I mean, the implication is that Muslim Americans are defending the tactics of Hamas. That's sort of the implication of your question. I don't buy that for a second. I think there are a lot of Muslim Americans who may disagree with, certain policies of the Trump administration. They may disagree with certain policies of Israel, for example. But most Muslim Americans, like most Americans, I believe, are good people who want to live in a safe and secure and prosperous country. And they can disagree. Look, we can disagree on issues, but I just don't buy the idea that Muslim Americans are sitting out there thinking, well, we're super pro-Hamas. I think that the reason they're coming behind Donald J. Trump, and it's interesting, because I think for the first time in this country's long history, of course, the Middle East has been a basket case for 50 years. I think you can make a really good argument that whether you're a Jewish American who's very pro-Israel, and to be clear, I'm a pro-Israel guy, or whether you're a Muslim American who doesn't always agree with Israel, Donald Trump is actually the best candidate for both of those two camps. And why is that? Because Donald Trump is the candidate of peace through strength, and Kamala Harris is the candidate of war and chaos. And just think about this, right? So think about this. Let's just say that Kamala Harris is in a meeting with Netanyahu or whoever the leader of Israel is. She's in a meeting with Netanyahu, and she's in the meeting with, a representative group of the Palestinians. And they say, Kamala Harris, how are you going to help us restore peace to our country? And she says, well, I grew up in a middle-class family. That's not going to work. You need somebody with an ounce of competence. You need somebody who actually has their own developed thoughts about how to solve the country's problems and how to engage diplomatically with the rest of the world. And whether you agree with him all the time or not, Donald J. Trump actually has ideas in his head about how this country ought to be governed. That makes him head and shoulders above the competition. Just that one thing. So let me leave you with this final thought here, and it's very simple. If you think about what this election is about, you don't have to agree with me on every issue. You don't have to agree with Donald J. Trump on every issue, but think about the big tent coalition that we've assembled. On the right, we've got people like Brian Kemp, Nikki Haley. On the left, we've got people like Tulsi Gabbard and Bobby Kennedy. This is the common sense coalition that's ready to take this country in a more positive direction. But it's very simple. Kamala Harris broke it, and Donald Trump will fix it. Think about this. Kamala Harris opened the border. Kamala Harris broke the border, and Donald Trump will fix it by closing it down. Kamala Harris inherited an economy with 1.5% inflation and rapidly rising take-home pay. Kamala Harris broke that, but put Donald Trump back in there and he'll fix it. Speaking of the Middle East, we had peace in Europe. We had a much more peaceful situation in the Middle East. We had peace in East Asia. Kamala Harris broke the world security situation, and Donald J. Trump will fix it. It's very simple. I have learned more about the greatness of the United States of America in the past 3 months than I think I could have ever hoped to learn in a lifetime. And I've learned that by going out to places like this, talking to our fellow citizens, realizing that we have a generosity of spirit in the United States of America that I think is unmatched anywhere in the world. We have the best natural resources, the most beautiful country anywhere in the world. The only thing that is broken about the United States of America is Kamala Harris's failed leadership. Let's fix that on November the 5th. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you for having me, and let's get our guy over the finish line. Thank you.
So let me take a few questions from the reporters, and then I'll leave you all with a final thought. But I really appreciate y'all being here. And now, we'll do what Kamala Harris refuses to do, which is just take questions from the American media. Sir.
Yeah, Senator Vance, Sam Lancer from Fox 17, the local Fox affiliate here. This area of Allegan County is traditionally votes Republican, and when you were most recently here at the Berlin Raceway in Marne, that is also an area here that's traditionally Republican. Is that the strategy of your campaign, kind of in this final stretch here in this part of the state, to kind of energize, more target specifically, your voter base?
No, I think our strategy is we want as many people out there, just to put it very simply. This is going to be like a John Madden football commentary. You remember John Madden? He'd always say, well, the Bengals really need to score more points than the Eagles to win this game. It's like, all right, thanks, John. Our strategy is to get as many votes as possible from wherever we can get them. It's very simple, actually. And look, yes, we're in an area, obviously, with a lot of loyal Republicans, but we're also, I guarantee there are a lot of Democrats and independents in this room who are sick of the garbage and want to get back to common sense. So we're going to get everybody to the polls. But if you look at just where I've been in Michigan over the last couple of weeks, where President Trump has been in Michigan, I mean, I was in a couple of pretty blue or at least purple areas of Wisconsin yesterday. The president and I are going everywhere. We're going to the urban areas, we're going to the suburban areas, we're going to the rural areas because we think that every vote of every American citizen counts, and we just want people to have a better life. It's very simple. That's the message. The message of our campaign is that the American people could have such a better life if we just fix the broken leadership in Washington, D.C. Kamala Harris broke it. Donald J. Trump will fix it. That's why we got to win in 7 days. Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Senator. Josh Albertus, WZZM 13. Our in-person statewide early voting period started over the weekend here in Michigan. It's the first one we've been required to have for a general election under the state constitution. At first, a few years ago, some early voting like absentee voting. Many in your party were skeptical of it, but now we've seen signs about mail-in, early voting around the room and at other events on the trail. What do you think may have been the turning point have been for portions of your party in this year's campaign to embrace it? And what would you say to people who may still be skeptical about those systems?
Well, look, I understand the skepticism because I think a lot of Americans would rather have election day rather than election season. But as President Trump has said, it is what it is. And you can't have one campaign trying to take advantage of every opportunity to vote, that being the Kamala Harris campaign. If that's going to happen, then the President Trump campaign has got to take advantage of every opportunity to vote too. And that's all that's happened, is I think that, you don't have to agree with the particular change, but you've got to accept the rules as they're actually set for the game. And the rules for this game is that we need to bank as many votes before Election Day as we can. So get out there and vote early, vote often, and that's simply our message. Next question.
Hi, Senator Vance. This is Elizabeth Mitchell from the Daily Signal. Former President Trump has said that he would ban transgender procedures for minors without parental consent. Would the... Would the Trump-Vance administration consider banning sex changes for minors in all cases with or without parental consent?
Well, look, I think sex changes for minors, permanently altering either chemically or surgically the body of a young child, is crazy. I can't believe that we do this. I really can't. And I think it's so. I think it's so sad for these poor kids who, you know, they're teenagers, they're adolescents. Maybe some of them, you know, in really bizarre cases, are even preteens. We used to, in this country, recognize that adolescence was a tough time to grow up, that we try to encourage people to accept themselves. Now you have some very sick people who, when an adolescent is struggling with a problem, they say, no, don't accept yourself. Go and surgically alter yourself. I think that's an insane way to talk to our young people, and we ought to stop doing it. We'll do one more question.
Senator Vance, Rick Albin at Wood TV. Across the 7 battleground states, you and Donald Trump lead. But many of those states, at least 5 of those, are below single digits.
Sure.
3/10, 8/10 in the state of Michigan, 2/10. It's one of the closest races that I've seen in a long time covering presidential races. How concerned are you that those margins are too small and hard to defend?
I am extremely concerned that those margins are too small, which is why I'm here telling everybody to get out there and vote as much as you can. Get your friends and family to the polls. This is not, it raises a good point. I mean, knock on wood, because I'm a little superstitious here, but look, we are in a very, very good place in this race. I really do believe that Donald J. Trump is going to win the state of Michigan and become the next president of the United States. But it's not going to happen unless we work for it. And I do worry a little bit about my fellow Republicans. But again, we've got the Big Tent Common Sense Coalition. So when I say my fellow Republicans, I mean also the independents and Democrats who are voting for this ticket. We have got to keep working for it. We cannot get complacent here. We know the other side is going to try to pull every trick in the book to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. Now, that is nightmare fuel for me and my family, and I imagine for most everybody else in this room, so we've got to work hard at it. Now, traditionally, of course, polling has always been very bad to Donald J. Trump. It's typically radically understated his support. But here's what I ask myself all the time. What if this is the one time the polls are overstating the support of Donald J. Trump? You don't want to be the person who could have been the difference between President Trump and President Kamala Harris and to have forgotten to vote. So get out there and vote. Let's do this thing. Don't leave it to chance. Because here's what it's ultimately at stake. And I want to remind you, as you're working hard over the next 7 days, and again, we've got plenty of room and plenty of space for people who want to volunteer, who want to phone bank, but the most important thing you can do is to get your friends and family who would vote the right way, make sure they actually get out there and get to the polls. Because a lot of folks, what we see right now is that Democrats are not getting their people who don't vote that often, those people are staying at home for the Democrats. The people who are going to vote for Donald Trump but don't always vote all the time, We got to make sure they get out there and get to the polls. That's really the name of the game. But we got to remember, this is not about beating the Democrats for its own sake, as much as fun as it will be to beat Kamala Harris and the Democrats on November the 5th. Trust me, I'm going to enjoy it more than any person in this room. Why are we trying to beat the Democrats in this election? It's to give the American people the leadership that they deserve. That's what this is ultimately about. I've met a lot of people on the campaign trail in the last few months, and I've met, there are a lot of stories that have really stuck with me, but there are a few things that I want to point out to you to try to maybe give you a little bit of a reminder about what we're fighting for here. So I was in Valdosta, Georgia a few weeks ago. It was actually before Hurricane Helene hit, and the hurricane hit Valdosta pretty hard. And I was in what the sheriffs called the interdiction room, where they got all the drugs and all the illegal guns that they had captured from the Mexican drug cartels, and they put it all in this room. And it's, bags upon bags of marijuana. There's illegal guns on the table. There's pills. There's fentanyl. There's meth. There's everything in this room. This small Georgia community overwhelmed with drugs, trafficked, thanks to Kamala Harris's border policies. And I looked on the table. There was something out of place. It was Sour Patch Kids and Nerds candies. I said, what is that? That doesn't look like drugs to me. And the sheriff said, yes, sir, that actually is drugs, because the Mexican drug cartels have figured out that if they disguise the illegal drugs to look like child's candy, they can traffic it into our country much easier. And we all know, especially those of us who are parents and grandparents know, that what's going to happen is one of those packets of candy is going to find its way to a playground in the United States of America. A child is going to open up a piece of candy and pay for that with their life. And that is what Kamala Harris's border policies are doing to this country. I mentioned that my mom struggled with addiction. Well, we got a second chance with my mom, and now I don't go a day without thinking what an incredible grace and what an incredible blessing it was that I got to see my mom become a great-grandmother to our 3 children. But how many, when 100,000 people are dying of drug overdoses in this country every single year, how many American families are getting robbed of their ability to get that second chance with their loved one, with their kid, with their mom or dad? That is what Kamala Harris's open border is doing to this country. I'll tell you about another woman I met. She told me that for 40 years, and this is a retiree, for 40 years, she and her husband did steak night on Friday night. I'm not talking about going to a fancy steakhouse to get a steak. I'm talking about going to the grocery store and grilling out. And we all know that it's those little rituals with our friends and family that actually make life meaningful and worthwhile. These are the things that we look forward to. For 40 years, she had done steak night in good times and bad, and she stopped doing steak night last year because under Kamala Harris's unaffordable groceries, she just could not afford to do steak night with her husband. But she looks forward to getting back to it in slightly better times. We've got our fellow citizens are losing their loved ones to drugs that are coming across the southern border. Our kids are growing up in communities that are less safe. Our retirees are unable to afford family rituals like steak night because of the broken leadership of Kamala Harris. What we get an opportunity in 7 days, my friends, is to give the American people a president who will fix what Kamala Harris has broken. We got 7 days to go. Let's get it done. God bless you guys. Thank you for having me. We'll see you soon. Hey guys, good morning. Good to see y'all. Appreciate you coming out to see one of the great traditions, of course, in American democracy. I, of course, voted for Donald Trump and myself. So did my wife, and we also, for all the locals out there, we voted for Bernie Moreno for the United States Senate. And if you want the policies of Donald J. Trump in the United States Senate, then Bernie Moreno is the only candidate in this race who I think is the candidate of peace and prosperity for the United States Senate. So I hope people will get President Trump over the finish line. I hope people here in Ohio will get Bernie Moreno over the finish line. Look, I feel good. You never know until you know, but I feel good about this race. I felt good about my own race a couple of years ago when I voted in this exact same spot. Hopefully it goes as well for President Trump and me as it went for me a couple of years ago in the state of Ohio. So appreciate you guys being here. Happy to take a few questions. You obviously can see my kids bouncing around here. There's Usha. And, you know, we'll take a few questions, but we're going to hit the road, go back home, and then head off to Palm Beach.
Senator, regardless of the results tonight, half the country probably won't be satisfied with the results.
Sure.
What's your message to them, potentially your supporters, if it doesn't go the way that they wanted it to?
Well, look, I think our message is, first of all, we do expect to win, but obviously no matter who wins, half the country, as you said, is going to be at least partially disappointed. I think my attitude is the best way to heal the rift in the country is to try to govern the country as well as we can, create as much prosperity as we can for the American people, and remind our fellow Americans that we are all fundamentally on the same team however we voted. I certainly hope you vote for Donald J. Trump today. I think that his policies are going to promote peace and prosperity for our citizens. But if you vote the wrong way, in my view, I'm still going to love you. I'm still going to treat you as a fellow citizen. And if I am lucky enough to be your vice president, I'm going to fight hard for your dreams and for your family over the next 4 years.
Senator, do you have an opinion on who will fill your Senate seat if you win?
No, look, I'm way too superstitious to think about those things. Let's get this election over the finish line. Let's make Donald J. Trump the president-elect, and then we'll worry about what happens afterwards. No, actually, he called me about 3 in the morning, apparently from the plane headed from Michigan to Palm Beach last night. I was in bed at the time. I haven't been able to talk to him this morning. I was going to call him as soon as I woke up, but when I realized that he got back home around 5:30 last night, I decided hopefully he's asleep, and so I'm not going to call him. I'll certainly talk to him probably on the way to the airport or when we land.
Senator, you grew up 20 miles away, Middletown, now you're standing here. Maybe in a few hours you'll be the next vice president.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that in that moment? Here to here, and possibly second in command.
Look, it's an amazing thing. My heart is just overwhelmed with gratitude to the generosity of the American people. The fact that I'm standing here is very much a testament to the fact that we live in the greatest country in the history of the world. The fact that I have a beautiful wife and 3 beautiful kids is more importantly a testament to the fact that we live in the greatest country in the world. So I think that what today represents is an opportunity to pay down a debt that I owe to this country. And if I am the vice president, I'm going to work as hard as I can to pay down that debt. I don't think I'll ever be able to return what this country has given to me, but I'm going to try, but we have to win first.
Sir.
You know, my most important message is we ought to argue, disagree about, persuade each other about politics. That's part of the natural process. But we can't discard friends and we can't discard family members. I think that if we all just recognize this basic principle, that we ought to love people, we ought to be friends with people, we ought to be family members with people, regardless of their politics, that would do a lot to heal the division. I know myself, I've had a lot of friends, not a lot, I've had a few friends who have cast their friendship aside because I decided that I wanted Donald J. Trump to be the winner in the last election and in this election. I think that's a tragedy, and I'm not going to follow that example. I'd say to everybody, whether you're voting for Donald Trump or voting for Kamala Harris, remember, friends and family, that stuff is what really, really matters. We ought to be kind to one another. We ought to treat each other with respect. And fundamentally, what we're trying to do, President Trump and I, is just build the kind of country where our fellow Americans can achieve their dreams. But that's all of our fellow Americans, regardless of who they vote for. We'll take one more question.
Senator.
No, I'm not too worried about that. Look, one outlier poll doesn't change what we've seen on the ground. We feel very good about the energy. We feel very good about the early vote. But ultimately, the ball is in the courts of the American people. Today is the day. If you don't want an open border, vote for Donald Trump. If you want to get back to low inflation and affordable groceries, vote for Donald Trump. If you want to return the world to peace and stability, vote for Donald Trump. That's my pitch to voters. I really do believe that we can have a golden age of prosperity in the United States of America, but voters are going to ultimately make that choice. I don't worry about any one poll. I think that we're going to win. I really do, but ultimately the voters make that decision. We'll see what they think about this by the end of the day, hopefully. God bless you guys. Thank you. You ready?
Oh yeah, no, keep going. Just gonna make sure we can run out.
Bye guys, we'll see you in Florida.